Time is 6 o'clock. I'm going to call the Vacaville City Council meeting to order. Today is April 27th, 2021. We have a roll call, please.
Council Agency Authority members: Stockton.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Roberts.
Here.
Wiley.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Here.
Mayor Roulette.
I'm here. You would please stand with me for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 3, approval of the agenda. Mr. City Manager, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, we do not.
Can I get a motion, please?
So, motion to approve.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Wiley, second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. Move to item 4, approval of minutes. Can I get a motion, please?
So,
Stockton, I motion. Stockton, second.
I got a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. Go to item 5A, presentations. We have the Fair Housing Month Proclamation 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll turn it over to Tamara Colton from our Housing Services Department for the presentation.
This is Emily Cantu, the Housing Services Director, and it looks like Tamara is having some issues.
Can you hear me now?
Sorry?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor Roulette, Vice Mayor Sullivan, and council members. Each April, nationwide, we commemorate the passage of the Fair Housing Act, signed into law on April 11th, 1968, by bringing awareness to fair housing rights and to end discrimination. The Fair Housing Act protects people from discrimination when they are renting or buying a home, securing a mortgage, seeking housing assistance, or engaging in any other housing-related activity. Under the Fair Housing Act, it is illegal to discriminate it is legal to take any discriminatory action based on race, color, religion, national origin, sex, familial status, or disability. The state of California further expands protections against discrimination based on age, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, genetic information, marital status, or source of income. This year, HUD's Fair Housing theme is Fair Housing, More Than Just Words. And as HUD Secretary Marcia L. Fudge stated, Fair Housing Month is a time to recommit to our nation's obligation to ensure that everyone has equal access to safe, affordable housing. So in that spirit, the City of Vacaville Housing Counseling Center continues to educate residents so they may have equal access to housing, which contributes to their quality of life, enhances their connection to the community, and contributes to the overall economic success of the city. This year, we have also shared information about Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California's virtual Fair Housing Conference being held this Thursday, April 29th, with our local housing providers. And we'll make sure that information is available on the city's website to all those who are interested in participating. So tonight, we are excited to recognize the city of Vacaville's commitment to fair housing for their residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have a proclamation. Unfortunately, we're not in person. I would love to present this to you. I will read the first couple whereases, but I believe we do have it up on the screen for everybody at home. Whereas the principle of fair housing is not only state and national law and policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all citizens. And whereas discrimination based on race, national origin, gender, disability, familiar status, exclusion of minor children, religion, marital status, and sexual orientation is illegal in California. And now therefore it be resolved that I, Ron Roulette, Mayor, on the behalf of the City Council, do proclaim April 2021 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Vacaville and urge all residents in our community to personally adopt the spirit of equal housing opportunity and adhere to the letter and character of the fair housing laws. So thank you very much. And we will move on to item 6, consent calendar. Anybody from the council want to pull anything off the consent? Hearing nothing. Anybody from the public want to pull anything off the consent calendar? Seeing no hands, I'm going to close public comment and entertain motion for consent calendar.
This is Silva. Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you, Silva. Do I have a second?
I make a motion to second it.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Sullivan,
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton,
Yes.
Councilmember Silva,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley,
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Yes. Okay, we'll move to item 7, business on the floor. This is time to address the council with issues that are not on the agenda and that are within the council subject matter jurisdiction. Can we open up the phone lines, please?
Ramon Rodriguez, I'll open your mic.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Everyone can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council of Vacaville. I am Ramon Rodriguez and I live in Turlock, California, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Preston Wolf. He's a teenager with autism and he has been beaten by an officer of the Vacaville Police Department. And this is not the first time it happened, but it happened everywhere around California when police beat up anyone with mental issues or use excessive force. Right now, I'm speaking on behalf of Preston to demand justice for him, and that a police officer that was beating him needs to be disciplined, fired, prosecuted, and convicted of assault on a member with disabilities, because that is not the way society is run, especially a police officer with the color of authority. That is not fair. What does that send a message to the entire community, especially the disabled community? Preston was a teenager with special needs, and he's been a victim of a crime by a bully. Instead of the police helping him, he was attacked by the police who was supposed to help him. And he has autism. What does that send you? And also, I've been speaking to other city councils about having the mental health intervention programs so that the police will not respond to any mental crisis. And this is really hard for me, but I'm asking to consider having a program so that the police will not attempt to assist anyone with mental health crisis, because we don't know if the police is gonna help or kill someone with a mental health issue. Because the police are not social workers, they're trained to kill. And you need to consider having a program in your city and also provide justice for Preston Wolf, because he's been a victim of police violence and he needs the justice that he needs, and that officer has to be fired. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Danielle Shea, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I actually just noticed this. I have, my bullet points, but as you recited the Pledge of Allegiance tonight, it was a good reminder that our own national pledge is committed to providing justice for all, not justice for people who look and act just like us, not justice for able-bodied people, not justice for white people, but justice for all. Because I think we can anticipate that we're going to be hearing from a lot of people tonight who value the safety of disabled and special needs people. And I think I know we've recently heard from a lot of people who value the lives of animals. And just recently you've heard from people who value the lives and safety of the elderly in our community. And for a very long time, you've been hearing from people who value the lives of people of color. But each time you hear about police brutality and assault on these different demographics, it's treated like a one-off, as though these things are all separate and they're not interrelated, as though they're not connected. But now we know, when we look at this holistically, that the Vacaville Police Department does not value the safety and well-being of developmentally disabled people, elderly people, animals, and people of color. So how many other groups of people being violently beat and abused will it take for city employees, for the council and the mayor to see that this isn't a problem with the citizenry? It is a cultural problem within the police department. Officers are tasked to serve and protect, and if they don't, it's your job to ensure that appropriate measures are taken, but you have not done that yet. So what's it going to take? What has to happen next? Who else has to be brutalized? Do they need to come into your home and hurt your own family before you finally say that it isn't okay for them to hurt people at all? So to-dos tonight, I'm asking for the council to agendize the formation of a citizen oversight committee by the May 25th city council meeting. I request that council also agendize the formation of an alternative response team to respond to calls that involve mental health issues, special needs and disabled individuals, houseless communities, and any other demographic that has been criminalized just for existing. And I request tonight from council and all attendees that you put yourself in the place of these people that are being targeted. Think about how you would feel if your son, your daughter, your mother, or your father, your dog, or your neighbor were violently beat by an officer that had been hired specifically to protect them. I hear a lot of excuses from people from our community, but I have a feeling those excuses would go away if it was their own person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Jen, I'll open your mic.
Jen, you have to clear your phone. Crystal?
Jen, you should have an unmute button.
That's my fault.
There you go.
I'd also like to speak on the issue of the police violence exercised against a citizen of our town. While I am the mother of 3 autistic boys, my issue isn't even the fact that this assault was against an autistic teen, but that it occurred at all. Since when is punching a person in the head on the ground considered an appropriate use of force? It's absolutely disgusting. It wouldn't be okay if he was neurotypical. It wouldn't be okay if he was an adult. That was absolutely uncalled for. And the fact that the police department is issuing statements propping that up as an acceptable use of force is absolutely reprehensible. And I second everything Danielle said, incredibly eloquently, by the way, might I add. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, everyone. So you pass in a declaration in place of peace or whatever. In number 6, whereas I summarize, it says access in the programs and services that it offers. And number 9, whereas it summarizes sustained efforts to work collaboratively with the community, which are providers. You know, this is not a one-off with this law enforcement department that you have over the past year. We've seen numerous situations, kidnapping of protesters, beating the elderly, shooting a man during the city council meeting. Now we had a punch in a canine, and now we're punching human beings. You know, again, when will this stop? When your loved ones get beat down or shot or killed, that's when it's going to change. That's when it's going to hit home for you. I am requesting that by May 25th, we agendize the opportunity for the community to discuss and create a law enforcement oversight committee, and also to agendize adopting an alternative response team here in Vacaville. It's obvious your law enforcement officers need this. You're spending all this money on training, but where's the training at? All we continue to see is harassment and beatings, torture. We don't see anything that's around de-escalation or other alternatives, and that bothers me. I am truly, truly offended that we're at this point. So I'm asking again, I'm going to say one more thing. Agendize the opportunity for the community, because of your place of peace, to have opportunity to be at the negotiation table in October when this law enforcement department that you employed comes up for negotiation contracts. Predominantly white city council will not ask the questions that the people of color have. Excessive force, chokeholds, profiling, things of this nature, harassments against protesters. We need people from this community that look like us, that live these real life experiences, to ask these law enforcement officers that you employ during their contract negotiation these questions. Because if you don't, then you signing this proclamation this evening is just a checkbox to make sure you get to heaven and say, oh, look at me, I'm not a racist on the outside. So before I end, are you interested in ending racism, or are you committed? Those are two different things. I'm committed. I'm here to death. I can't change being Black. Understand that. Let that sink in. Are you interested, or are you committed? Be well.
Next caller, please.
Jennifer Piazza, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, I just want to take the opportunity to address the council on an ongoing issue in our community. The issue was recently highlighted by the incident with Preston, the 17-year-old autistic teenager. Months ago, we told former Chief Cartley of our concerns regarding Vacaville Police Department and our, in particular, marginalized groups. His response was dismissal and to tell us to have coffee with a cop, because then maybe we would understand their side. Never were any of our feelings validated. Since then, there have been multiple highly publicized incidents that serve to reinforce our concerns. The canine cop incident, protesters, and the incident with Preston. The police department must be held accountable for their violations and disregard for both civil liberties and civil rights. And to those people listening here, realize this is not the first time. And if we fail to hold the police department accountable and the city council accountable for ensuring that the police department is held accountable, this will continue. It will bleed into your privileged lives, and maybe one day it will be your family that is impacted directly. I also want to encourage or request that is agendized by the, I think it's May 25th, the end of May meeting, an opportunity for a citizen oversight committee and an alternative response team. And just to close, I'm speaking as the parent of an intellectually disabled Black child. My son is terrified of the police. He doesn't even want to be in the same room with them. When we went to the BU event this weekend and there were police there, he was left incredibly uncomfortable, and he has every right to feel that way. And it's really sad that I have to not discourage him to feel that way for his own protection. If he were to approach a police officer in a manner that he thought was friendly, but that they deemed aggressive, his life would be in danger because he is disabled and doesn't understand, and because he isn't white. So please consider, that there are people out here who are impacted by the decisions that you make, and you need to hold the police department accountable. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Ravante Robinson, I'll open your mic.
So my first question for the day is Vacaville proud of being on TMZ for beating up an autistic kid? Y'all take responsibility for that too, because people like me have been warning you for a long time what was going on. Sun talked to some city officials about implementing a CART program, having mental health professionals, respond to calls instead of giving more money to police. And the reason why this happened is because Vacaville has been ignoring what Black people and brown people have been saying for decades. And you can see the evolution. There's like a timeline. The way that cop beat on Preston was damn near the exact same way that they beat on the dog. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I know people have been saying like, oh, they need better training, more money, this and that. No, it's not the training, it's the culture. It's the culture. And it starts from the top. And the sad thing about this, we can't even protest. So you're going to probably be on this council meeting all night with people talking. We can't protest anymore because y'all had the closed session meeting to try to end protest in Vacaville. I'm not going to let y'all live that down. And the sad thing about that, now you can only have an event in Vacaville if you have if you let Ron Roulette come and speak at it and center himself on every issue. So, at this point, the only way that you're going to fix the PD is to make me the peace police chief. I tried to talk to Ian about this. He never responded to my call. I guess he only wanted to hear what I said when he first came in. But, a cop is a cop. ACAB, they're doing the same thing. So it's time for a change, defund the police, and yeah.
Next caller, please.
Christian Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
You have to clear your mute button.
Oh, sorry, I actually couldn't hear. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for listening tonight. I was actually just commenting that Ravante did wonderful. Thank you so much, comrade, for speaking on behalf of all of us. That was amazing. So you basically said everything I wanted to say, though. I was going to mention that you did to forget they're also on Daily Mail. Went viral on TikTok. There is a viral series of TikToks of VVPD specifically harassing one person over and over and over again, which now they're afraid to even be pulled over in the dark in Vacaville, which again, as Ravante mentioned, we've been screaming this over and over for months, for years. People used to joke about the culture of Vacaville amongst each other. And now we're being vocal about it, but you guys don't want to listen. So hopefully maybe with this incident, you'll actually take us seriously, that other people will take us seriously when we say that we need a mental health response team. We did sit with some of the council members and talked about this, made a presentation, showed you where you can allocate the funds from, showed you what other cities have implemented this program, where it has been working. We are giving you a solution to this huge problem, this culture problem, this toxic problem that there is in Vacaville. And I feel like we are being ignored. We put it in a very palatable way for you so that you guys can listen to it. I'm really tired of trying to make things palatable for you when you guys have over and over again showed that you really don't care and you are just all for the police brutality. And I'm tired of it. So please agendize the CART by May 25th and get it implemented and save some fucking lives.
Next caller, please.
James Shea, I'll open your mic. James, are you there?
I think we lost James. Let's go to the next caller.
Lorraine B. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. I'll open your mic.
Hello, everyone. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Thank you for the City Council for coming to deal with everything. I was wanting to discuss a couple things. First of all, you know, cops are only human, and we should all be judged on the content of our character and our actions. And, you know, in our city for far too long, some people have had a bully mentality, and I don't care what color or creed or nationality or sex or religion. It's far too long, and with the polarization of our nation, we really have to choose peace and create dialogue and trying to create a better city for Vacaville. You know, beating on animals, beating on people of disabled, I'm disabled. And I understand we have to go at our own pace, and we do things in a different way. And some people don't understand. Having maybe like the paramedics, you know, facilitating mental health disease, instead of having police that might be confrontational right off the bat or aggressive towards these people. You know, having an oversight committee of these situations that continuously come up. You know, we're not going to get better if we treat each other badly and if we continue to harm each other. So I also wanted to bring attention to Lagoon Valley. You know, they're going to be using the bonds to pay for this, but also the fire and police department's not going to be. So they're going to end up, the people are going to end up having to pay $200 million more. And, you know, this area of Lagoon Valley that they've been trying to build up for a long time is, you know, going to be put on our infrastructure, you know, for water, sewer. Go ahead.
Ma'am?
Yes.
That's on the agenda. We can't talk about things on the agenda. Did you have anything else to say?
Nope. That was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Next caller.
Andrea, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
All right, so I wanted to speak on a few things. The canine issue, it's been months without any real traction or transparency, and most of us have been doing the research, you know, like community. They've been doing the research, and one name just kept coming up, Officer Cole Spencer, who was actually Vacaville Officer of the Year in 2019. And I mean, I guess if that was the person who beat the dog, I wouldn't want that to be known. But anyway,
ma'am. Thank you.
I'm still not done.
You can bring Andrea back on. Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So I wanted to speak about Preston, who was thrown on the floor and punched in the head. I just don't know how you guys could just still be pro-police after seeing that, especially if you are a parent of a special needs or a differently abled child. I've sat down with most of you, like other people have said, and we proposed CART to you guys, Compassionate Alternative Response Team, to go to these calls. And these calls will be rerouted from the police to this special team. and they would take care of the houseless and mental health calls. We don't want police showing up and causing more trauma. I don't know in what language you guys need me to say that in for it to stick, because we've been doing the same song and dance forever now. So, and it's just 5%. We wanted just 5% of the police budget, which is just $2 million, to fund this. And we can have this in Vacaville. This is something that the community is asking you that they want, that they need. So I really do hope that you guys listen to that. And we also would like the officer who did hurt Preston to be fired and his name to be known as well. And if you guys are going to just do the same thing with the canine, then we'll just figure it out who it is by ourselves. But yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you. Next caller.
Giselle Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, City Council, for hearing us out. I would like to specifically address all of you. How many times do we have to make national news and have 4-hour-long City Council meetings about police brutality cases before you guys listen to what we've been saying for months? There is a cultural problem in our police department. These are not isolated events. These are things that have been happening over and over again. Something that's happened to me, something that's happened to a dog, something that's happened to a person with special needs. Every vulnerable demographic, Black, brown, whoever, they are not safe in Vacaville. And how many times do we have to tell you that white supremacists feel safe here while we do not? That is the type of system you are upholding by being complicit in allowing the police to not take accountability for their actions. We need a compassionate alternative response team in Vacaville so that people like Preston won't get their heads bashed in for a simple discrepancy on the playground. I need you guys to agendize a CART response, non-police response team by May 25th. Multiple people have said it on this call already. You need to have it happen. And if you do not do it, we will vote you out. All of you. I don't care how nice you are, how many sorries you say at a nice little vigil. You will be voted out if you do not start listening and if more people start getting their heads beaten and more people die at your hand. It is your problem now. I'm tired of it. I will not have someone kidnapped again. We will not have someone be killed again in Vacaville because you guys will refuse to do your jobs. Listen to your constituents and figure it out. Defund the police. You can do it. I'm tired of hearing you can't, because you can, and we've showed you how, and you're hearing every single person on this call advocating for that. And if you're not listening, you're tone deaf and you will be voted out. Thank you. Good night.
Next caller.
Lucy, I'll open your mic.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you guys for taking the time to listen to everybody tonight. As you guys, I'm sure you can see, there's very many callers and we're all very, very frustrated. And I know that a lot of us are just going to be repeating the same points and, main takeaways that everybody else has said. But the point of it is that you guys, it is, how do I put it? It needs to be inescapable to you guys. You guys don't get to have downtime or time for you to relax and chill when there's shit that's going down. I'm sorry, I forgot, no profanity. When there are things going down that you guys can be preventing. My understanding of your roles, they're all voluntary. Why are you here if you're not wanting to do the best for everybody? Is it because if it's just resume fluff, do that elsewhere. Do that where there's not so much at stake. Like, these are people's lives. These are people's livelihoods. I know you guys saw in the video, there was also, in the video where Preston Wolf was being brutalized by a police who is, his name is anonymous still. There was a kid in that video, probably like 4 or 5 on a little bike. And when he saw the scuffle going down, he ran away too. So it's not even just the people who want to be involved in this. Cause like I myself, I wasn't in this until I saw things on the news from George Floyd. Like I have been privileged enough to not know anybody personally affected by this stuff. So it's the fact that now people who may have grown up and been a cop themselves, they're seeing how horribly disgusting you guys are. I'm sorry, not you guys. I'm sorry. They are seeing how bad the police are. And you guys are just, you're not listening, and it's very frustrating. And some of the most negative things that I've seen on public media posts about what's going on in Vacaville, it's not even as bad as it truly is being out here. So that's all I have to say. I'm sorry I wasn't a little bit more eloquent, but I hope you guys understand my frustration.
Okay, next caller.
Bradley Larson, I'll open your mic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, I just want to say I really appreciate all the members of the community who are calling in tonight to voice your opinion. I really appreciate all you guys. Like, it really sucks that we have to be here again and, say the same exact things that we've been saying week after week after week after week. I know that it's frustrating. I know that it's exhausting. I know that it sucks that, we're feeling that we're not listened to, but I really do appreciate you guys. And just thank you very much. That being said, I don't appreciate, once again, seeing my hometown on the news again for police beating someone who did not deserve to be beaten, regardless of the fact of if that he was resisting or not. Even if he was resisting, I know that he wasn't whatsoever. Like, he shouldn't have been treated that way, no matter how he was acting. And like, it's just disgusting. I used to love this community until my eyes were open to just how terrible it was. Like, until I started growing up and realizing that, like, how much privilege I had and how differently everyone else in my community was treated than I was, based simply, on factors such as skin color or, whatever it may be. It's just disgusting. So that being said, you guys, it's going to sound like a broken record tonight. I'm calling for this to be agendized for the May 25th meeting. We need to have a discussion about a community action response team alternative to the police. And we need to do something about this, because I am tired of these repeat occurrences. This is not a one-time thing. It's going to happen again. And this has been proven that it's going to happen again, no matter who our police chief is, which has been proven by our current police chief not making a big deal about this whatsoever. So we need to actually make a change. We need to start, I don't know, caring about our community, or at least like it needs to, like, you guys need to put an effort in. When you have this many people calling and trying to tell you, hey, there's an issue, you need to at least listen to us and at least try to find a solution. At least listen to our solutions that we've been proposing, because there have been quite a few, which you have heard tonight. So this is an easy solution. We just need to cut police funding, go ahead and put it towards the community, actually invest in people who care about the community rather than people who consistently abuse our community, which has been on record on national news several times now, such as the officer who was beating a dog, the officer who was beating a mentally different person. And now we had Donaldson, who's lying about protesters swarming him in order to sway public opinion. And now we have also police in riot gear showing up to individuals trying to help the houseless. Like, come on. It's clear who is the detriment to this community here, and it's not the people who the police are being sent to stop. For sure. It is the people who are being sent to stop those people. And of course, I'm talking about the police. We need to do something about this finally, because I'm tired of coming here every 2 weeks and repeating myself.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
James Shea, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Fantastic. First of all, I'm a 5'10" white man. I attended Browns Valley, Jepson, Vaca High. Go Bears, Jaguars, and Dogs. I'd like to say something that I never thought I'd say, but thank you, Ron, and the rest of the members of the council that participated and attended the BU event this past Saturday that my wife organized. However, Ron, to use one of your terms, the assault that occurred last week was disgusting. I'm sure you've all seen the videos by now of the Vacaville police officer throwing down and punching an autistic boy in the face and saying, "Don't make me hurt you," to this child while he was calling out for his parents. "Don't make me hurt you more." he said. This police brutality has gone on too long. The previous council and this council has been told about these issues. The former chief was told about these issues. The acting chief was told about these issues as well. The statement he made just justifies the officer's actions, and the level of aggression and brutality was uncalled for any suspect, especially a child. They recently have punched a dog, killed someone for doing donuts and ramming a police car, not to mention all the other incidents where they turn off their body cams or don't turn them on at all. The incident is now, this one's on video, a child being beaten. This happens to people of color all the time in this town too. It's time to step up and do something. It's time for the police union to stop protecting these criminals before they kill someone else. And this is not a prediction. This is a spoiler. Given the department's reputation, it will be a person of color that they kill. So I ask that a community oversight committee be added to the agenda on May 25th. And most of you know how to reach me if there's anything else I can do to make that happen. And also, I'd hate to be like Joe Dismaris and discourage people from calling in, but for all the Kens and Karens out there waiting to say that this was an isolated incident, you're wrong. So save your breath. Also, it's been several months now. Roy, you have yet to denounce the 3%ers. So if you could grab a pencil or a pen and write this down and during council comments and denounce the 3%ers, that would be great, because you seemingly refuse to do so. Thank you.
Caller.
Karen Parks, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to speak. And I think I don't exactly what everyone else is saying, but on the first city council meeting was to educate regarding the link between human violence and animal abuse. And what we saw with Preston is identical to what we saw to the strike with the dog. If you play back both of the home security system, and I have the original video of the dog, they're identical, they're strikes. I know that you keep your excessive force numbers, and I've looked at them, and the highest ones are bites from a dog and strikes. And I'm just wondering if that's how the training is being taught versus assessing a situation and then using critical thinking skills to advance from that particular area. I just, when I saw how identical they were and how traumatic they were and how much anger was behind them and how it happened in the public and the public viewed it, was really sad. And someone brought up the little boy on the green bike. I felt for him. He was very scared. And we don't know how much trauma those kids are going to have now. And I think it would have simply been better in both circumstances for someone to say, you know what, I screwed up. I screwed up. Let me do better. Instead of all of these kind of like, oh, you're a lay person, you just don't know. No, we know. A lot of us are very educated and we know. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next caller.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm also calling about the incident where an autistic child was appeared to be abused by a police officer. And I have a suggestion. I know that the Department of Justice, the Office of Civil Rights Division, they conduct pattern or practice investigations. And these particular investigations, the goal is to ensure lawful and fair policing. And these investigations, they've been conducted for police departments as small as 6 officers or as large as 17,000 officers. And in the end, these investigations, they can bring to light any persistent patterns of misconduct within a given police department. And so I can email council information regarding the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division's conduct investigations over conduct, and it's specifically called pattern or practice investigations. And I encourage the council to direct staff to pursue that avenue. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Roberto Valdez, I'll open your mic.
Roberto?
Roberto, it looks like your Zoom microphone is open. It's possible that you're on mute on your headset or speaker or microphone.
Let's jump to the next person.
Cam Holzendorf, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Perfect. Good evening, Vacaville Mayor, Council, and City employees. So what's happening in the place of peace hasn't been so peaceful. You know, it even seems like the city of dis-ease. And when I say dis-ease, I mean it as an English teacher. The word die means to divide, and at ease is to be peaceful. So you're dividing someone's peace by, you know, banging in a little kid's head, beating up on dogs, stopping protesters from doing what they're supposed to do. And City Council, this is up to you to go ahead and take a stand against this. And the opening statements, I applaud you for doing that. But you need to go ahead and make a strong stance against it. Just think about this. I'm gonna refer back to myself as a teacher. I don't need to go into logistics about who I am, but if I, a teacher, laid one hand on my student, I wouldn't be a teacher anymore. If I laid a hand on any of my students and said, don't make me hurt you, don't make it worse, I will no longer probably be able to walk around amongst human beings. I would be probably locked up, hopeful not to come back out. You know, why don't we hold the police officer to the same standard? This is someone that's supposed to protect us, serve for us, supposed to build the future, inspire people to do the same thing that they're doing, putting their time and their lives on the line to protect the city that they love and cherish so close to their hearts. But we just kind of safeguard them. And the police chief to safeguard anything that has to deal with something so innocent as a child, you definitely don't belong in the leadership position that you're in. A child has unlimited potential, and one more whack of that head on that sidewalk could have ended that potential. Now, you City Council and Mayor, you have the chance right now to listen to your community before something like this happens again. You need to agendize what the people are saying. You are elected by the people to represent the people the strongest way. Use your platform for the right things and turn your city of Vacaville into the true place of peace instead of coining it like it's some corny phrase. Thank you for your time and have a good day.
Next caller, please.
Roberto Valdez, I'll open your mic.
Roberto, are you with us? Oh, there you go. Nope. Let's jump to the next caller, see if Roberto can catch the last one.
Marion, I'll open your mic.
Yes, hi, good evening, City Council.
Unfortunately, it's repetitious, but I just want to make the point. I'm talking about the assault on the teen. And while I appreciate that a lot of people are standing up for the fact that he has a disability, that should be neither here nor there. And the police department has pointed out that the responding officer didn't know the person had a disability when he responded. Fine. They've also pointed out that they were looking for somebody who was reportedly attempted stabbing someone else. Fine. I'm good with that. I still maintain that for an officer to show up and yell at somebody who followed initial commands to sit down and throw them to the ground and punch them without even asking one simple question, let alone a couple to find out if they had the right person, what that person's side of the story was, etc., is police brutality, and it needs to stop. This is not the police department that I grew up with 50 years ago. This is ridiculous. We have a culture of angry, aggressive police officers that are not even remembering that people are supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. They're judging people's guilt and punishing them right when they show up at whatever place they're contacting them. It's not okay. And I want to see it change. Sorry, it makes me emotional, but I can't believe this is the same Vacaville that I've grown up in. We need to do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Call in user 1. I'll open your mic.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hello. My name is Gavin Valdez, and yes, I am responding to the meeting topic at hand about the officer's aggression towards that youth, Preston, regarding the recent issue. Yes, unfortunately, what appears to be the case, it is more common than we'd like to admit. This type of behavior with the Vacaville Police Department. Unfortunately, I'm also disabled and I have ADHD, and I've personally been at the hands of the officers themselves back in August of 2020. And what happened, it was reprehensible and also unforgivable. And unfortunately, what appears to be the case, it appears to be a greater pattern trend that's happening within this police department. And I just want to let you know that, unfortunately, I've heard from other callers as well that it shouldn't be as common as it should be at this point. And we should have greater oversight in our police department's ability to be and training to be held accountable and to, not have come across so aggressive right at the outset of trying to do their jobs. I understand they're trying to do their jobs, but there is a difference between presuming you are guilty and knowing you are guilty. And you can't just accuse of someone being guilty without having gathered all the facts of the case for this past judgment. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
I'll open your mic.
Hello, City Council, Mayor Rowlett. Today I'm calling to address the recent acts of violence carried out by Vacaville PD on Preston Wolf and a few months ago on a K-9 trainee. We've been begging you for months and for years now to do something about the Vacaville Police Department brutality. This has been swept under the rug for far too long by you, the City Council, by Chief Carley, and now by Interim Chief Smuchler as well. We are sick of it. We are not backing down, and we will be here at every meeting until you act on these senseless displays of violence. Vacaville PD has preyed on vulnerable populations, so please do your jobs, protect our community, and remember that the votes that keep you in this office are in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to item 8. Mr. City Manager, 8A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This is multiple resolutions dealing with the Lagoon Valley Community Facilities District. As a reminder, this is part 2 of a 3-part process. Sherry Enos, our financial analyst, will begin the presentation on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Council.
As the city manager mentioned, I'm Sherry Enos from the finance department, also joined by the finance director, Ken Matsumiya. And on the phone, we have the consulting team that has been working with us on the formation of the Lower Lagoon Valley District. Those joining us include the city's municipal advisor, Dan Cox from K&N Public Finance, Sarah Mayers from NBS, the city's services special tax consultant and district administrator, Scott Ferguson from Jones Hall, who serves as bond counsel, Susan Goodwin of Goodwin Consulting Group, who developed the rate and method of apportionment calculations, and Dennis McGuire from Piper Sandler, the city's anticipated bond underwriter. Our item tonight is the second step in the
Before we
formation
jump
of
in,
the-
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Before we jump in, I just wanted to ask if anyone wishes to file a written protest, they must file it with the city clerk now. This is before the staff presentation, so I apologize for interrupting.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So our item tonight is the second step in the formation of a new community facilities district, CFD number 13, Lower Lagoon Valley, which was introduced at the March 23rd meeting. Next slide, please, Crystal. Tonight, we'll be discussing the next round of legislative actions necessary to move forward with the formation of a CFD and the purpose for those items in accordance with state law. We'll share some preliminary questions we have received on this formation and the answers for those inquiries, and then go over where we are in the overall formation process. And we'll also share the recorded district boundary, and we'll conclude by reviewing the scheduled next steps as defined in the California Government Code. Next slide, please. The hearings scheduled tonight have been scheduled in accordance with the Melrose Act's procedural requirements in order to allow all interested persons to comment on the intended CFD formation and debt issuance for facilities financing. Also under the Act, the hearings provide an opportunity for the registered voters or property owners within the district boundary and future annexation area to formally submit protests against the formation of the district. In the absence of a protest of 50% or more of the registered voters or owners, the legislative body is able to proceed with their consideration of the resolutions for the formation of the district and intention to incur debt. Following adoption of the resolutions, the Melrose Act requires a special election of registered voters or landowners, if no registered voters exist, in order to allow the legal owners of the property to cast ballots voting on the levy of special taxes and proposed debt issuance. Next slide, please. Some comments from the public that were received in advance are addressed here. The assessed value of the underlying property within the CFD came up a couple times through public comment, and there's a concern that the maximum bonded indebtedness figures are higher than what the land is estimated to be worth by the county assessor's office. But the bonds would not be issued against the property as it stands today. The value of the property securing any bond issue must be substantially higher than the amount of debt it secures. The Melrose Act provides a minimum threshold, and the city's underwriter would complete a thorough credit review prior to issuance and ensure all state and city funding threshold requirements are met or exceeded. There was also a question about a Lagoon Valley assessment district, which was formed back in the early 90s, and taxes were levied for the Lower Lagoon Valley area to finance bonds that were issued. The final outstanding bonds associated with that district were called in 2017, and the tax levy ended that same year. Therefore, there's no outstanding assessment district debt for this property at this time. We received a request for additional information on the facilities that will be funded through the CFD bonds. And the Melrose Act provides categories of authorized facilities such as flood and fire protection facilities, parks, open space, and roadways. And then the authorized facilities anticipated to be purchased for this development are listed in the Resolution of Formation Exhibit A, and further detail is provided in the CFD report attachment to tonight's item, which includes a more specific list as well as the developer's cost estimates for facilities such as the fire station, booster pump station, and public roads. Whether or not the CFD formation will include annexation of county land has come up as a question, but the boundary of the CFD is within existing city limits, so there's no annexation of county land into the city required, and we'll display the boundary map in a later slide for reference also. Some concern has been expressed as to the impact this added development may have on citywide service levels, but the requirement to form a CFD is intended to protect against city services being negatively impacted or overextended. The CFD special taxes provide a funding mechanism to offset the cost the city will incur in serving this area, and the facility special tax provides revenue for the city to acquire completed public improvements that are necessary to serve the development without overburdening existing infrastructure. A question of timing has been submitted also, and more specifically, the ask is whether or not a 30 to 60 day postponement of this item can be granted for review of the documents associated with the resolutions presented tonight. Although the staff report and attachments make for a lot of documentation volume, the RMAs are included twice as exhibits to different report attachments, making up the majority of the total pages, and those same RMAs were shared as part of the March 23rd staff report. Furthermore, based on the procedural requirements in the Melrose Act, the hearings must be held no less than 30 and not more than 60 days following the adoption of the resolutions of intention, which occurred at the March 23rd meeting. That being said, the next eligible meeting for the hearings to proceed would be the May 11th council meeting. It is allowable under the Act for council to begin the public hearings tonight and continue them as long as they're completed within 30 days, unless the legislative body finds the complexity of the district or the need for public participation requires additional time, in which case the hearing may be continued from time to time for a period not to exceed 6 months. Those options only pertain to a couple of the allowances under the government code, but for further discussion of any options under the Act and any timing requirements that exist outside of the Melrose Act in the form of agreements between the city and the developer, and then the impacts of any breach of contract that could result from postponement of the scheduled public hearing tonight, Finance would need to defer to legal counsel for comment on that. Next slide, please, Crystal. We displayed this diagram at the March meeting and it has been updated to show the formation steps that have been completed and those remaining. As mentioned in our last presentation, this district formation was initiated through the submission of a petition from the landowners, which is on file with the city clerk. Last month, City Council considered and adopted the resolution of intention to form a community facilities district and authorize the levy of special taxes, and the resolution of intention to incur bonded indebtedness for the CFD, collectively referred to as the resolutions of intention. Following the adoption of those resolutions, the boundary map for the district was recorded and a notice of public hearings was published, which brings us to the items included in tonight's staff report. There are two separate actions included in the agenda, which have been combined due to the property owner's request to waive the waiting period for the election portion. Public hearings will be held tonight, followed by council's consideration of the adoption of the resolutions to form the district and declare the necessity to incur bonded debt. Following adoption of those resolutions, a special election of the property owners will be called. And in preparation, the election ballots have already been distributed and returned to the city clerk, so she's able to open them and share those results tonight. Afterward, the council may adopt a resolution declaring the results of the election, the validity of prior proceedings, and directing the recording of the special tax lien. The final step for this item tonight will be the introduction or the first reading of the ordinance levying special taxes. Follow-up tasks would include recording the notice of special tax lien and adoption of the ordinance, the second reading. The consideration of issuing bonds would also be a follow-up item that will be brought back for council's review, but will not occur on a specific time frame since it's dependent on development progress. Next slide, please, Crystal. Thank you. Just to revisit the district boundary, the location of Lower Lagoon Valley is shown here in the blue oval at the top is the actual lagoon. The dashed red line defines the Vacaville city limit, and the dashed white line is the recorded CFD boundary. The CFD is entirely within city limits, as we mentioned previously. And then within the CFD boundary, the shaded gray areas designate improvement area number 1, while the green corresponds to improvement area number 2. And the red shape is the dedicated fire station site, which is exempt from special taxes. Outside of the district, the 2 purple areas have been identified as possible future annexation areas, but these parcels would only join the district and be subject to special taxes after petitioning to do so and being granted council approval. The special tax discussed tonight would only affect the area within the CFD boundary line and not the rest of the residents in Vacaville. And then down the road, when the development is built and homes are sold, these homeowners would see the tax on their property tax bill. Next slide, please. The steps necessary to complete the district formation are shown here. Council's first requested action was to adopt the resolutions of intention, which was completed on March 23rd, As part of those resolutions, council set the date for the required public hearings, which we anticipate being held tonight. In addition to the public hearings, in the absence of majority protest from the voters within the district boundary, the other items to complete tonight include the adoption of the resolutions form the district and the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness and submission of the levy of tax to qualified electors. Since that time requirement for the property owners has been waived, there will also be a declaration of the results of the special landowner election and the first reading of the ordinance levying special taxes within the district. Finally, there will be a second reading of the ordinance scheduled for the May 11th council meeting, which is typically completed as a consent item. And also at the May 11th meeting will be a resolution for approval of the form of the acquisition agreement, which is the document that will describe the process the city and developer will follow to construct and transfer ownership of authorized facilities purchased with bond proceeds or special tax revenue. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have our consulting team on the line to assist in answering questions on these materials and during the public hearings. So with that, I'll hand it back to the city manager to facilitate any questions on this presentation and move forward with the public hearings.
Actually, I'm going to jump in, Mr. City Manager. Before we open it up to public hearing, I just want to say that these are the public hearings for the proceedings of the Community Facilities District 13 Lower Lagoon Valley. The hearings are inquired into the formation of the district, the levy of special taxes in the district to finance the cost of certain public facilities and services, and the need to incur bonded indebtedness for the district. And again, if anybody wishes to file a written protest, they must file it with the city clerk now. Anyone from the city council that wants to speak before I open it up to public comment? I see Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yeah, my question was on the delay issue. You kind of briefly went over this really quickly, and I'm not quite fully understanding exactly what our options are in terms of delaying. We've received several written comments and a few other comments on giving the public more time to dive into this. The document is 152 pages. It was released Thursday or Friday. It sounds to me like that's a reasonable request. Can you please tell me again what you mentioned about delaying this particular vote this evening?
So,
thank you, Councilmember Sullivan.
So I'll take a quick shot at Mr. Vice Mayor. This is Aaron. So the comments provided tonight were in response to some of the correspondence we received about the need to delay the item because it is rather lengthy. But something I'd like to point out is that much of the materials that are included in this item are items that were previously included as part of the resolution that we introduced at the first stage of this process. So there's really not a lot of new material here in the RMA's items. What Sherry was referencing in terms of as part of her presentation is that the government code does allow for the continuance if there's a need, the 30 days, and then if there's a need for longer periods of discussion because of new material, then the council can consider that. So I would, suggest that the need for a longer continuance is not really there because much of this material has already been previously presented, and so there's not a lot of new information here. And then the other piece of that is that that is what the government code allows, but then there's also the subject of our obligations agreements and other contractual agreements that we have on this particular project with the developer, and the potential impact that it has upon the project. And so, I think a key piece to this will be getting some feedback from the developer when the mayor opens the hearing to public comments.
Okay, I see no other comments from the city council. I am going to request, is David Levy on? Do we know if David Levy is in attendance? There he is. Can we open up David's? Oh, I think I lost him. I saw him and then I lost him. There he is, he's back. Can we open up David's mic, please? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
ahead,
David Levy here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Levy, attorney for Triad Lagoon Valley. I want to first thank the staff and the city's consulting team and the mayor and council for their work on this. This has been a long process and has taken a lot of everybody's time and a lot of hard work to get to this point. And my client, the developer, greatly appreciates that. I am aware of the request for a delay of this, and my client does object to that delay. As I mentioned, this has been a long process. Just the CFD part of this process started well over a year ago. The city has pushed the developer hard for information. There's been a lot of back and forth, and the developer has provided that information and met the city's requirements. As the city manager mentioned, the materials and the details of this have been public since the release of documents before the March 23rd meeting. The council formally resolved at that time to take this step, as well as adopting the resolution of intention to form the district at that time, which is that resolution to take this step at this time now. The developer, based on lots of requirements, contractual requirements, and direction from the city, is poised to start work on the project based on this being on this agenda and the actions the city council took at the March 23rd meeting. Delay would be harmful to the developer, and there really is no basis or purpose for the delay. As the city manager said again, these documents and this information has been public for well over a month now. There's simply no reason for delay. It would be delay for delay's sake, and it would be harmful to the developer and would undermine, really, I think, the process that the city has taken so far, which again has been a very rigorous process, has been a long process, and has brought us to this point where we're at the precipice of taking this action, which is another step in implementing this project that's been around for a long time, and implementing the agreements and the commitments that the city has made over the course of many years, including really as recently as on March 23rd, in resolving to take this step tonight and form this district. So again, there is no basis for delay, and delay would be very harmful to my client and to this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Still opening public comment. I do see one caller. I just want to make sure the caller knows that we are just discussing 8A because the caller's been on there for a long time. So go ahead and open up that caller.
Caller ending in 724, I'll open your mic.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Are you calling about item 8A?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak 3 minutes. And you can time me if you want. Again, I disagree with what was said earlier about the problem with delay. This is the impact. And I'm going to just say three things that I'm going to talk about. First, a little bit about the history, and second, about the impact, and thirdly, about what I consider lack of publicity. My name is Roberto Valdez, as you know, and I've been involved in Lagoon Valley many years, at least 20 years, I think. And even before anything was brought up about this project. And I can tell you for a fact, knowing what you know, I am very concerned, as well as other people that I know, what you are agreeing to do with the Lower Lagoon Valley project. And I say that, number two, I am, again, and I will say it to you, I am very concerned about the impact that this project will have on the on the Lagoon Valley Park, not only to the birds and the wildlife, but also to their critical habitat, which is the lake. Whether you like it or not, it is a Pacific Flyway site that they roost on and lived on and propagate on, and and then the third thing again, and I want to thank Mr. Matsumiya. I apologize if I mispronounce his name, because I was referred to him this afternoon after I called since 2 o'clock or earlier and try to get the staff from either the planning commission or the planning, the clerk's office to help me to expedite my concerns. And I was able to talk to him, but I have to be honest, Mr. Kent, and I know I hear you're there, that, and by the way, I'm calling on the phone because I'm not able to do it through my video right now, but I'm aware of what you've been presenting about this project. I want to say to you that I still don't see the sufficient publicity that I expected from the city. Again, you should not treat this as an ordinary project. It's not just your little project that you've already have outlined for the next 20 years for the public here. And I don't have to go into that. You know what they are. This is a very serious concern for the public and for the residents of Vacaville. And I have been there 30 years, and I can tell you, you may be opening a Pandora's box. And I hope that you don't go there. You continue to do it. You continue to rush it. You disregard what the public says. You do not treat it fairly. And I am very concerned. Again, Mr. Mayor, I respect you. I respect the council, and I respect the other views. But I have to tell you, you should not treat this out, and you should not rush on it. And I mean that, okay? Again, I am not in control of this. I'm just a concerned citizen here. But I can tell you, other people are concerned what you're doing. And I speak for the Audubon Society. Not
Thank you very much, sir. Your 3 minutes are up.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Next caller. Thank you.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, Alicia Minion. And I wanted to bring up, I have some comments and then I have a couple of questions. So, in general, the CFDs, in this particular case, the way it's structured, basically the developer is passing the costs or the impacts of this project and the obligations that typically developers pay. They're passing that cost onto the plate of the taxpayer. This CFD is not a regular CFD. There are some unique aspects to it. And I think it's important that the public and the council is aware. The infrastructure and some of the other projects that are listed on page 101 of this 152-page document, it lists a lot of the infrastructure that normally a developer would pay, like water and sewer. And so the issue with that is when the homes sell, the market price, the price that the homeowner is going to pay is assuming that the property has been improved with water and sewer. But then there's a $93 million bond that has to be paid off. And that principal interest payment is effectively, that debt is being attached to each home. So there appears to be that the homeowners are going to actually be paying duplicative costs with regard to at least the water and sewer improvements. So when you look at the staff report and then compare that to the terms of what I call the settlement agreement, that's the first amended agreement regarding further obligations of the developer in the city, dated April 18th of 2006. That's the tri-party agreement with the Greenbelt Alliance. It actually prohibits that the CFD have duplicative costs. So that's one issue that I think is really important. And I think you need to consult with the assessor. This is why I think it's a good idea to postpone this. Okay. And then secondly, in that same settlement agreement, it says that agreement cannot be assigned. So there's been changes in ownership to this property, and as recent as December 30th of 2019. I went to the recorder. There's no filings indicating that any assignment agreement was executed, and I see no evidence that the city actually pre-approved the assignment from one owner to another, and that is actually a requirement. And
Your 3 minutes are up. We have to go to the next caller. Thank you.
Marjorie Kelly, I'll open your mic.
There you go.
I'm on. Good evening,
Yes, go
Mayor.
ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Marjorie Kelly. I chair the Vacaville Community Association, which is interested in more transparency in city decisions and facilitating public participation. In January of 2020, at a council meeting, the council adopted a resolution on public involvement strategy, which stated in part, and I'm quoting, "Effective public involvement requires more than the minimum," unquote. That's a council resolution. Tonight we have an item that may well have been in the works for a long time. Obviously, there's a multi-year history for Lagoon Valley. And this particular developer or consortium has probably been working with the city also for a long time, but the public has not. And so we cannot equate the length of time that the developer has spent with city staff making this plan with the amount of time that we've had to view it, to question it, to understand it. They're not the same thing. A very cursory review of this proposal raises numerous questions, and it appears to be precedent setting in that homeowners will be asked, as Alicia mentioned, to pay developers' fees and costs. Special taxes can be increased on an annual basis, and these provisions and others may have a significant ripple effect throughout Vacaville. So I'm discouraged to hear that there is little interest on the part of city staff to having the public more involved, but I would repeat the request for a 30 to 60 day delay so that there can be public input. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Lorraine B., I'll open your mic.
Hello, my name's Lorraine B. I'm also very concerned about the project. I've lived in that area before, and there is a lot of wildlife and there's a lot of people that come to the parks. Before they used to be events. You know, with the sewer and the water, you know, them charging for the bond, the to the people, the residents, but it's not just going to affect the residents there. It's going to also affect the taxes of regular citizens in Vacaville, not just the Lagoon Valley area. You know, it's going to affect our water and our garbage, and, you know, the police department, the fire department's not going to be paid out of that first bond. So it's going to be probably $200 million or more that the people are going to have to pay that are buying these homes as well. You're also in an area that's low-lying that could flood. You know what I mean? A lot of this, I understand, like Marge was saying, that, you know, the developers have been involved with this, but, you know, Vacaville is a whole, you know what I mean? And it's going to affect all of us. And especially if we have to pay so that the developer can increase how much revenue that they put in their pocket, but charge these people and continue to increase the monetary cost every year continuously for more amenities that the developers should be paid. There should be a more than just one person at a bid for a property anyways. I really think this should be tabled so that we all can be a part of the discussion, not just developers and those that are on the city council. You know, we have to be a part of the process. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next caller.
Laura Doherty, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, Council. My name is Laura Doherty. I served on the OPEB Advisory Committee, and I'm also a board member of the Vacaville Community Association, and I also live in District 5. And I'd like to echo Mr. Valdez's and Alicia's, Marge's, and Lorraine's comments earlier about requesting a postponement of tonight's hearing on the Lagoon Valley Community Facilities District. The staff report tops out over 150 pages, and it's mostly legal and financial jargon. And with only 3 days to read it, it just doesn't feel like a reasonable attempt to obtain public comment. I also wonder if the council members have had an opportunity to review all the materials and ask any questions that they may have. And I know that the lawyer just said that this has been worked on for over a year, the CFD, by the city, and that may be, but the public has not been involved in most of that process. He also mentioned that, and several other people mentioned that the materials were in part disseminated on March 23rd. That was only a few weeks ago. And for people like me who have full-time jobs or people who don't work full-time for the city, it's still an unreasonable amount of information and in too small of an amount of time to expect the public to have an opportunity to review and comment. The VCA serves the citizens of Vacaville in part by watching over the city's financial activities. And we also look at tax equity issues in places where Mello-Roos taxes are collected. And as many of you know, Mello-Roos is already a big issue in many parts of the city. So we'd like to give input on these and other impacts of the CFD, but without sufficient time to review and consider the provisions in the CFD proposal fully, we're hampered in these efforts. So overall, it doesn't appear the city staff wants the public's input on this. And if you do, as the council, please continue this item for 30 to 60 days to ensure the public can meaningfully engage with the city. I'd also like to propose that in the future for agenda items with packets of this size, or maybe a certain size that can be determined by the council, that there be an executive summary that can make the information more accessible to the public. An executive summary that would identify the salient facts and in the situation, the effect on the homeowners, so that the public can digest the information and can comment. And hopefully the council is interested in public comment for this project, which is a very, very important project for the city. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next caller.
Alyssa D, I'll open your mic.
Alyssa, are you there? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. No. Is Alyssa back?
Alyssa, were you able to open your microphone? I see the microphone open, but I'm not hearing anything.
I see the microphone's open. Alyssa? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the city council. And I see Vice Mayor Sullivan up first.
I'm just going to jump out with the motion to table for 30 days.
Okay. I will entertain a second if there's a second, but I do want to go through all the members that want to speak on this. Is there anyone that wants to second that?
I will second that, Wiley.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, but I'm going to open it up for all the questions. So I do believe Councilmember Roberts was next.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions before we continue with the motion. I was wondering if the city attorneys can go over the reply to Alicia Minion's email, because that came back literally 10 minutes before the council meeting. And I'm pretty sure none of us had the opportunity to read through that document prior to. And the second portion for probably city attorney and city manager, what are the legal ramifications if we do continue this to a later council meeting?
Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. I suppose I can start with the response to Ms. Minion, which there were several items in her email. She brought one of them up earlier during her public comment, and that was the concern about the project and the property being assigned to other developers. And we had just responded to that, indicating that there have been a handful of transfers throughout this, history of this project. The city has been notified of all of them, has concurred and approved all of them. And I think most relevant, we approved of the last one as recently as November 2019, when the property was transferred. I believe it was from Cal Atlantic to either the original developer of this project or an affiliate, and that's Triad Lagoon Valley. So there have been transfers, and they have been, the city has been notified, and they have been approved. Were there other items in Ms. Minion's letter that you wanted me to go over in particular?
Nothing in particular. I wasn't able to see the document. Like I said, it came in right before the council meeting, so I wasn't able to review any of the responses.
Sure. So I think to your, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to address the second question about a continuance. And I will say, at this point, we do have the opportunity to continue it for a brief period of time to fall within the Mello-Roos requirements, to hear the case to hear the matter within 30 to 60 days from the date of the resolution of intention. So if it was continued to May 11th, it would fall within that time frame.
So in terms of the final question, I believe that Councilmember Roberts brought up in terms of the legal ramifications of continuing the item, so as the city attorney mentioned, the May 11th date would allow us to still comply with the requirements of the CFD law. The issue with regards to the developer and the obligations or the contractual agreement we have with them, technically we'd be meeting the CFD requirements. What I cannot speak to, and is a better question for the developer, is just the potential impacts that such a delay would cause upon the ability to perform and complete their project in accordance with the terms of the agreement. And so depending on how they saw how that delay would impact their ability to comply with the terms of the agreement, they could turn around and potentially seek damages against the city.
Kind of a follow-up on that is there a reason why the developer was allowed to break or scheduled to break ground within the window of the CFD timeline? Because it appears that breaking ground day is the thing that's causing issues for any type of extensions for this, as well as the time I tried to extend it to bring in the 7th council member for a vote.
Well, I can speak to the breaking ground in terms of our agreement with them, but in terms of the particulars, in terms of the impacts or the potential impacts that it causes upon the developer, if it's all right with council, I would suggest that we ask Mr. Levy to respond to that particular piece.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to go ahead?
Yeah, David, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple of thoughts. I mean, one, and I think the city manager and or the city attorney addressed this. I believe the motion was for a 30-day delay. That would violate the statute. So one point there, but you know, my client, based on the action that the council took on March 23rd, and this being on this agenda and all of the materials being in form and in place and everything being ready to go, anticipated that this would be approved and has entered into contracts that require the developer to allow work to start. If this were to be delayed, they would have to potentially delay those contracts, and there could be damages to them under those contracts. This is also, because of COVID, a very difficult time and a very expensive time to get construction done of any kind. And so it's unclear that the contracts would simply be extendable by some period of time. That the contractor may say, well, you know, we squeezed you in during this very busy time, unprecedented time, but now we can't delay and we're going to go on to something else. So it's hard to calculate the exact damages, but you know, based on the representations and actions of the city and where we've come to tonight, they have made arrangements to comply with their requirements that the city has imposed on this project in terms of timing, so that they would be ready to go. This would be extremely harmful. I can't give you a number. I can't quantify that per se, but this is a large and complex project, and they've gotten ready to go so that they can meet their requirements. If this is delayed beyond tonight, they would have to look at delaying those things, and that could have really a domino effect on them contractually and therefore financially, and also impact their ability to meet other requirements and obligations that they have to the city. So it's a very serious and potentially very detrimental matter if this is continued for a period of really what would be 2 weeks, is what the statute would allow on its face. Again, really only for delay's sake. These materials have been public, and there's nothing really, these are legal and financial documents. There's really nothing that 2 weeks delay is going to change in them. They meet the statutes, and that's their purpose. And 2 more weeks isn't going to change that one way or the other. But as I described, it would be extremely harmful to my client.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for adding those comments. You know, so I just have, I guess, maybe 2 questions. So number one, actually 3 questions now. Just to clarify, what was the motion?
The motion was to extend it 30 days.
Okay, thank you. So second question is going to be, how much outreach has been done with the community on this particular matter? Maybe that's for city manager.
City manager.
Certainly. So thank you for the question. So this particular issue, you know, complied with all the necessary public hearing requirements. There was mention earlier from one of our commenters about the city's policy about noticing, but that applies for new development projects. This is not a new development project. This is an approved project. All the particulars of the project that have been subject of discussion for many years now have been resolved. The issue before council tonight is the formation of the CFD. And so we sent out proper noticing for the public hearing, you know, in compliance with state law and government codes. And so that is the extent that is required, because that is the focus of the item tonight. We did not see it appropriate to expand on it, because really what's on the table in front of council tonight is simply the ordinance for the formation of the CFD.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think everybody knows this is a really touchy particular project. And in the past, I think, you know, one of the impetuses of me getting more involved is actually, you know, how we've been transparent, how we communicate with our public. And it's actually one of our goals on how we ensure that we engage our public. You know, and I definitely understand the rationale. I think I understand the rationale that you provided, you know, on this particular matter, versus CFD versus the project that again was approved 2008, and many would argue that that was really put in motion in the early 90s, and here we are, you know, kind of with the newer council trying to figure out how to navigate this with a lot of not much support really from the community at large. One of the things that I was you know, came up in a couple conversations was that no matter what, the breaking ground May 1st. So I appreciate Mr. Levy's comments and input, but a lot, you know, from the conversations that during my research and talking to folks and really trying to understand everything, that was my understanding that regardless, it's in May 1st. So I don't see the problem of, at least as long as within the statute, to extend it to the May 11th. So I'm going to make an amendment to that motion to give the opportunity for the public to look into it. So there's, you know, not to continue, you know, this issues and concerns about transparency or ramming stuff through. I still want to fall within the law and respect our constituents. So I'm going to amend that we table it to the May 11th meeting.
All right. Vice Mayor Sullivan has his hand up. He's the one that made the original motion.
I accept the amendment as stated.
Okay. And then Councilmember Wiley, would you still want to second the motion for May 11th?
Yes.
And I do see Councilmember Roberts' hand up.
I said one follow-up question to the statement that, yeah, this is Roberts. I said one question follow-up to what the attorney stated about the delay. The attorney stated that the developer made an assumption that this would be approved and went ahead and made the contracts. So with that being based on assumption and not on an actual improvement of the CFD, does that change anything for the delay or the possible delay to the May 11th?
Well, I would just say that the parties have been working together in good faith for, for many months, if not more than a year, attempting to get the CFD before the council by this date. So, so I think you heard from Kai's attorney about their concerns. There is nothing written in the obligations agreement or any of the contracts that requires us to do so by this date. But we have been working in good faith toward that end.
The other thing that I would add quickly, this is Aaron, is that we've all been working under the time frame in the agreement for the start date of May 1. And so that's where the developer's team has been aggressively trying to pull those things together to comply with that timeline in the agreement. And so I think, if the council decides to go forward with the extension of this particular item to the May 11th meeting, that there should be recognition that date will slide more than likely because of the continuance.
Is David Levy still available?
I'm here. Yes, Mayor.
Did you want to comment on the May 11th?
Yeah, I would. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And yeah, and I understand and I appreciate some of the council members' comments. you know, my client is in a difficult position here. They need the certainty of the CFD approval that's before you tonight, before the council tonight, to proceed with work. This is a tremendous amount of money that they're committing to and starting work. This has come down to really this last meeting on April 27th here, before they have obligations to the city on their city approvals to start on May 1. And so it's not an assumption per se to start on May 1. It is, you know, it is what they're obligated to do in their requirements with the city. And so I want to make that clear that they weren't, you know, assuming things. They were trying to sort of thread the needle or walk a tightrope or a balance beam here in a very short time frame. You know, that said, I appreciate what the city manager just said, that, you know, if this is delayed to May 11th, which again is as far as the statute allows it to go on its face, that the city would recognize the effective impossibility of meeting the May 1 deadline to start, and work with us to give us a little bit more time there as well. Effectively, that then shifts everything back a few weeks, 2 weeks in the case of the council action, perhaps 2 or 3 or 4 weeks in the case of them starting, to allow a little breathing room, make sure all of that goes smoothly. You know, I can appreciate the length and complexity of or the, you know, volume of the document. So a continuance to May 11th is certainly not what we want. But you know, if there's recognition that that would put us into a problem with our May 1st requirement, and we would be given some accommodation there, then, you know, then again, it's not what we want, but I would stand down if we get that accommodation. Council wants to continue this item to May 11th, we can live with that.
Okay, great. Mr. City Manager, if we vote for continuation till May 11th, can we adjust the timeline so they're not in jeopardy?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The language of the agreement gives us the ability to make that adjustment.
Does it need to be in Vice Mayor Sullivan's motion, or do we all accept that if we move it to May 11th, we're not going to hold them to the May 1st deadline?
I think for purposes of giving the applicant some confidence in it, it wouldn't be a bad idea to include it as part of the motion.
Okay. After I have 2 more council members with their hands up. So, and then I'm going to bring it back to Vice Mayor and have him restate it if he likes. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You know, this is difficult because, you know, these developers have jumped through a lot of hoops, and I understand the frustration with the community that wanted to preserve this area. But I really just I worry that by delaying this, we're continuing to delay the inevitable, and I'm concerned that we're going to open ourselves up for liability. If they have contractors and stuff like that, would we be on the hook potentially for those costs if we delay this to the 11th?
So I think based on the representations from Mr. Levy, if we were to continue this to the 11th and then also provide for an extension of the start date, I think we would be on fair ground.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Wiley.
I just want a clarification. When we take this vote to table, we are tabling all of the 4 items with this. Is that correct?
We're going to table everything, just like we're just going to move tonight to the 11th.
Okay, that's why I just wanted clarification before we took the vote.
Yes, ma'am. And then I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Sullivan to come back and again, just clarify that we're going to move it to May 11th and that we're going to adjust the May 1st deadline for the developer.
I'm happy to do that, Mayor. I wanted to add a little context though really quick. I really do appreciate the developer's attorney, but if you're just sort of tuning into some of this and you heard some of the comments, it is a little bit frustrating. There's lots of talk of obligations and the city's end of the deal and holding up agreements that were made. I want to make it clear to the public and also the developer, this agreement was made while I was still in high school. And so the notion that, you know, I'm breaking my word personally as a council member, that we're doing something dishonorable or there's some obligation here is a little bit ridiculous. This project's been going on for almost 20 years. And to act like a 2-week extension is literally an act of God is a little bit ridiculous. So I do appreciate the comments tonight, but there's a little bit of grandstanding there. There's a lot of history behind this project. And this council, this current council, not even the last council I was on, made votes or obligations to move this project forward. So again, this happened before I could even legally vote in this country. And so the notion that we're sort of not holding some end of our bargain is a bit ridiculous. And so I just wanted to put that out there first. So with that being said, my motion is to table this to the meeting on the 11th and allow the developer a commensurate time frame extension that matches the extension of our developmental cycle for them to fix it. So let me say it again, that was pretty unclear. I'm moving to table this to May 11th and to give the city manager and staff power to extend a similar time frame to the developer for their next step in the process.
And Wiley, you're going to second that again?
Yes.
Okay, I have Councilmember Silva's hands up.
Thank you, Mayor. So a quick question, and maybe this is appropriate for City Manager Aaron. So if folks have questions about this or any concerns, who should they reach out to?
Okay, so specifically for the matter at hand,
if it's extended.
Okay, so specifically for the matter at hand on the CFD itself, please reach out to Sherry Enos and Ken Matsumi in our finance department. They'll be available to answer questions on the CFD. For any other questions or particular issues related to the project, which you know, the city has a whole bunch of information on the project itself on the city's webpage under community development. And if that triggers any questions about particular aspects of the project, feel free to reach out to our planning department for verification of that data. Again, the project itself that is the subject of discussion is the CFD.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I see no other hands up, so I'm just going to throw in my 2 cents. I severely frustrated. You know, Vice Mayor Sullivan said it best. This is dragged on and on and on, and now we're talking about a simple CFD. And you know, I truly believe we're just dragging it to drag it. I feel like there's a lot of times that we just push something down the road for the next meeting and just to push it down the road. And although the staff has worked incredibly hard on this and the developers worked incredibly hard, and not just this council, but the last council, the council before that council, the council before that council, and now we're just at the CFD. It's just incredibly frustrating. You know, either you know, we kill a project or we let it go and let it be what it's supposed to be. Just delaying it to delay it. You know, we're just going to have this discussion on May 11th, and I don't know if it's going to make everyone happy again or if people are going to ask to delay it again. But it gets frustrating that we can't just get things on the agenda, discuss it, and move it forward or kill it. So with that, that's my 2 cents. We'll go ahead with roll call vote with the Vice Mayor motion and Councilmember Wiley second. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Stockton?
No.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Roulette?
No. Okay, yes passes. We'll hold it off till May 11th. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next item. That would be item 8B, which is pulled. We'll move to item 9A. Mr. City Manager, can you start us off?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This is we're bringing back the Place of Peace declaration that we presented to you at the last meeting. This is in response to Council's direction and request earlier this year to address the concerns expressed about the civil unrest that the city and the country was experiencing this past year and beyond. At that last meeting, there were some requests for some additional clarification edits. Those have been since included in the declaration that is included for your review and consideration. I have also shared those edits with the school district as well as the group of volunteers that are dedicated to the Place of Peace movement. And so with that, we are recommending that you adopt the declaration included in your packet, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Anybody from the council want to speak before I open it up to public comment? I see no hands. We'll go to public comment. I see one hand up. Go ahead, caller.
Ravante Robinson, I'll open your mic.
So, I appreciate what the people who are doing the Place of Peace are trying to do. There's just one thing in there that I think should be changed. I think it's in paragraph 9. It says like to keep Vacaville a safe, inclusive, blah, blah, blah type of community for everyone. I think they should change keep to make, because this has not always been a safe, inclusive place for all people. Saying that we're keeping it that is like ignoring everything that's been happening before. And that's just my input.
Thank you, sir. Next caller.
Danielle Shea, I'll open your mic.
Hi, I just want to highlight for everyone the irony of adopting something called Place of Peace, where people of different colors are shaking hands, and we're talking about this peaceful, loving community in light of all of the recent events. I just want us to really stop and think about what we're saying with this statement and what's happening in reality, and it's just completely incongruent. It doesn't match at all. So I completely appreciate the people that originally envisioned this. I think it's a beautiful statement. I think that the changes that were made were very necessary, but I really feel like it's performative on behalf of the city side. And I think that I really ask you to stop and think, like, are you just signing off on this because it's what you're supposed to do? Or are you really committed to embodying the ideals that are included in this document? Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller ending in 724, I'll open your mic.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you again. Appreciate your allowing me to speak, and council and public. Anyway, I have to be honest with you. I don't know the full context of Roberto Valdez, a longtime resident that I mentioned earlier in the previous item, but I'm glad you're recognizing or trying to establish our city as a place of peace. That's what we should all strive for. And I want to just say something about that briefly within the 3 minutes. I hope that all of you make an effort to read John Lewis's autobiography of 1998. I read it, and you can get the book at the library. You don't have to buy it at the store. And let me tell you, I was blown away by the fact that what he talked, what he went through, what we went through the 60s. And when we've had this trouble, particularly with the pandemic that has amplified everything, I really was concerned about our country, our city, our well-being, everything, But I have to be honest with you, what I'm seeing I am not at all surprised. We were talking about problems where we're going to go in the 21st century, during the 20th century, in the 1990s, and this is just but I applaud you for trying to come up with a notion of peace. But read about it, educate yourself about it, so that you can make the best choice for the community and for our city. And I think you all share that. So again, that's it. And thank you again for allowing me. And
thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Christian Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for letting me speak again. I wanted to, I guess, thank you first for putting something like this out. At the same time, though, I would like to urge you to look into transformative justice and what it means to actually change. That's the easy way to put it. Putting something out there nice. And I mean, honestly, I do feel it is performative, but I feel like for some people, it will be something that means something. But you have to recognize the harm that has been caused and take accountability for that harm and ask for forgiveness for that harm. I know me personally, I've been caused a lot of harm from this police department, from what they've done to my sister, to my family, and that's never going to go away. I myself experienced police brutality at a young age, and I'm never going to forget that officer screaming, yelling at my face when I was 9 years old. And I know my little sister's never going to forget being kidnapped by the Vacaville Police Department and taken behind a building and told that no one's going to find her, and putting her phone on airplane mode. When she's a little girl and they didn't even know what age she was, they kept asking her. So acknowledge these harms that you've caused, that you've sidestepped, that Chief Carly gaslit us for hours, and change. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Caller ending in 191, I'll open your mic.
Hello, this is Deepak Chastain. I live in District 6. I was a city employee for 29 years. I worked in the Public Works Department. I worked in the Water Department, the Water Division, the Sewer Division, the Streets Division. I worked with the Parks Division. I worked in IT division after that. I worked with every different division within the city. I ran for city council last year. The reason I quit working with the city in 2018 was when I when I went and brought to human resources attention, which my division was part of that department, harassment, discrimination, and threats. And I brought to the city's attention that this was a systemic cultural issue and that it was going to get worse. Since then, council, we've had individuals punching dogs, police officers punching dogs. We've had shootings when they didn't have to take place. But just for the public to know, it's way more deep and systemic than that. So just don't blame the police department. This is going on primarily out of the City Hall campus. The City Hall campus, it's a cultural issue going on there where bullying is okay. It's not okay. And so in the 90s, Vacaville had a campaign, and they said caring about people. I don't know if anybody remembers that. I went to lots of different meetings about caring about people. It's going from caring about people to a place of peace. Talk is cheap. It needs to be done. It needs to be followed through and carried out. And I'm just not seeing anybody in place council-wise or city staff-wise that's willing to actually stick to that and make a difference. Talk is cheap. Thank you very much.
Next caller. Next caller.
You guys hear me?
There you are. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I just want to echo what other community members are saying, and that this does feel like it's just a performative piece, that you guys aren't actually taking any accountability. You aren't actually trying to change anything. We aren't actually trying to solve anything. And this is a huge issue, especially when we have members of our community who are coming on here to tell you that they are scared of the police officers. They are scared of the people who are supposed to be entrusted to make sure that they are safe. And even to the point when they come to try to talk to you, Ron, in council, you mute their 7-year-old daughters who are trying to explain to you how they were in fear of their life because of these police officers. So, like, it's like the previous caller was saying, I totally believe that this is entirely just a culture of not doing anything. You put out something performative to make people get off of your backs, but like, we're not going anywhere, dude. We're going to stay here and make sure that you guys actually go through with something here, because we're tired of these performative actions. That's all it is. When we could have some actual change, we could actually be defunding the police department. We could be reinvesting in our community, because our community needs to be invested in. If you are going to say it's a place of peace where we treat everyone with respect, compassion, and dignity, then why don't you start treating everyone with respect, compassion, and dignity? Like, it's on the freaking infograph, dude. It's on the little thing that you created. And it's just lies. It's lies, and it's performative, and it's not going to accomplish anything. So, like, yeah, it's a nice little graphic you made there. I'm sure someone spent a lot of time designing it. It looks real cute, but it's not going to do anything. And we're here to make sure that you are going to actually do anything, and we're not going anywhere.
Next caller, please.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
So I'm a 6'1", 180-pound black man from East Oakland. I got some hood in me. My life is not a proclamation. My life is not a place of peace. My life is not a vigil. My life is not a hashtag. My life is not invaluable. I am not ethnic studies. What I am is a real life human being. Words at this particular time mean nothing. Let me give you some history. This is not ethnic studies. You don't have to read this. I'm going to tell you real life. Hey, raised in East Oakland, 98th and Eads. I've watched white law enforcement officers chase, hunt, beat, maim Black human beings in front of my eyes. I personally have been harassed, beaten. I had the whole, I shouldn't say the whole, I had about 20 San Leandro police officers draw down on me in my car on Doolittle and Davis Street, if you're familiar with that area. They drew down on me. I had no weapons at all. I had Fairfield PD draw down on me because my car broke down where it was said no parking. Like, I planned that. Why'd they draw their guns on me? I moved into Vacaville in 04. 06, one of your white neighbors decided to call the police on me. I didn't even do nothing. 2 of your employees rolled up on me and started questioning me first in front of my children. Like I was the culprit. I was protecting my family. I already told you about the story when they rolled up on me at my house at about 11 at night because we were laughing too loud. He comes to my door with his hand on his gun. Don't talk to me about ethnic studies. Don't talk to me about a place of peace, bruh. Talk to me about some real. You and Roy, if y'all got anything and you really want to make a change, hit me up, bro. You got my number. You got my number. Both of y'all. Because Ron called me, bro. Or Roy called me. I didn't call him. Roy called me looking for a vote. Talk about he this, he that, he that. Come on, man. This ain't nothing. Let's get real. Let's get dirty. Let's get grimy. No more safe conversations. Real conversations. Do something. Get out there. Stand with me. Stand. That's what you do. Stand with me. Stand with me. I don't need you to sign
Thank you, sir. Next caller, please.
Joshua B., I'll open your mic.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Awesome. I just want to kind of reiterate what a couple callers ago was saying. Talk is cheap. you know, you guys paint a pretty picture online and, you know, talk like you're doing something, but in reality, you're not. You guys aren't doing anything. The level of policing in our community is still, you know, what it's always been, whether it's white or black. I'm not going to get into the whole race thing. You know, you still have officers running around violating people's civil rights. Guys aren't doing anything. You know, the incident that just happened last Wednesday, you know, I emailed you, Mr. Mayor, asking questions about it. Have yet to get a response from you. Got a response from Chief of Police, not from you. So I'm not going to go into the whole 3-minute thing, but, you know, you guys like to, if you guys think that you're going to put a picture up with a white hand shaking a black hand saying, you know, this is a place of peace. I don't know what reality you guys are living in. I really don't, because it's not going to change anything. If anything, it's probably going to anger more people because it's not reality. And doing this political thing where you guys say, oh yeah, this is great, and you put a picture out there like, you know, this is some safe community or whatever. It's not reality. So maybe instead of talking about it, you guys can actually do something about it. And I know you got my email, Mr. Mayor. You can read it. If you haven't read it already, you have my opinions on there. But yeah, talk is cheap. Thank you, guys.
Next caller.
Jennifer Piazza, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, I just have to say, I want to reiterate everything the other callers have said and say, Vacaville is not a place of peace when my children are terrified to interact with the police. It's not a place of peace when my 16-year-old daughter and her friend were pulled over driving in the evening because they were Black. And I know that that is the fact because the police officer spent 20 minutes trying to find a reason to pull over after having pulled them over. And then, and this is an unusual thing, actually had to admit when the parents went in to complain that there was literally no reason for him to have pulled them over, except he wanted to. It is not a place of peace when people have to have discussions about where and when they can and cannot drive safely simply because of the color of their skin. This is a really pretty infographic, like others have said. It's a really pretty statement. But again, talk is cheap and you need to put actions behind your words. And we're still waiting for people to, you know, distance themselves from extremist groups. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Kim Mills, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Long-time listener and first-time caller. Thank you, City Council and Mayor Rowlett, for revisiting this item tonight. My name is Kim Mills. I'm a resident of Vacaville, and I've been working with a great group of people to revive Vacaville Place of Peace from its inception over 20 years ago. I want to extend our gratitude to Vacaville City Manager Aaron Bush for his dedication and patience while collaborating with our team on Place of Peace declaration. We're also very thankful for the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District, Sir Optimus International of Vacaville, City Council, Vacaville Unified School District for supporting our mission that everyone be treated with respect, compassion, and dignity in every corner of Vacaville. This core belief mandates that we each have a responsibility to ensure that bigotry, abuse, and hatred have no place here. This is very much your home as any other Vacaville resident. This is very much your school as every student enrolled. We all hold the same stake. We have improvements to make as a community and as individuals. to recognize our personal biases, open the door to conversations, even when they're really difficult. I hope this is one of the first steps in a positive direction to hold each other, our community, and ourselves accountable for not only tolerating our differences, but really celebrating them. Taking the time to learn about each other and really listen. Place of Peace is a movement. It's a goal. And we owe it to each other to commit to provide a safe environment in our city. We're only one of many community groups that are making requests for equity and accountability, and this is what progress looks like. I'm hopeful. I'd like to acknowledge the members of our Place of Peace community group for all of their efforts and tenacity. Patricia Hunter, Marion and Bruce Shemileski, Annie Porter, Mary King, Stacy Stream, Greg Ritchie, Donna Fox, Nolan Sullivan, and Phyllis Bailey. Thank you for your time and be well.
Thank you. Next caller.
Karen Parks, I'll open your mic.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak again. I don't live in Vacaville, but my profession is in Vacaville and I spend a lot of time in Vacaville. I've never had any problems with the Vacaville PD. Maybe it's because I'm blonde and because I'm white, because I'm, I don't know, educated. But since the canine incident, I learned of so much abuse. And it's been heavy on my heart. I have permission from Roberto, who is the person that took the video of the dog, to say that he was tasered 3 times by the police officers prior to the dog incident. And he told me what a proud guy he was and how he always thought that he would never have a problem with law enforcement. And he would hear it from his Hispanic friends. And he had a domestic violence issue with his wife. And the police were called. And he was tasered 3 times and taken to Vacaville Valley Hospital. I told him to get the police records and the bills. And all of this I stumbled across just because I'm the president of Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue, which again relates to the canine incident. And it's sad, his story and how I talked to his wife and I talked to him, and they both had the same story. And I don't understand how people are being tasered when they have no weapon. I don't understand how people are being striked when they're compliant. I don't understand why this is happening. I've never heard of this happening in Vacaville before. And maybe it's been happening a long time. But I wonder now when I'm driving to Vacaville, like it just seems like like I fell into some hole or something that I wasn't aware about. And I'm thankful to be able to talk about it so that I can eventually just leave it there. So I appreciate your time.
Next caller, please.
James Shea, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. You know what? This sucks. This really sucks. I'm sure that Mrs. Hunter is very disappointed right now, and this can't feel good when she's trying to do something positive, especially due to the injustices that the whole Hunter family has experienced. It shouldn't be this way. We shouldn't have to be saying over and over to deaf ears that the police are terrorizing this community just to have you sit here now and hear you declare this a place of peace when our community has been ravaged by police brutality, massive and sustained protesting to try to restore justice, and a city who tries to pretend that it isn't happening. It's going to suck worse when you do finally have to apologize, to rip the Band-Aid off, just to do it right now. Say you're sorry and do better. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Giselle Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I just, this really ain't it, y'all. I really gotta be honest. This is kind of whack. This is clearly like not addressing anything that's happened in the past. You guys literally have a 3%er sitting on your council, possibly, and you haven't finished an investigation into that, which is literally tied to white supremacist groups. And then here you are putting out this little infographic with the 2 different colored hands. Like, come on, give me a break. This is, I don't know. Maybe it'll mean something to some people, but to me, this is very performative. And yeah.
The FBI just said they didn't investigate them. It just came out open below. They said they did not clear them. So investigate them.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the city council. I do see Councilmember Wiley first. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that, when we have this proclamation, that we really need to work to make it a reality. And then we just heard, 15 people say the same thing. I do think we sign it tonight, and then we need to make it a focus and keep it as something that we're striving for every day. It is not something that we have achieved. It's something we need to strive for and work for. And I do appreciate the people who've put effort into getting this done. And just this past weekend, the people at the Vacaville People's Forum and, Daniel Shea and all the hard work and effort, we had a wonderful event at the BU event in Andrews Park. So it was a wonderful experience. We need to keep building on those sorts of things and focus and know what we should do to work to make this a place of peace. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Silva.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the, some of the callers, mentioning certain items in the presented declaration. I've been, I grew up here my entire life, and some of the experiences some people have shared, I've shared my experience as well, and not just, I know a lot of focus is on policing, but also with community at large. I think that we truly do have a lot of work to do. I wouldn't be in this role if that wasn't part of my commitment, again, to come back to our community and contribute in the ways that I can to ensure that we address the inequities that exist. We can't control a lot of things that go on, within this nation, but this is our home, and how we treat and connect with folks in different ways. It's part of that process. I've been very fortunate to somehow, some way, not get caught up in a certain cycle, to where, I had certain folks that were looking out for me just enough, that I was put on a bit more, or less incarcerated path, to be honest. And I've been definitely appreciative of that. Part of me kind of has, this drive again to make sure that all kids, no matter where they come from, all folks trying to improve their lives have that opportunity to do that. I mean, that's part of, the American dream. We have many different, stories, and, we have our own solutions and our own experiences. Reading, a lot of the emails that have come on, in my past, 5 months here, it's pretty telling, as far as the different experiences and what folks are exposed to. And, and I think, having those one-on-one conversations are important. I think one of the biggest challenges during COVID is it's really limited our ability to have those type of one-on-one, maybe more private conversations or even, larger efforts. To me, it makes, it's no surprise to me that folks are coming to our city council meetings to express that. And, for me, some of the a common word that's come up in public comment and even now is committed. And I've committed my entire life, my career, and even sacrificed my family, time with my family and my boys to make sure that again that I do my part to collaborate with those committed towards again making sure that the services we have are what we all deserve, what every human deserves, what we as residents, no matter where you live, where you come from, are treated with respect. And I've been having different experiences these past 5 months when I dress in my sporty street clothes compared to as a council member. So those things are gonna constantly be there for me. One of the things along this work, and I was mentioning that I've been pretty fortunate to have many transformative experiences and opportunities where people have invested in me. One of those is which I was out in this community trust building fellowship. I flew out to Virginia over the course of 5 weekends over 6 months. They were an awesome group, and what they had were like these different cohorts that came in once a year. And I had in many ways the privilege to be amongst elders and young folks that had different experiences. And those who were the elders, I mean, they had to go through doors that were only certain people of color were allowed, and they weren't allowed to go to other doors. And same thing with water stations and whatnot. So being amongst those who have lived through that, there's I hold each of those still in my heart today. And the courage that it's taken them to get to that point. One of the things that constantly remind me is, Mike, things ain't gonna happen overnight. You just you gotta still continue to live that good life and make those right steps forward. It definitely takes a collaborative effort. I do feel that when I made this motion initially back in January, was again that we have a statement that says that we as a council do not condone or condemn racism. This completes that. And also that we will also help support community-driven efforts to create a more inclusive or anti-racist community. And since then, or even prior to that, there was efforts both at the school district and city to help begin bringing folks together, and even some of those at the risk of their own jeopardy of their own job security. That's something else that's commonly comes up anytime folks go against the grain. There's always that element, and I think that in that sense, it really does take this top down, bottom up effort to come together and find different ways to find that common ground on how we move forward. So for me, I definitely understand some of the comments that were made and suggestions that were made, and including one of the ones to make versus to keep. I had a couple of conversations about this and the way it was written up with folks who don't even tune in to these type of meetings, and they shared their input. But I think again, it's the fact that we as a council are committed towards doing what we can within our roles to continue to strive towards that effort. Over time, will display and show that commitment. The unfortunate and frustrating thing for I think many folks is the time that takes, and really a lot of times it's because it's dependent on others as well. And so that's why for me, I'm really more become more of the position as I get older to see how do we find ways to step up? How do we find ways to be and lead and be a part of the change that we seek in our own neighborhoods, our own communities, in our own city, again, in a positive and productive way. So again, I appreciate, those who put time into it. I definitely appreciate the passion that comes to it. It's not, I think the comment was that it's a goal. I agree with that, and I want that. But I also recognize that, that doesn't come without challenges, and I definitely appreciate and want to continue to support those efforts, again, to make and leave something better for our kids. So thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you. It's always very difficult to follow Mike Silva. He always has a lot of good points to say on this topic. As far as the declaration goes, I did like Ravante's suggestion on changing to keep. I do have a further suggestion, if Ravante is still on, if he's okay with this, is changing to keep to ensure, because it is used in the logo and in the mission statement right there, but is not located anywhere in the actual declaration itself. To ensure Vacaville is a safe and inclusive and welcoming community, I think it's more powerful, especially since it's just it's not located anywhere else in the declaration, but it is in the logo. And I also had a follow-on question for city manager and possibly city attorney. It states several times in here that it further prohibits and we're going to increase our efforts. So with this declaration, does that further reinforce city policy, or does this now become policy on our statements?
Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. So with regards to how the city organization here at City Hall will take this is that, we have, as part of the council's strategic plan, there are several goals that deal with workplace culture. And that's something that, in my short tenure here that we've already started to begin with in terms of implicit bias training and equity, diversity and inclusiveness training. And it is something that I'm working very closely with our team in the Human Resources Department to begin further expanding on those efforts here. And so it is something that City Hall is expanding upon and making a commitment to. And I assure you, as your representative for city staff, that it is something that we take serious, and we will continue to expand upon those efforts. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes. And actually, with that, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion on this. I'd like to go ahead and motion to adopt this with the single modification of, instead of lead efforts to keep Vacaville, to change it to lead efforts to ensure Vacaville is a safe, inclusive, so on, whatever the rest of the statement follows after that.
Perfect. Do I have a second?
This is Mike Silva, second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yep.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Mayor Rowlett.
Aye. We'll move to item 9B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This is kind of a two-part item here. The first part is a resolution authorizing a one-time budget augmentation in the amount of $39,000 for fire fuel reduction. And then related to that effort, we wanted to have our fire chief, Chris Concepcion, give you an update on fire hazard mitigation efforts. So I think we'll start with Brian McLean, Deputy Director of Public Works, to talk about the budget augmentation, and then we'll turn it over to Chris Concepcion, our fire chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The item before you tonight is an update on fire hazard mitigation efforts undertaken by Public Works and the fire department related to the upcoming fire season, as well as a one-time budget augmentation, as the city manager mentioned, for tree crown lifting to reduce fire fuels on a city property located in North Vacaville. To begin, I'll start with the one-time budget augmentation and the city property in need of tree pruning and tree debris removal to reduce that fire threat. Next slide. The project site in need of that tree maintenance is located in northern Vacaville at the end of Fruitvale Road and adjacent to Dunsmuir Street. This is the 50,000-foot view. Next slide. A little bit closer. The city parcel outlined in red consists of approximately 2.6 acres and straddles Alamo Creek. The site is adjacent to the subdivision located along Dunsmuir Street, as you can see to the right. Shortly after the LNU fire, the fire department identified this site as requiring tree work maintenance to help mitigate the risk of fire crossing into that subdivision. The area is strewn with fire fuels, primarily consisting of old fallen trees and tree debris. In addition, the trees require pruning to lift the crown and provide the necessary clearance from the ground to the bottom of the tree crown. Next slide. Public Works subsequently issued a request for proposals for tree crown lifting and tree debris removal of the site. 2 bid proposals were received. The bid proposals were independently reviewed and scored. West Coast Arborist Inc. received the highest score of 277 points with a bid cost of $39,000. West Coast Arborist has 49 years of experience in tree management and maintenance across a wide spectrum of California municipalities, which is anticipated will be a significant benefit to the city on this job. Next slide. Now I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about the city's annual Public Works weed abatement program and our preparations for the upcoming fire season. Our annual weed abatement program begins in early April as weather allows and continues through May, while the target goal of completing weed abatement on all city properties is June 1st of each year. That weed abatement work is performed on over 2,200 acres of city property. To accomplish our mission, we use a variety of methods, including disking, mowing, and cattle grazing. The annual Public Works budget associated with the weed abatement work is approximately $88,000. Next slide. In recognition of the growing fire danger in areas where possible, we've undertaken measures to fire harden sites. One such site is located in North Alamo, adjacent to the city's detention basins between Pleasance Valley Road and the North Alamo subdivision that runs from Foothill Road to Palisades Court, as you can see here in the area outlined in red. Next slide. On the right is, or excuse me, on the left is a before photo of the section from Foothill to Edgewater Drive. In the center is that same stretch, which we have now overlaid with AB rock, which will act as a fire break between the detention basin, which is in that center photo on the left, and the adjacent subdivision fence line, which is on the right. In the photo on the far right, this is the stretch further north encompassing Edgewater Drive to Palisades Court. In this stretch, we have disked the area between the concrete V-ditch on the left and the subdivision fence line on the right. Disking has proved to be a very effective fire break mechanism. Now I'm going to turn the mic over to Fire Chief Concepcion.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Thank you for your time this evening. Just wanted to point out a couple of things. Thank you, Brian. I wanted to point out a couple of things. On this slide here, before we move on to the next slide, this area is where the city manager and I watched a 40-foot wall of flame approach the city during the LNU Lightning Complex fire. So I'm glad to see that we're doing some fire hardening in this area, because the best fire prevention is to remove fuels so that there's nothing to burn. So you do that one of two ways, either providing the defensible space, which is what we're doing here, or you do weed abatement. Next slide, please, Crystal. So on the fire department side, what we're doing is our annual code enforcement weed abatement program, in addition to the over 200 properties and the 2,200 acres that Brian was talking about, that we make sure and work with Public Works to abate those city properties. We send notices out to the 600 private properties that need to be abated on an annual basis. Those notices were sent out on April 2nd. The work has to be completed by June 1st. Our code enforcement folks are out there right now making sure that the work is in process. They'll beef up their inspections starting June 1st. The inspections will go June 1st to July 4th. The work absolutely has to be done by July 4th. And it really if the work is done, then it really improves our fire prevention. If the work isn't done by then, warrants go out, and then we actually will do some of that work and charge the property owners. And then things that we worry about even after the properties have been abated is that there's always regrowth. So they continually monitor the areas for regrowth and ask the property owners to abate those weeds again as they regrow through the year. As with fire season, extending, it used to be fire season when I first started my career, fire season we could say was usually June through about November, starting here in Northern California and then moving down to Southern California. But now it really has become a year-round reality, and so that's why we have to make sure that these weeds are abated and these properties stay clear year-round. Some of the other efforts that we're doing for wildfire prep is we're getting ready to start a program. We're doing the finishing touches of the development. We're adopting a nationwide program that is a wildfire preparedness program. It's called the Ready, Set, Go. Started in Southern California a few years ago and has become national, and we're adopting it here in Vacaville. It prepares our residents, it educates our residents on how to prepare their properties and, for wildfire to prevent their houses from burning. And then in the case of evacuations, making sure that they are ready for those evacuations, what to be prepared for, and then once the evacuations are called for, to go immediately. Next slide, please, Crystal. And then on the emergency planning side, we're almost done with our emergency operations, our city emergency operations plan update. We'll be taking that to the council here in a few. We're just getting like I said, just putting the finishing touches on that. Also constantly working, one of the lessons that we learned during the LNU Lightning Complex fire is that we had some shortfalls on the emergency notification, and this is a good time. I'd like the residents to know that we really do need everyone to sign up for alertsolano.com so that if we call for evacuations during a fire for any reason, that they can be notified. And then we're also always constantly looking for improvements to our emergency operations center so that we can stand that up immediately and activate it once we have an emergency. And then on the operations side, we're preparing our firefighters. We prepare them by making sure that they go through their annual refresher courses. And then I do want to let the council know now that we do our practice burns on Callan Hill on an annual basis. We did not do it last year because of COVID, but this year we are going to do a training burn on Callan Hill again. We do it for two purposes. One is to clear the weeds and make sure that there isn't any fuel to burn. So it's a controlled burn. And two is to provide our firefighters with that continuing education or training to make sure that their skills are up to par and that they're ready for wildfire season. And I will turn it back over to Brian.
Thanks, Chief. Crystal, next slide. So getting back to the tree debris removal and tree lifting project, the fiscal impact is a one-time general fund expense of $39,000, and the strategic goal initiative is goal number 4, maintain effective and efficient services. Next slide. Finally, the recommendation by simple motion, adopt the subject resolution. And that concludes our presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I do have a few hands up. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief Concepcion, for the presentation, and Brian for the presentation. I just want to thank Ms. Childers and the fire department for all the great work and preventative things that you're doing to keep Vacaville safe and have us be prepared for wildfire season. You know, it wasn't that long ago when the LNU fires were creeping up to Vacaville, and it was nothing but that prior preparation combined with the just undying spirit of the fire department working countless hours and giving it everything they had to protect our community. So I just wanted to say thank you again for continuing to do these preventative things and to maintain the staffing, you know, the preparedness of your staff for these situations, because you've saved a lot of lives and you've saved a lot of property, and just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate, and I think the council as well, the hard work that you do, not only when the fire hits, but ahead of time.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Mayor. So just kind of actually all great points by Councilmember Stockton. I want to echo those as well. One additional clarification I just kind of want to have, something that came up is particularly on the Callan Hill burn. Is there any, I'm just curious, is there any way to cause the burns to go, so let me explain it like this. So one of the complaints that some residents had is like, oh yeah, every time they burn the hill, a lot of the rodents and snakes end up in my back of my house, in my yard and whatnot. So I'm just kind of curious if there's a way to kind of mitigate that, or maybe that being a consideration. And then number two, is there some type of public notice that's gone out to the residents there as a heads up?
We'll do our absolute best, Councilman Silva, to make sure to give the residents in that area, as we do every year, to give them as much pre-notice as possible to let them know. We monitor the weather very carefully also to make sure and try to minimize the smoke. You know, obviously we can't control, you know, but we can monitor this to make sure that the wind direction is in our is in our favor, and minimizes the effect that it has on the nearby resident.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. And that's another great point to bring up. I talked to one of our former employees, somebody I highly respect, and he was kind of giving the rundown on all that and how, you know, all the planning that goes into play to make sure that's, you know, looking at the humidity, time of day, and whatnot. And so I know you guys are making a lot of considerations and all that, so I appreciate it. Thanks.
Councilmember Roberts.
I just want to thank you guys for the information you're putting out and the hard work that you guys are doing for wildland fire mitigation. I was just wondering if it's possible to get a copy of the emergency operations plan that you guys are putting together. I know it's still a work in progress, but I'd love to see it. And would you also be able to put together an information session for the council and other city staff on how wildland fire prevention actually works? I know you're putting together the new program for the city about this, but it'd be nice for the city council to be able to see what goes on during these control burns or prescribed burns or whatever they're calling them these days.
I can absolutely get you a copy. It's going to be in draft form because it has not been adopted by the council yet, but I can get you a copy of the adopted emergency operations plan, which is the current one, which is a little bit dated, and then I'll get you a copy of the draft.
Yeah, that'd definitely be appreciated. And then specifically for the sorry, cut out there. For the emergency operations plan, has there been any work with other community organizations such as the VOAD and other NGOs in the area? Because I know they provide a valuable service to the community, especially in disasters, just to ensure coordination before a disaster does strike again.
So we haven't done any specific pre-work with those groups. However, those groups all have a position in the and are addressed in the operations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, seeing no other comments, I will open it up to the public, and I do see one hand up.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, it's Alicia Minion. I have a couple questions. I know we're talking about, I saw some weed abatement and maybe some trees that might be coming down with, but I was wondering just in general, is there anything in the Muni Code that just generally addresses, you know, vegetation management or fuel reduction type rules? So is there anything specific, for example, that maybe prohibits certain plants that are more flammable than others, like eucalyptus trees, manzanita trees, junipers, things like that? I was just curious if there's just some general rule that homeowners need to comply with to help mitigate, you know, the risk of fire.
I'm not aware of anything in our municipal code that addresses that. However, when the new developments come up and there are required defensible space, those are sometimes the conditions, the type of vegetation that are able to be planted in those in that defensible space is more of the fire resistant type.
Okay, next caller.
Caller ending in 724, I'll open your mic.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Mayor, this is Roberto Valdez again, and I wasn't thinking of commenting at all. I think you're doing a fantastic job to prevent fires in our city, and you got the experts kind of monitoring there, the firemen, you know, which I support, and also I guess the arborists, and I don't purport to be in any of you, okay? I'm just a citizen here, but I do have a question. When I saw the just particularly, and I'm, you know, it was very devastating when you think about the fires we've had, and we seem to have them almost every year. In Lagoon Valley, in Pleasant Valley, you know, I don't know what's happening with our city, but with the property owners, but it gets out of hand. And the foliage, we don't control the weather, we don't control the foliage, but we certainly should think about fire prevention as much as possible. But what I'm trying to kind of get an idea, first of all, and I particularly address this to Mr. Chris, Chief Chris Concepcion, is the public going to be allowed to get involved in any of these discussions? You know, before you answer that too, and then the second question I have, and I guess to him or to your expert, are you following a certain criteria for certain trees? And I'm particularly taking out the native trees like our oak trees, which I see disappearing. And I've had battles with the city on this in Lagoon Valley. You know, I don't like it, but I did it and I learned a lot. And I won't go into the past, but I just want to know, are you following so that we don't wipe out our trees? Our trees have a function there too. Of course, wildlife and the farmers, livestock, you know, also has a role to play there. And I know you're using them over in Lagoon Valley with the lamps over there, cleaning the keeping that a project we discussed earlier, or Lower Lagoon Valley project, to clear the foliage there. But you know, to benefit and prevent fires, you know, we seem to, in modern times, we seem to lose connection with the soil. We're too urbanized, and we don't seem to learn from the farmers either, the experts and the fishermen. And so, again, I'm just asking the questions, not answering them.
All right, thank you.
Tree removal.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to see if you wanted to answer those two questions.
Sure. I think the one question was if the public is going to be able to provide input. Right now, one of the things that I didn't talk about is that, because it's in the very early stages, is that we, along with the other fire departments in the county, are coordinating to apply for a community wildfire protection plan grant. And if we do get that grant, then then to come up with that protection plan, the public will be able to provide input.
All right, thank you. Next caller.
Joshua B., I'll open your mic.
Hi. I just want to start off by saying I think the firefighters and men and women out there are doing a fantastic job every single year saving lives and structures. So thank you guys for that. I just basically have one question, and that is, are we doing enough? Like, is there more that we could be doing? I see this proposal here for one spot, but seeing as over the past 3 to 4 years, we've been having more and more structures getting burned down and more close calls. Is there anything other than this that's in the works that we could be planning for to kind of mitigate the major problem that we're having? That was it.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment and let Chief answer that question.
Sure. And so while we're talking about one piece of the puzzle, of a very large puzzle, in this one particular piece of property that's before the council tonight, we talked about the overall strategy, and that is the importance of our overall weed abatement program, both the city properties as well as the private properties, and the importance of making sure that those are clear. Councilman Stockton is absolutely correct in that our insistence upon defensible space, as well as making sure that all of our properties and all of the private properties are abated of weeds, was what saved thousands of homes in the city during the LNU Lightning Complex fire. You pair that with the absolutely heroic efforts of our firefighters, and that's what saved us. And so that's what we're talking about here. We constantly monitor this, and we're making sure that we're protected from wildfire.
Thanks, Chief. I see no hands up. I'm going to entertain motion.
Stockton, I motion.
I got a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Mayor Roulette?
Aye. We'll move to item 9C. Mr. City Manager, start us off, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This is an exciting project that we're pleased to present to you for just your review tonight and feedback. It is a presentation of our draft Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Reggie Hubbard, our acting Parks and Recs Services Director, will be making the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. We have our consultant, MIG, here to present this item, but before I hand it over to their team, just a little background on this project. The Parks and Rec Department has not had an updated Park and Rec Master Plan since 1994. So in 2017, we put out a request for proposal for this project. We had 8 consultant agencies respond to the RFP. MIG was ultimately awarded the project. They have a vast experience in the area of park master planning as well as strategic planning. We are very excited to bring this document to the City Council after being reviewed and approved by our Parks and Recreation Commission as well as the Planning Commission. We're hopeful that this master plan will guide the city's park planning process and our decision making for the next 15 plus years. We have MIG staff here as well as our park planner, Hugh Hesterman, to take us through the presentation. So at this time, I will hand it over to Lauren Smith from MIG.
Thank you, Reggie, and for that great introduction. I'm Lauren Schmidt. I'm a principal with MIG and have been working with the Vacaville team over these past few years. With me tonight is my colleague, Ellie Fiore, and we'll be tag teaming this presentation. I'll turn it over first to Ellie to give you a little background. Next slide, please.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I will give a relatively quick overview and some key highlights on the plan document. Important to note is that this is an implementation action of your 2015 general plan, and that it builds on previous work. As Reggie said, the last master plan is from the 90s, but the city and the community of Vacaville have, invested in recreation needs assessments and other improvements over the years. And so what our project has done is really take a big look at what's going on in the city and assess conditions and needs citywide, so we have an accurate and current snapshot of what's going on. And then this document will provide guidance for improvements and investments, decision-making by you, by the Parks and Rec Commission, by the Planning Commission for the next 15 years or so. Next slide, please. So as Reggie mentioned, we did kick off in the fall of 2017 and have been fairly active throughout that time, with a little bit of a pause last year for the adjusting to the COVID pandemic. But we've, peppered community engagement opportunities throughout this process, as you can see here, and then have spent the last few months of 2021, working our way through the adoption process, hearing again from members of the community, as well as the Parks and Rec Commission and the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. This is just a quick orientation to the document, which you received as part of your packet. So most of the quote unquote meat of the matter is in chapters 4 through 6, where the recommendations, guidelines, and action steps are included. And Lauren will review some highlights of those in a few minutes. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we really began the public review of this document, of the whole master plan, in January of this year. We had a public and commission workshop in February on a Saturday morning and had some pretty good turnout there and comments from the commissioners as well as the community at large. We had Planning Commission input and then a second meeting with the Parks and Recreation Commission, and then the final draft was released just last week for additional public review and council review. Next slide, please. And we did get some really great feedback from the Parks and Rec commissioners, from community members, and I think echo some of the themes you've already heard tonight. And so we've made some refinements to the draft based on that feedback, notably, expanding discussion of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how that is relevant to the Parks and Recreation system. Addressing Indigenous people and the tribes associated with the Vacaville region's land, and then strengthening recommendations around future outreach to communities that may have been underrepresented in engagement efforts and public processes thus far. Lauren, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, so there were also some really good refinements and specific recommendations in the goals that I'll be reviewing in just a few minutes. And so some of the items and some of the language under that was refined and tweaked with Planning Commissioner and Parks and Rec Commissioner input. There were also some refinements to the park development guidelines in response to some Planning Commission discussion to make sure those capture what the Planning Commission needs them to do, and then of course some specific refinements to the project list and the action plan. And that brings us to the refined and commission recommended document that's before you today. Next slide, please.
Next slide. Great. So as I mentioned, we started our process by taking a big look at how the system is today, what your assets are as far as city park recreation facilities. And then you can see here the council districts are overlaid on that, as well as some neighborhood centers, schools, and other key community features. Next slide, please. One of the things that jumped out for us right away is that Vacaville does an excellent job of providing recreation programs, a really great diversity of programs, high in demand programs, and a lot of positive feedback from the community on those programs. Next slide, please. And of course, about a year ago, we were all hit with the COVID-19 pandemic. The Department of Parks and Recreation did a great job pivoting and adapting to some very strange circumstances. It's not yet clear what the long-term or even medium-term financial impacts of that will be on the department. But what we learned, in the subsequent months is that while the pandemic may impact some of the timing of our implementation recommendations, it really did not change the direction or the spirit of this document and the community supported recommendations. Next slide. Okay. I will go quickly through some of the community engagement process and some key findings. Next slide, please. Great. So we began, we began this process with outreach, and a key element of that was, the city staff challenged us to kind of test the findings from the 2013 recreation needs assessment, which was a really in-depth document that looked at the whole citywide recreation system and included a statistically valid survey. And so one of our tasks was to say, are these recommendations still valid? And we included several types of outreach. We went to where people are, quote unquote. We did some pop-up events at parks, at libraries, at community centers, so that we could just grab people and they had 5 minutes to give us some of their ideas. We had a really excellent response to our online survey. What you see in the lower right-hand screen here is a screenshot of the people who responded to that survey, and we were really impressed with how well distributed it is throughout the entire city. So that was a great sign. And then continued engagement through an online survey and presence at the Recreation Expo for the last couple of years. Next slide, please. So the foundation of this plan is the sort of needs assessment, where we looked at, again, what does the current system consist of? How is that working? Taking into account both existing and neighborhood and community parks, because the department did not hit pause on their work, to wait for us to develop this plan. They are consistently working towards getting new parks and recreation programs online and improving the system. Next slide. We did build upon the park classification system that was in the 2015 general plan that essentially breaks parklands into 3 categories based on the geographic area that they serve, how far people typically have to travel there, and what the amenities are in each of them. Next slide. And so with all of that, we did some spatial analysis to look at how these parks are really serving the residents of Vacaville. And so what this slide in particular is showing us is what is the half-mile service radius, which we equate to about a 10-minute walk from people's homes for the neighborhood parks. So those are those small parks that have play equipment, sports fields, some open space. And what we see here is that, you're doing a really good job meeting the needs of most residential areas of the city. And then when you layer in the planned parks, which are shown here by those kind of lighter green bubbles, you can see you're starting to reach even more residences and even more growth areas. Next slide, please. So just some other themes that emerged. We did, on the whole, confirm a lot of the lessons learned from that recreation needs assessment. No big deviations, so that's great. We heard a lot about people having expanded access to nature, being able to take advantage of the things that are nearby, improved trailhead. Within the parks, we're looking for more comfort, convenience, things like shade and water, as well as stimulating multifaceted parks. So different park experiences at different parks throughout the city and at different types of parks. So how can we make each of those a little bit more dynamic space? And then likewise, how can we kind of infuse some active and adventure programming into the city's existing offering? Next slide, and I'll turn it back to Lauren.
So building from that community engagement, we developed the framework of this plan, which includes, next slide, please, the community vision, which discusses in 2035 and 15 years, what is it that people are looking to see, how they want the park system to evolve. And there are a lot of those themes that Ellie mentioned come up in that language, and that expresses where you're heading. On to the next slide, please. And moving forward towards that vision, the plan is structured around a series of 7 goals that add more direction to each of those. The highlighted goals that you see on the screen, I'm not going to march through every one. I just want to share with you how those goals work and the types of strategies that are underneath each of those goals. So next slide, please. So when we move into chapter 4 of the document, this is where we see the goals and the detail under each one. Next slide. So goal 1, which talks about expanding and diversifying opportunities for play, that idea that was a theme throughout the public engagement. There's, several pages with details under here, but some of the key directions include providing 10-minute walk park access for all residents in keeping with your general plan goals and with the direction of Parks and Recreation today, and making sure those are high functioning and interesting park experiences with multifunctional spaces, expanded recreation facilities. And another key direction was improving universal access so that the parks and facilities are more inclusive. Moving on to goal 2, next slide. Some highlights from goal 2. That theme that Ellie talked about, where people really appreciate the open space preservation at Vacaville is really unique in getting ahead of and saving the green belt and also protecting a lot of land within the city. People really appreciate that. It's part of what they want to be in Vacaville for and why they want to use the trail system. And so this goal talks about how to make more connections to that wonderful system of land that you have. And it includes, some of the topics that the fire department was just talking about now, about how you manage these corridors, how you integrate native plants and trees, how you conserve and recharge water, how you make sure that you're stewarding those places so that they continue to support wildlife and nature and healthy ecosystems. The other one that I just wanted to share is goal 5. Next slide. So this gets at some of that recreation programming that people so appreciate and that really brings pre-COVID and now online the community together in your park system. And there's a number of directions underneath this, including adding more culturally diverse programming, increasing the amount of intergenerational programming, and increasing programming for people with disabilities, piloting some new approaches like mobile recreation and pop-up play, and doing that in a way that tests out new ideas before, just fully committing to them, making sure they're going to work for the community. Community events is something that the community has really appreciated and, over this past year has probably really missed. There's a lot of interest in those for what they do for the community. Sports and increasing capacity for sports programming and aquatics programming is also one of the directions underneath goal 5. So that's some highlights from the goal framework. Moving on to the next slide. So the park development guidelines, this is something we went into a lot of detail with the Planning Commission on. I won't go into gory detail with you tonight, but it's something that your last plan didn't have. And so these are structured based on those park classifications that Ellie introduced. And it has some guidance about the types of facilities that you should include, that you should consider, and that might not be appropriate for each of those types. And so that will set up some of the decision making in the future, not just about new parks and new developments, but also as you reinvest in your existing parks that serve your existing residents, it gives you some direction around how to invest and how to create those engaging and vibrant parks that people are wanting to see in the future. So the final chapter, next slide, is focused on implementation, and there's several components to that. Moving on to the next one. A key piece is the big capital project list, and from that, you'll be able to draw projects and move them into your shorter term capital improvement program. There's two pieces about how that's structured. So it addresses different project types across the system. So there are projects in neighborhood, community, and regional parks. Every single one of your existing parks is addressed, as are the planned parks. Within accessible open space, trail projects and trailhead development are addressed, as well as some natural resource management activities. And then in your special purpose facilities, which you have a very nice variety of, and you've looked at other ones, such as a sports facility, for example. So there's direction around each of those and a whole set of projects, the long-term vision. And then we've categorized those projects into kind of three tiers. One tier is the reinvestment and enhancement projects. These are the projects they look at your existing parks and look at making sure the assets are where they need to be or adding new features to them. Another category of projects are what we call the development-driven projects. So those are really driven by the timing of development in the city. And so, you don't control that necessarily. It really is the pace of development. So those are another set of projects. And then because this is a long range plan and there are, some big ideas that if funding could be secured, people would love to see, there's a category that we call aspirational projects. Because we want to keep those on the, kind of on the boards, but recognize that there isn't necessarily a way to move that forward at this time. So moving on to the next slide. A key piece of moving things from that big capital project list is the action plan. And this is a tool. Each year, the Parks and Recreation Commission will provide input on updating this rolling 5-year action plan. Those are the active projects, if you will, the things that the department, that Reggie and Hugh will be moving forward. And there are criteria that are used to evaluate, is it time to move a project onto this 5-year action plan list? And these are up here on the screen. Do you have the funding and the staffing? Some projects might generate revenue or reduce costs, so that's another consideration. Will it advance your diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts? Some projects are really easy to do, and so if they're a quick win, that's another consideration. Project alignment with other things that you've got going on. A limited time opportunity like a grant, or you also, as Ellie mentioned, have you do a lot of work within your park system and you phase things in. And so being able to complete a project, that's another consideration about moving something into that 5-year action plan. So I won't belabor the next 2 slides. I just advance to the next one, please. This is the first page of the 2 pages within the plan that are devoted to the first 5-year action plan. So keep in mind, this will be updated each year, but it has a set of projects that have been run through the criteria and placed on this action plan. Next slide. And it spans all the types and scales of the projects that you have. Some are on special purpose sites, some are more major projects, some are about management of natural resources and trails. Next slide. But what's on that list for this first 5-year action plan? There's minor renovations at 6 different of your existing sites, more major renovation and of 7, nature management and access activities at 2 different sites, 4 special purpose facility projects, 9 new park developments. Those are all development driven projects. So those are things that are in process and in discussions through the Planning Commission, and 4 master plans or feasibility studies that allow some of these projects to move forward. So that's a snapshot of the first 5-year action plan. Next slide, please. So with that, that takes us through a quick orientation to the plan and an overview of some of the key elements and how this plan has been refined with feedback over these last few months. And so now we turn it over to you for your questions, discussion, and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to public comment. Seeing no public comment. Nope, I do see 1 hand up, 2 hands up. So we'll go to public comment, please.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, I have a couple questions. So in the park master plan, I was trying to look for some discussion regarding community gardens, which I think is really needed in the city. The only community garden that I know of is the land off Rocky Hill Road that was sold to the Vacaville storehouse in 2014. And, the deed, it's a restricted deed where my understanding that the community garden would be maintained for at least 99 years. And I was wondering, as part of the park master plan, what are the expectations? What do you envision for that community garden? I was trying to find also the language about community gardens in the park and rec element. And searching for that, I noticed language about accessible open space. And there's a paragraph in here that says accessible open space includes natural landscapes that are essentially undeveloped but suitable for passive recreational activities that do not require substantial facilities or improvements. This includes lands that are owned or leased or otherwise controlled by the city or by some other nonprofit entity. And I was just wondering, how does the accessible open space kind of fit into the park master plan? Especially those open spaces that might have been dedicated to a nonprofit, but might be subject to long-term agreements, kind of like the community garden on Rocky Hill Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, who's going to field that question?
Reggie, if you'd like me, Lauren, to take a first response there, I think that there may be things that you or Hugh want to add. So I'll start first with the accessible open space network. That was seen as a huge asset. That's the natural area type lands that the community commented on. All of that is mapped on the existing inventory. The goal that addresses open space access talks about ways of increasing access, including trailheads and hiking trails into some of those lands. And there's a category of projects to do some of that. So this plan, intends within the guidance of, what you can do, like you want it to fit into the sensitive landscape, addresses that. There's also a park development guideline that's specific to the accessible open space. So it's woven throughout and recognized as part of the assets in the community. So community gardens are a facility type that is also addressed in those park development guidelines, and looking at, neighborhood parks and community parks. That's one of the facility types that are suitable for inclusion in those types of public parks. So it sets up the opportunity to look at other sites potentially for community gardens and how those could fit in. So I'll pause there and.
All right, thank you. We'll take next caller.
Caller ending in 724, I'll open your mic.
Caller? You just muted yourself. Now you're unmuted.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Mayor. I have a question maybe for not so much the councilman or the mayor. Thank you, Alan, for allowing me to speak. This is Roberto Valdez again. As I told you, I've been a long-time resident, at least 30 years here. And even though I'm going to be I'm asking more of a question, what might apply, how you're dealing with Lagoon Valley, as you know. I recognize this plan is a broad plan, and it addresses the recreational needs that the community has in different parks, and and I support you on that. I think it's a great idea. I just hope that that whatever information you get from your experts, the consultants there, and I will ask them the question, that information doesn't get shelved. I'm not saying you're doing that, but go back to it. Don't forget not even 5 years is a long time. I think you should go for 3 years or whatever, shorter time than that. I say that for any plan. Things change, and we're changing. We're going to grow whether we like it or not, and we're going to be changing whether we like it or not for many reasons: climate, people, population growth, blank. Anyway, my question to you, very basic. I've looked at the plan, and the question is, are you using any model right now for particularly Lagoon Valley? And I'm reflecting, and I've reflected for this for at least 20 years. When I first started getting involved in Lagoon Valley, I wrote a letter to the former, city manager, I forget, Bob Farrington. He's no longer with us, and again, I'm not speaking for him, but I suggested to him that when you look at Lagoon Valley, the closest model that I get to is what at Lake Merritt in Oakland. And I know some things were said earlier about other subjects, Oakland, but I love the people of Oakland, and I've worked there for years, and I can tell you, it's the closest park that I know that Lagoon Valley looks like, with the lake, with the area, 3 point whatever miles, but the more important thing is going to be the the art's going to be not so much what the science do. How do we balance nature and what we humans need for recreational need purposes? You know. So again, I'm asking: is there any model? I read the report. I don't see that. Maybe I'm jumping the gun here. Maybe I'm assuming something. I wasn't in the discussion or whatever. But I do appreciate the info that's been provided this, and I hope you continue to cultivate it as a vision or whatever. But that's my question to the expert.
I'm going to close public comment and let them answer that question.
This is Acting Director Reggie Hubbard. When he asked if we're looking at models, yeah, we do look at different models when we talk about parks, but every community is going to be different. So, you know, of course, Vacaville is going to be different than Lake Merritt, and versus looking at models, we'll look at and take into consideration community input. We'll take direction from our Community Service Commission and, of course, the council to determine, you know, what assets will be put into Lagoon Valley and how that looks long term. So, versus looking at models, we take more of a stance at getting community feedback and taking that direction. If that answers this question.
Perfect, thank you. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've just got a bunch of comments for staff. First, I really appreciate the presentation. This is the one document that I spent quite a few hours going through this weekend. So my first couple comments sort of relate to some of the slides in here. So I have the slide numbers denoted. Anyways, you talked about the recreation needs assessment back from 2013. And I just wanted to remind, I was actually on the Parks and Recreation Commission way back when. Pretty much across the board, we are not meeting any of our city set standards in terms of the number of basketball courts or park square footage or number of soccer fields. So I want to express that we are extremely behind on parks and rec amenities in the city based on our own set standards. And we have been for quite a while, and it's not necessarily getting better. The Parks and Rec budget typically is flat or reduced or kind of stagnant. And I'm really hoping, and you talked about this a little bit on slide 27, that we can get a serious and significant commitment and spending plan and some serious movement on parks and rec amenities in Vacaville. I think this is an area that we've really atrophied and really kind of slowed on. We made some big promises in Measure M. I would love to see some big flagship projects come out in the next year or two. I mean, ideally while I'm still on the council. This is an area that I think we've delayed for a decade or more, and we need some serious action here. I'm really hoping, Aaron, and I know you and I talked a little bit about this, and this was touched upon in the presentation as well, we can have a significant action plan brought forward as we do budget and Measure M over the next couple of meetings that includes rehabbing older parks. If you drive around town, we've got some of our parks that just, you know, haven't been touched in 10 or 15 years. Some upgrades to parks. We talked a little bit about some stuff earlier tonight. New parks, which I'll touch on in just a second. One thing that I really appreciated that was touched on in here from the Parks and Recreation Commission, they talk about equity across neighborhoods. I think just because you have a neighborhood park in your district doesn't mean you have access to the full scope of recreational activities or a quality kind of full scope park. And I think sadly, a lot of times our lower income neighborhoods or older neighborhoods don't have the amenities that they need. So I'd really like to focus on that piece. Slide 15, you actually talked a lot about whether areas were being served by an existing park or served by planned parks. I think we need to go a level deeper. Not just are they served by an existing park, but if it's a 105-degree summer day, do those kids have an opportunity to cool off? If, you know, kids are really into skateboarding or the wheelie bikes right now, do they have access to a bicycle or skate park that they can use safely that is near them? And the answer in many cases is no. A lot of our amenities, especially the pool, skate park, senior center, et cetera, are in one part of town. And oftentimes seniors or kids don't have access to those facilities across town. So I'd really like to see a couple specific things. Particularly the ability for kids to cool off in the summer. I think every kid should have access to a splash pad, a pool, something to cool off. And that's been something in fact we've been lacking for a long time. They should have the ability to safely ride a skateboard throughout town. We've got some areas in town where the sidewalks are cracked or there are no sidewalks. There's no safe place to ride a skateboard or a bike. But equal access to amenities has to be a huge deal. And that's something I'm really looking for. And again, I touched on the senior issue. So, you know, I'm really hoping for something magical and significant in the leisure town development those seniors lost their primary recreational facility, which was the golf course. We need something great out there. We need something to assist in our largest senior condensed neighborhood that caters to seniors. It's the senior center is fantastic, but if you're a senior and you can't drive, and with COVID, you're not taking the bus, there's not a whole lot of options for you on that side of town. I'd like to look at adding more value to our current assets. So a lot of our parks, I'd really like to see some public exercise equipment added. So whether that's pull-up bars or stationary exercises, they even have elliptical machines and things that are actually super durable and made out of metal, and there's no motors or moving parts. I don't know if you guys know, but Vacaville has kind of like sky-high childhood obesity rates. It's really something that we could implement in most of our neighborhood parks, is either upgrading the old kind of beat up or like single pole exercise features, or really making sure we're adding those across all of the parks. And then honestly, with COVID, I mean, I've noticed lots of people out walking, running, et cetera, et cetera. I think Vacaville would really appreciate really kind of incorporating some public exercise features into their parks, or upgrading those features, or at least making sure there's outdoor accessible exercise features throughout town. Lastly, in terms of adding value, we've been talking about adding lights to fields for a million years. It comes up all the time on Parks and Rec. It comes up all the time with coaches. Fields basically are limited right now to the extent that the sun is out, and that, we're cutting out 4, 5, 6 hours a day of playtime for kids. So I'd really like to look at some lights being added. There is a strong movement here in town about, and I don't know a ton about it, but I've heard a lot about it, about bike tracks, specifically a pump track. And so there's a lot of, you'll hear residents complain about it all the time, kids riding bikes and doing wheelies and stuff. We need to give those kids a place to go ride those bikes. And also I've heard a lot about these pump tracks being a tourist attraction, driving kind of out visitors from out of town that come shop in our stores, gas up at our gas stations, stay at our hotels. So I think really the gist of my comments today is like, I'm tired of talking about Parks and Rec. A lot of the plans that I've seen in this document are the same plans that I saw on the Parks and Rec Commission 8 years ago. We need to start building stuff. We need an action plan to get something moving, in the millions of dollars. And I'd love to see some big flagships. The last thing that I want to add really quickly, and this specifically kind of goes to Councilmember Stockton and Councilmember Wiley. There was a section on slide 15 talking about served by plan parks. And we have had a lot of trouble with developers promising parks and those parks not being built for 10, 15, 20 years. We really need to dive into that. And we talked about at a past council meeting having some sort of waiver in the developer's office where we talk about the realistic time frame for that. But we are building new developments and people are expecting amenities, and that's why they're buying their house there, and they're not getting the park that they were promised because a variety of different reasons. But I really think that whole served by plan parks category is a bit misleading and sort of frustrating for me, and I'm sure it's frustrating for all the folks in the new developments. We need to put some serious attention to that category, because we do have a lot of residents buying newer homes and newer developments, and they move in with a 2-year-old, and by the time the park's built, their kid's 13. That's not okay. So I'd like some highlight there too. But those are my big comments. Again, I'm really hoping an action plan comes back with the Measure M and budget discussions. We need to start building something good. We need to increase the Parks and Rec budget. We need to put some resources in this area because we haven't done so for a really long time. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Okay, Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to echo some of the sentiments of the Vice Mayor. I too think we're building a lot of developments and folks are waiting on parks, but I think we've learned a lot from COVID. There's a large segment of our, society now, probably across the country, that can work anywhere by Zoom, stay at home and work. And so really these amenities, these parks and recreational opportunities are what is going to set Vacaville apart. It's why people will stay here when they can work from home. So if we don't address some of these issues, then I think we're really missing out. Fantastic presentation. I'm really excited to see Trower Park breaking ground and coming along. I know there's been a lot of talk about a lot of these different programs and, renovating some of these parks. And I really do think that needs to be the first step, is to renovate some of these local parks that have been neglected. There's also been a lot of talk about a sports complex. And while I'm a huge fan of spending money on something extravagant, I really want to make sure that it's accessible to our community and not built way in the outskirts of town. I'm really excited to kind of see more about what the plan is for the Centennial expansion. It's a really centralized location. It's really close to both Brown Street and centralized in Vacaville. And it's almost 140 acres where we could really do something amazing. We could really set the mark high for Vacaville being a place where you can enjoy that wildlife that's out there, as well as build some multi-use fields and activities for our kids to enjoy. So I'm really excited. I agree. I think that we really do need to see some movement and some development as it relates to these parks and investing in recreational opportunities for all of our citizens here in Vacaville. And I look forward to working with staff and encouraging staff to, try to find a location where we could build some of these things that will not only attract people from out of town to hold tournaments and host different activities, but also that is close enough for our children or for us to enjoy as well. So thank you for the presentation, and I'm excited to see this come to fruition and look forward to seeing some great things being built, renovated, and fixed up for us to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. So, actually agree, I think pretty much with everything Councilmember Sullivan and Stockton said. But I'll just kind of run down my list right here, and just for time's sake, and also, but also I know that some of these things are being addressed. So, number one, it'd be nice to have certain type of standard features within our neighborhood parks. I really one of the goals that really jumped out at me particularly was Goal 5. Providing a variety of stimulating recreational experiences. So the different items in there, to me, it's not just a park, it's really an opportunity to build community, form relationships, and essentially to grow, right? And to celebrate life, to celebrate our kids and how we come together. So I definitely want to, make sure that I guess what I'm really looking forward to, and it kind of echoes some of the comments, is what do we need to do to make it happen, and not talking decades respectively down the road, but what do we need to do to make it happen where it's most needed, and where again it's going to have the biggest impact to serve that particular neighborhood and our city as a whole. So one of those things is, I didn't quite see in here, is electrical access. So, what if there's someone who wants to put on, a certain event, I don't know, maybe something like a celebration for Dia las Madres, and we need certain type of electrical access. There's folks talking about, hey, let's run an extension cord a couple houses over and this and that, which is pretty fun to do. Done it, many other ways, but it'd be nice to see how we can incorporate that into some of our neighborhood parks, not necessarily just community parks. Another thing is access to the various activities. I think that every kid should have access to something productive, something positive, something that helps build character, respect, responsibility. I think that's really foundational to our development as youth. And so, I know other communities, they kind of pull together to help support access, to make sure that every kid has access no matter what their income level is. And I think that's something really key and fundamental to setting up our next generation up to have that positive environment. So that access, I've mentioned it before from this council, is even when I was coaching sports, I still couldn't get access to certain fields, even there in Centennial. So there are a lot of times there's, I hear in different meetings and whatnot, like, oh, how come the kids in that particular neighborhood don't go to Centennial? Well, they can't, because the fields are like literally chained off, and that's just due to the relationship and the arrangement that they have with the leagues. But then on the other side, the leagues, which have reasonably, affordable, depending on your situation, fees. Again, there, a lot of times parents who can't get off at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock to get their kids to practice on time is a problem. And then so what a lot of parents do is like, well, I just can't sign, I can't really afford it, don't have the time. So I'm not going to have, pass you on to somebody else to take care of, or, to get to practice. So then essentially they don't sign them up. So they lose access to those resources. And a lot of that really comes down to lighting. So I appreciate that lighting is incorporated into there, but we still, in my opinion, we still really do need to expand our field access, which is something Councilmember Stockton mentioned. So in addition to that, so that kind of does correlate to late access as well. So fields are, typically used during the warmer months. But, we see other communities that they're able to provide some type of resource that's open late in the evening. I know the indoor soccer complex has an element of that. But I think, again, having somewhere where kids can actually go where it's safe and they can still be able to access that, with well-lit pathways and safe pathways to that is really key. Bathrooms is something that comes up, particularly with our young girls. I'm not going to mention what the young boys can do, but a lot of families are mentioning, hey, it'd be really helpful to have bathrooms within our including in our residential parks. Transportation. So another thing, I know we have a city coach, and this is coming more from some personal experience, but transportation for certain folks with certain disabilities is understandably an issue. And I'm talking more so with, certain mental, for instance, Alzheimer's, I'll just put it out there. So certain situations, I understand it makes it much more difficult, and as far as liability and how we look after folks like that. But North Bay, they offered an adult day center, and it did, regardless of COVID, they had to shut it down. So that was an adult day center that folks who had elders at home, they had somewhere to go, because in reality, there's really no help out there. The senior center does provide some pretty cool classes and whatnot, but those are limited in scope. And I think something for something that increases that access to address those inequities, particularly families that are really struggling to figure out how to best take care of their elders that took care of them is key. So that's pretty much the main points, and I appreciate the time. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation and report.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I got a little excited. I missed a couple things. Really excited to see movement on the Play for All Park, and I wanted to let the public know that they can support Play for All Park by going to play4allpark.com, where they're selling bricks to help fund that project. So if folks want to help with that, I think that's a fantastic, just all around thing to bring to our community. They can go to that website, play4allpark.com, and be a part of building something beautiful for our community. And the other thing that I forgot to mention, or an idea, was this sports complex has been talked about a lot, and I would really like to see the funds that are gained from any future sports complex. I would like to see some of those funds go toward covering fees and costs for kids who maybe can't afford to play, to be able to, and not just their entry fees or their uniforms, but like the equipment as well. So those were just two things that I forgot to mention in my notes that I wanted to make sure got brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no other hands up. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move on to item 90, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. Here's another study session item on potential cannabis activities in the city. I'm going to turn it over to Don Burris, our Economic Development Services Director, for presentation and council's feedback.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Roulette, Vice Mayor Sullivan, and members of the City Council. Don Burris, Director of Economic Development Services here. This evening, our cannabis team will be presenting information for your consideration regarding the development of a cannabis ordinance to allow certain cannabis businesses to operate in the city of Vacaville. Our presentation team consists of David Nam, Deputy City Attorney. He will present a brief overview of the City of Vacaville's policy decisions governing cannabis business operations. This overview will also include the most recent action, which is the voter approval of the City of Vacaville Measure V Cannabis Business Tax. Next, we will have David McPherson, Compliance Director and Cannabis Consultant for HDL. Mr. McPherson will share with the Council the current state of the cannabis industry in California and what opportunities are available if the City of Vacaville chooses to participate in the cannabis industry. Wrapping up our presentation will be Christina Love, Senior Planner in the Community Development Department. She will share with the Council the industry segments of the cannabis industry, their pros and cons, and regulatory process to develop an ordinance and other policies that will allow the operation of cannabis businesses in the City of Vacaville if the Council so desires. At the end of the policy discussion, I'm sorry, next slide, please, Crystal. And one more slide, please. At the end of this policy discussion, staff has 3 policy questions for the Council's consideration. One is the City Council interested in participating in the cannabis industry? 2, what type of cannabis businesses does the City Council want to allow? And 3, where does the City Council desire the business types to be allowed to operate? That third decision really to help with that decision would be A, B, and C that we have listed here. These are some of the things that will influence that decision. A would be zoning designations. B would be sensitive receptor buffer radius. And then C, other sensitive receptors. Having given you all the overview of what we are prepared to present, I will now turn the presentation over to David Nam, Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you, Don. And Crystal, we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. And good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, and members of the public. As Don stated, I'll be going over the past history of the city as it relates to cannabis policy decisions. While the full history is found in the staff report, I'll be highlighting those events that are germane to tonight's discussion. To start, the city, along with the rest of California, voted in favor of Prop 64 in November of 2016. As you can see in this slide, the city's approval of Prop 64 is comparable with the approval rate of the state and Solano County. Next slide, please. To avoid unintended consequences and to make sure the city took thoughtful, forward-thinking, measured steps to address cannabis policy, Council adopted a moratorium as permitted by law in September of 2017. While the Council took other related actions in 2018 that are not shown on these slides, important to tonight's discussion is noting that Council did undertake multiple study sessions in April of 2019 to explore possible land use regulations related to cannabis. Along with those study sessions, Council also desired to hear the voices of Vacaville residents and the public at large. To that end, Council directed staff to hold a public open house, and on April 25th, 2019, about 50 people attended the open house, but mostly by industry representatives. Additionally, based on Council's direction, staff held another meeting with the public at the Vacaville Chamber Business Roundtable to receive further input. Next slide, please. The information from these 2 meetings, as well as updated information, were presented to Council, and on June 25th, 2019, Council adopted an ordinance governing personal cannabis cultivation, as well as an ordinance prohibiting commercial cannabis activities. The Council opted to do so because there were uncertainties based on fluctuations in state law and regulations, and Council wanted to ensure stability in addressing cannabis regulations for the city. In December of 2019, staff presented new information to Council, and promised also to return to council for further discussion and direction if Measure V passed. As such, the council adopted a resolution to add Measure V to the November 2020 ballot, and the measure allowed the city voters to express their desire to impose a cannabis business tax in the city. And on November 3rd, 2020, 29,201 Vacaville voters approved Measure V. This measure has been codified into Municipal Code Chapter 5.3A. Next slide, please. So Measure V lays the framework for taxing cannabis operations within the city, should the city choose to allow such operations within the city. Notably, what it does not do is authorize or permit any cannabis business to actually operate in the city. And as previously promised to council, and as Don has stated earlier, that is the purpose of tonight's meeting, to receive a direction from City Council regarding the allowing operations of certain business types within the city. And with that, I will pass the next portion of the presentation to David McPherson of HDL to discuss the cannabis market analysis.
Next slide, please. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here with you tonight. I want to kind of recap some of a big picture analysis, and we're going to start off with the retail market. As I have indicated in the past and other outreaches, is that we are trying to evaluate the consumer demand, but also the market for retail. As you can see on the bar on the far left, the illicit market, which also is the gray area of the market back in 2016 that we just discussed about Prop 64 becoming legal, is when we had co-op and collectives. When license went into effect at the state level effectively in 2018, we saw a dramatic drop in the number of licenses throughout the state. On the far right, you will see of the current license as of a month ago of 755. We've lost about 60% of the retail market that was in existence 5 years ago, and we have a significant shortage in the retail part activity of the industry at this time. And for the Solano County specifically, we have a shortage still of approximately 9 retailers in your region. Next. This is as of that snapshot on March of 20 of the number of licenses that were registered with the state at 3 agencies. And as I noted here, the 75 retailers has already been talked about. But I want to also have you identify the other activities. You can see where we have 5,371 cultivators, which is a huge oversaturation of cultivators in the state. And as we have seen in the last year, as cities have opened up, there has not been as much demand for that type of activity just due to the overproduction. Where there are some opportunities for cities in the manufacturing and distribution part of this, even though there's a lot of distribution, there's still a lot of business wanting to open a manufacturer and a distribution or a retail and distribution combinations that are out there that still has an interest in there. But even then, the interest for that has been significantly low. And for cities that have opened up, they may see 1 or 2 manufacturers or distributions go along with any retail activity that has occurred probably in the last year, and more importantly, in the last 6 months of that. But we still have a high demand with theirs, but if there's no place for the market, for these products to go to market, until we can expand the number of retail locations, these businesses will be very competitive and be struggling to stay in business, as you would see in a restaurant or other retail type business. Next. This is kind of that overflow, what I indicated to you about the shortage of the retailers. You can see more in the south of the state is where the darker the red, the more retail demand there is, but also the more illegal activity. However, you can see kind of in the Bay Area where there are some red, Solano being more in the lighter pink, but it's surrounded by areas that have a need. And so because retailers can do deliveries out of town, not just into the city itself, there's opportunities for them to expand their market share to address some of those where there's a shortage of retailers in the region. Next. So we have provided you a snapshot here of businesses around you to kind of just convey where the licenses are or potential license. As you can see, Fairfield next to you is not yet opened yet, but there are 2 licenses for retails and they have 1 manufacturing license in that community. Dixon has their 2 and Davis has a total of 11 businesses, of which half of those are retail. And then farther away, you can see from the surrounding areas of Stockton, Sacramento, and along the peninsula where there's a high volume of that already existing. But there's still opportunity in the region there, as I indicated, for about 9 more retailers to be in the Solano County area. Next. As we started putting this together about a month ago, we took a snapshot on weed maps just to reflect that there is deliveries being conducted in the city of Vacaville. This is not a reflection of exactly where they're at, but more the different types of businesses that are doing deliveries in the city. This could be from Vallejo, Dixon, Davis, Sacramento, Rio Vista, Antioch, any of the licensed retailers, but there's also that does not show on your potentially illegal businesses that are conducting deliveries as well. But more importantly, that as long as there's a consumer demand, then there is a retail industry in your community, regardless if you ban it or legalize it. Next. So this is, again, just a high profile. Christina's going to go into detail of the pros and cons of these, but just wanted to share with you and to the community, for those that have not seen this, the different types of licenses that are in the chain, but also the various stopping points along there, and how there is a separation. The duties are activities at the distribution, and sometimes, again, the distribution is confused with deliveries and businesses that conduct deliveries. This is really a business that moves the cultivation, the manufacturing function to the retail end, but also does the testing component of that. And we will go into more detail about a micro business to kind of show you this, but you can get a visual of the different types of activities through this chart. Next. So updating, as time evolves, we always have a lot of changes in certain regulations that are occurring. Today, for example, SB 69 is being reviewed. We don't know the results of that will in fact impact our CEQA discussion here. But at the end of the day, most of the local authority comes or gets to stay at the city, with some challenges that we've had, as I noted here in the bottom, the County of Santa Cruz et al., which the city of Vacaville was part of that lawsuit of trying to eliminate or ban deliveries coming into town. That was a part successful lawsuit, as in that you can ban it, but the negative of that is that the state made a decision that should you ban it, you also as a local agency are required to enforce that ban, that they will not be responsible for that. Today, there was also a bill that was being presented in a committee regarding the farmer bill on billboards over the court decision currently that the city has the control of limiting or banning billboards, but there are challenges that the legislature are trying to reverse or create some kind of criteria that will permit more to that. So we will monitor that. I want to step back on the third bullet because that's kind of part of the discussion decision tree of why we're having this conversation today, as Don had indicated, was that if SB 59 does not move forward, then the city is in a position of either having to adopt a regulatory ordinance before July 1st, before the BNP Section 2605 expires. But if SB 59 is successful and does prevail, then that date could get kicked out to a 22 or beyond date that gives you a little more flexibility. And again, that's just for the ordinance, not for the decision of what process you're going to do to bring the businesses or awarding the businesses. That's just getting to the ordinance. Next. So the important thing that wanted to define from a policy standpoint and to the listeners that are on tonight is that we're really talking about two types of decision tree processes. One is about the consumer demand, as we showed you in some of the slides that we presented here, is that the consumer of how they're getting their products. Personal cultivation is an option, and in the past, the city has tried to adopt and be very flexible on the personal cultivation, but the reality is that people aren't doing personal cultivation for the most part. The other slide that we provided to you about out-of-town deliveries, you did see where you do have out-of-town deliveries, but it's going to be difficult for you to collect your tax on them or to have oversight and accountability for them. But that is still a low bar option for you as you have today, or that you can establish in-town non-storefront retails or in-town retailers at a higher level. So that's the different levels that can be considered that Christina will go over later about the pros and cons on. On the other policy decision, which has nothing directly to do with the consumer, because again, we showed you about the potential or the impacts that the consumer side, but should you wish to consider looking at those production things that create jobs, fill inventory of commercial properties, create ancillary businesses that can support these businesses and things of that nature, are the economic side of it. So these are the categories that there are with cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and testing labs. However, as they also indicated, because of the saturation, this is not where you're going to have a lot of businesses running in town who want to do this at this stage in the game, since they've had 5 years to try to find spots at this point. But there's always a few interested parties because of your strategic location along the 80 corridor. Next, please. So when the time comes of addressing the ordinance and what you want into it, as we have indicated in the past in our other outreach discussions, is that should there be direction to move forward, there will give you that local control, which is important. Some people say, well, you've got state regulations. Why would you want to have local control of that? That's because when you have issues, you can't always rely on the state to do it due to resources to go and enforce it if you call them up and want them there tomorrow. That gives you the authority and ability to enforce your own regulation. Secondly, not everything that you would like in there may necessarily be in there, even though a lot of them might be duplicative. You would have a robust requirement as far as the accountability and oversight and the due diligence of bringing the business in. How you do it from a policy decision as far as who you bring in and why is a whole different policy discussion beyond tonight, but you have that in the ordinance as far as procedurally of how to have protocols for that. The accountability and the security and the quality of the product are always two big concerns, both from the consumer and from the public welfare. And also keeping it to compliance where the feds and our state regulations are enforced and that the concerns at those levels are addressed. Next. Again, if a regulation of best practices that we presented back to you, should that be the desire of the council to move forward, directing staff to do so. These are just examples that of different activities that would be in the ordinance to address all the key concerns that you have and above and beyond in more detail, specifically for the operational requirements for each of the business that you may wish to see come forward. Next. So as we've emphasized in the past, and as Dave has mentioned about Measure V, you've got a tax in place. But more importantly, the concern always is, well, all this effort and time that we would put in there, there's costs associated with this. The goal would be that you would be made 100% whole on a cost recovery of any fees for applications for the development of the program, the implementation of the program, in the initial application process in order to make the city a whole, so there is no impact of public funds or any other funds. And the tax would be the revenues that you get to choose to spend how you wish to once the business is up and running and providing that revenue, both from Measure V and then potentially retail from additional sales tax. Next. And at this point, I will turn it over to Christina.
Thank you, David. Good evening, council members. I am going to apologize. I now have the rest of the conversation and some of my slides will be rather wordy, but I think it's information that is important to provide to everyone so that you can give us some better direction on how we should proceed with this. So I'll start with kind of an update, or I guess a little bit of a recap on the cannabis licensing. As David mentioned, or as both Davids mentioned, so, you know, the vote made cannabis legal in California in 2016, effective in 2017. The state licensing program was effective in January of 2018. Currently, there are 22 different types of licensing. General categories can basically be broken down into commercial, production, and then other, which is the testing labs. Each of these different types of licensing can be related to some of our current city zoning and land use designations and definitions, but would, if we choose to go forward, would need to be massaged into clearly defining and making sure that we address the businesses properly. Next slide, please. From here, we're going to get to some rather wordy slides, but again, I believe it's important information to provide to you all. Cultivation, just so each of these slides is going to be highlighting the particular type of licensing. So cultivation, as was mentioned, is the growing, planting, and harvesting, drying, curing, grading, and trimming of cannabis. So it's the actual making of the cannabis plant itself. There are 14 different types of licensing at the state level, depending on if it's indoor, outdoor, if it's various sizes. Briefly, as David McPherson mentioned, pros and cons. So the pros, there are some pros to having it, you know, if it's indoors, it's not as much of a nuisance typically as far as smell, easier to contain, easier to control, easier to secure. Cons, as you can see, concerns with nuisances, extreme high water usage, especially when we're in drought seasons, could be severely impacted like we're coming up into right now. High waste, high runoff potential from contamination. But also bottom line, as David McPherson mentioned, there is a significant overconcentration of the product that is available out there as far as the supply goes. So as far as staff recommendation goes, we're not recommending any kind of cultivation indoor or outdoor or in any way inside Vacaville. Next slide, please. Manufacturing generally means the compound, blend, extraction, infusion, or some other way of making a cannabis product. And there are many different types of cannabis products. And there are two different ways of doing the manufacturing. You have, and the state identifies them as non-volatile, which would be cold press, heat press, carbon dioxide, non-flammable. The cold water, from my understanding, is becoming quite popular in the industry. And then the state also identifies volatile ways, or volatile solvents, which usually uses butane, propane, or ethanol. More often, as time progresses, what we're seeing more often in the industry is that these manufacturing industries or facilities are kind of mixing the two different ways, but more so relying on the non-volatile. As far as pros go, some economic development opportunity, especially with the edibles industry, creating some edibles products. Also, typically manufacturing, there tends to be more in the way of job production. Cons, there are potential health and safety concerns when it's relying on volatile gases and volatile substances, as obviously they are a little more subject to explosion and other kinds of hazards. However, going forward, as far as a staff and consultant recommendation, we would recommend the potential of having a limited number of facilities, of manufacturing facilities inside the industrial and business parks only. Next slide, please. Distributors is basically what it sounds like. And as was mentioned before, they're receiving the different types of products from manufacturers and distributing them, whether it's to the laboratory resources, laboratory testing facilities for the products, and or for the storefront and non-storefront retail for consumer consumption. Pro side, again, possible economic benefit, especially as there's in Vacaville, we're pretty uniquely situated where we have access to 2 major freeway systems that could attract businesses, distributor businesses. Cons, a potential risk of crime, as there's large amounts of cannabis on site, and potential for noise and traffic concerns with heavy volume, or the heavy truck volumes for distribution. Staff and consultant would recommend, similar to manufacturers, a limited number of facilities within industrial or business parks only. Next slide, please. Laboratory testing. Exactly as it sounds, it tests, so the state has requirements for all products to be tested for quality as well as for safety. So there are testing facilities that throughout the city, or throughout the state rather, there are 40 current facilities. As David McPherson has told us, they are not as popular because they do a lot of regional testing, and so it's not really a need for a significant amount of testing throughout the state. But there's always the opportunity. And pros is the lowest public safety concern, very low profile, wouldn't necessarily be, advertising as a cannabis business as they're there to do the quality testing. Also potential for jobs. Possible cons would be, again, increase in traffic for deliveries, since all the samples have to be tested. So for that reason, staff and consultants will recommend a limited number of laboratory testing facilities in industrial or business parks only. Next, please. Micro business. So a micro business is a combination of at least 3 of the 4 of what you see here. So it's in one facility, you could do potentially cultivation and manufacturing and distribution and a retail aspect of it. The pros and the cons would be similar to retail, which we'll get into in the next slide, but also in cultivation. But also there's an added considerations of efficiency as you have multiple functions under one roof. However, if a business owner is unable to successfully manage, there ends up being a higher risk of failure of the business. So with this particular one, a staff and the consultant would recommend limited number of facilities for micro businesses, but even more so to say that it would be no cultivation, because again, we're not recommending cultivation in Vacaville, but to limit it to the non-volatile manufacturing, distribution, and would be non-storefront, as we would be recommending this in the industrial and business parks. Next, please. So retail non-storefront is essentially a delivery-only business. And so as that would go with, again, a lot of vehicles going back and forth, especially a lot of, since the only purpose of the primary purpose of the business would be deliveries, be potentially a lot of vehicles that would be stationary and would be parked for a long time within the parking lot of the facility. So we would recommend non-store retail to be in industrial and business parks only, not inside commercial areas, so that there's no conflict with parking for patrons. Next, please. This is a map that we created, identifying where the city's industrial and business parks are. The state does also include as a standard a 600-foot radial buffer for sensitive receptors. Sensitive receptors identified by the state are youth facilities, schools, and daycares. However, this is a recommended recommended buffer. there is the ability for consideration to either increase that buffer or to decrease that buffer, depending on the type of business, depending on the type of sensitive receptor. There's also the ability to add sensitive receptors if there are additional concerns that we have the authority to increase that sensitive receptor list. So next slide, please. Retail storefront, this would be kind of the last category that I'll discuss. And this is the most common that you see where it is truly a retail store with patrons being able to walk in and out of the facility and selling directly to people. Pro benefits, economic benefits, when they are, as we have our tax in place, we have potential for tax, sales tax base through or Measure V, and then, through regular sales tax as well. Potential cons are concerns with increase in property crimes within the area. However, a lot of these cons, especially when it comes to property crimes, I will say, and I purposely waited till the end of these categories, is when we get into the regulations, when there is, as David McPherson mentioned, the regulations can include and should include detailed and robust security measures that can mitigate and or deter certain security concerns and crime concerns, and have been successful in other jurisdictions. So that would be something that we would be looking forward to putting into these regulations as well. In terms of retail storefront, staff and the consultant would recommend a limited number of facilities in large commercial centers. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So within the city's zoning, mainly focusing on what we call general commercial, which is what you see in the red, and then neighborhood commercial, which is what you see in the bright pink there. We picked just a few of the larger commercial areas that we feel would potentially benefit from having, potentially benefit the residents for services for retail storefronts. One way, so I mentioned earlier the 600-foot radial buffer for sensitive receptors, and the ability to potentially decrease that or to identify different receptors for, or different buffers for different receptors. I bring that up now because, as an example, in the Alamo Plaza area, if there were a potential for a storefront location to move into there, there is also a daycare inside that plaza, kind of on the backside of it. But with a 600-foot buffer would prevent retail business from going into that plaza. So there are jurisdictions who have determined that daycare centers are less concerned than youth and schools. And so they have identified a separate and different and smaller buffer for daycare centers, so that situations like this, where there's a daycare inside a commercial area, would still allow for a storefront, perhaps within 150 or 200 feet, or some reasonable distance. Next slide, please. So high level, moving forward, kind of a game plan that we are proposing. May through June, we would, the idea being that we would draft regulatory ordinance that would create these best practices. We would conduct study sessions and public hearings at City Council on this regulatory ordinance, and also begin conducting study sessions for draft zoning ordinance. The regulatory ordinance is different from the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance focuses on the specific land use and is identified in the municipal land use and development code section, whereas the regulatory ordinance is a little bit more high level, and it has identifies, as it says, these best practices. That would be a different section of the municipal code. Next slide, please. So continuing on with that progress, in July and August, coming forward with a draft zoning ordinance. that would then need to be presented to the Planning Commission for recommendation, as they are the kind of the determining body, or in this case would be a recommending body for land use decisions. And then present that zoning ordinance to City Council. Next slide, please. And then September through November would be working together to develop the complete application process, going through continued study sessions and public input to figure out what that application process looks like, what is included in it, what is identified, and establish the application fees. Next slide, please. So with all that information, we tried to come up with a scenario of what feasibly could be sustained in Vacaville and give you an idea of what those revenue estimates could be. So here you see with the idea or the possibility of there being 2 storefront retailers. So again, that would be in 2 different commercial areas. And in this scenario, we assume 1 manufacturer in the industrial park or business park area. So you see a range. Conservatively, city revenues, local tax revenues could be anywhere from $462,000 all the way up to $662,000 based on our tax revenues. And as you see, the emerging market makes it difficult to get an accurate test, but gives you an idea of what it could look like. Next slide, please. So my last 2 slides here, this is staff's recommendation of what could be included in the regulatory ordinance, which we would be looking to bring back in May and June. And that would be just specifically related to the cannabis licensing, cannabis types inside the industrial or business park areas, doing a maximum of 5 total of any of what you see below. So manufacturing, distribution, non-storefront retail, micro business, again, with the limited to manufacturing, distribution, and non-storefront, having that all in the one-stop shop kind of a concept. But having no more than 5 inside our business parks. And again, these are recommendations. If council feels that the number is too high or too low or has a different opinion, that's why we're here. But this is what we feel could be doable. And then in the commercial areas, again, specifically just in general commercial and neighborhood commercial, a maximum of 2 storefront retails, ideally kind of on either side of the freeway. Next slide, please. So our request of you tonight, I know it's been a really long night and I apologize, but my request for you tonight is to direct us to return in May for a study session where we can bring that draft ordinance of the regulatory information. We would bring our draft ordinance to first repeal the prohibition ordinance that we currently have in place, because we do have to repeal that before we can do any further adoption at the same time that we do these adoptions. So we could draft that ordinance and then also bring the draft regulations ordinance, so you can get kind of a first look at what would be potentially approved. Some of that ordinance would include design or zoning designations for potential cannabis businesses, like the industrial park or large commercial center and plazas. Some general operating guidelines of the potential businesses to include requirements for security systems, and one idea that was shared with us from David McPherson was the idea of for storefront businesses removing all the product each night, taking it off the floor and putting it and locking it up so that they don't get robbed in the evenings. Also part of that would be the 600-foot buffer. Again, that we just figured it'd be safest and easiest to go with what the state recommends. 600-foot buffer of sensitive receptors, but that may be, should you choose to lessen that for a daycare in a shopping center or for some other reason. If you could please share that with us. And then any direction to, and with that would also be the direction to adopt the application and licensing process that future businesses would go through. And that would be by a future resolution within that ordinance. So that is the end of my lengthy portion. I believe at this point we are ready for discussions and questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to open it up to public comment.
Brandy Prophet, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor Rowlett and City of Vacaville City Council. My name is Brandy Prophet, and I've been a resident of Solano County, Vacaville specifically, for 30 years. I've worked in the cannabis industry within Solano County in the recreational field, and I've also worked in Napa County under the medicinal field. I urge Vacaville to open safe access cannabis for its residents. There is a need for it at this time, and there will continue to be a need for it growing in the future. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller.
Haley Andrew, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. My name is Haley Andrew, and I'm the CEO of Dixon Wellness Collective out in Dixon here. I'm just here to speak tonight in favor of allowing cannabis businesses in Vacaville. It is great to see Vacaville moving in the right direction to bring safe access of cannabis to their community. Not only will the tax revenue bring monetary benefits to Vacaville and its citizens, but cannabis companies will also be an asset to your community by providing jobs. And also we love to volunteer within the community. I would like to invite all of you to come for a tour of our facility in Dixon. We would be able to provide a tour of a successful licensed facility and answer any questions or concerns that you may have at this time while drafting ordinances. I would just like to thank you once again for your time, and I hope to speak with you soon.
Next caller, please.
James Shea, I'll open your mic.
Yeah, I just have a question, and I may be way ahead of the game on this, and this may be for the city manager, city attorney, but just throwing it out there. The building at 1040 Mason, say that lease goes up, you guys decide to put a retail store there because it's a city-owned building. Would the city be able to charge that business the rent at the going rent rate and then also collect the tax money as well? That's just a question I had. Thank you.
Great question. Thank you very much. Mr. City Manager.
So if I understand the question properly, so if we were to lease the space for a cannabis business, would we be able to charge the rent and then collect the tax on that? I believe we would clearly be able to explore the possibility of collecting rent. And then as far as taxation on the business there, I believe the Measure V gives us that ability to do that.
Okay, thank you. Next caller.
Kimberly Cargile, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, City Council, staff, and Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having this on the agenda tonight. My name is Kimberly Cargile. I am the CEO of a therapeutic alternative, a storefront cannabis dispensary in the upscale neighborhood of East Sacramento. I just wanted to take a moment to commend you on discussing the possibility of permitting and regulating storefront cannabis dispensaries here in Vacaville. Cannabis businesses can make a positive economic impact on the community, as well as the neighborhoods in which they operate. During the economic crisis of 2020 due to COVID-19 pandemic, the cannabis industry was able to continue serving our members and bring in tax dollars to our city and state. Citizens of Vacaville deserve to have lab-tested and regulated cannabis products available in their own hometown. The majority of customers we serve are seniors, and they need the one-on-one, in-depth consultations that only a storefront cannabis dispensary with educated consultants can provide. I encourage you to take into consideration when determining who you would like to operate in this town to give points for local ownership, women and minority owners, as well as social equity applicants. In closing, I'd like to invite the council, mayor, and staff to tour our dispensary in Sacramento to see how a cannabis storefront dispensary operates in a very nice neighborhood. Thank you for all you do to make this world a better place.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller ending in 191, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for taking my call this evening. I really appreciate the report tonight, and very well done, very well put together. I would like to request from the council that the council reach out to the citizens and the public at large in Vacaville and find out what would actually benefit them and what they're looking for. So there was a lot of great information on the report, but I actually heard very little information about how it actually benefits the community members rather than the city itself and tax revenue and things of that nature. So thank you very much for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller D. Jones, I'll open your mic.
Jones, you got to open your mic. Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Dave Jones. I'd like to thank the council for continuing to conversate on the cannabis and move this forward. I'd just like to say that I've worked in the cannabis industry in Solano County over the last 5 years, starting as a delivery service and then moving into a dispensary model. And over that time, I've gathered a lot of I've begun to speak with a lot of people and made a lot of friendships with the folks in the community, and having them myself drive to their houses. It's a thing of trust and respect. And once I moved to the dispensary market, having those people actually come out of their homes to safe access where they felt that they were learning something and gaining trust in people, it speaks volumes. So to allow that in your community and give those opportunities to your residents is a great privilege that I think you should bestow them. Appreciate it.
Next caller.
Ravante Robinson, I'll open your mic.
I think I support Measure V when it comes to funding fire, roads, and recreations. But I don't think that it should, the funds from this should go to police, because police have historically arrested people for using marijuana. So I don't think it's fair for them to profit off of this. It should go to the other departments that need it.
Great. Next caller.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, I just have a couple questions. The estimated tax revenue, I was wondering, is it possible to dedicate that tax revenue to for a specific use, like to fund parks, to do something good? And that's what I was wondering. Is it possible that the tax revenue be used for a specific purpose? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, can we get an answer for that?
So it's considered a general tax. So I'm not sure, just exactly what kind of leeway we have on that. I think we can explore that as part of any ordinance or resolution that we adopt for this, but I'd have to consult with our experts on that.
All right, thank you. Next caller.
Bradley Larson, I'll open your mic.
I'd just like to echo the concern of other community members who I've heard speak tonight, and that I don't want any of this funding to be allocated towards police. I feel like that if this measure were to pass, we need to reinvest money into our community. We already know that the police gets far too much of our funding already, and that this is the perfect opportunity to find more funding since, you know, city council is always saying, oh, we don't have the funding for this. So here you go. Here's your way to get more funding to give back to the community to show that we actually do care. And yeah, I feel that it's been historically documented that police have harassed specifically minorities for usage of marijuana, usage of cannabis, sorry, and that we should not see any of this funding go back into an entity that has already made a lot of funding by enforcing, let's face it, racist and corrupt laws. So other than that, I support the measure. I feel like we should. It's been long overdue, us having cannabis in Vacaville. I'm tired of having to go to Dixon and other cities to have to get weed. And I feel like that our community should benefit off of, you know, our community members who have, you know, just want to partake or want to use it as medicine, which is a completely valid reasoning and actually extremely beneficial as a medicine. Which I know personally as a sufferer of chronic pain. I got in a car accident in about 2012, and they tried to put me on Vicodin, Norcos, Valium, all that good stuff. Not good stuff at all. It's terrible. Yeah, it screwed me up for quite a while, and then I started smoking weed and was able to get off of it. So, yeah, basically, F the police. That's about it.
Next caller, please. Can we get next caller?
Beatrice, I'll open your mic.
Hi, everyone. So I just wanted to kind of bring up some points that I think always are missed when we have conversations about weed and the legalization and bringing in business. I really want us to also have the conversation about our youth of color and our communities of color who are harassed by the police when they smoke weed. This happens. Friends have told me that it happens to them, you know. And so if we're going to move forward, you know, if this plan is going to move forward, if we're going to become a community where, you know, cannabis is going to be more accessible and people can buy it and people can, you know, use it, I hope that there's also a conversation, a plan of action to talk with the police department about, hey, weed is legal and you can't harass youth of color, people of color for smoking weed or, smoking weed outside of their homes. Or in their homes, you know, on their properties, because I know that has happened. So I think it's conversations that need to happen while we're having this conversation about these different measures. And just to also say, I completely support some of the other comments talking about, you know, this funding should really be used to go back into the communities, directly back into the communities. So what does that mean? That means, maybe some of that funding can go into grassroots organizations. There's grassroots organizations who help out the community a lot. I know some of our city council members know who we're talking about. If you don't know, you know, get involved with the community, put back, you know, give that money back to communities, not just institutions who have harmed the community as the police department. So yeah, just really I think we have to have a conscious conversation about how cannabis, how it's policed differently, and if it's going to be more widely available in our community, then I hope that our youth of color and our communities of color are not harassed because of it, because now it's going to be more accessible. And also just to say, like, we still have a lot of youth of color who are in prison because of cannabis. So, you know, it's definitely not fair. So yeah, I hope that a conversation with the police department is in the works, that this is going to happen, and that they are putting through some training about, hey, like if you see someone smoking weed, you can't harass them because it's legal now, and we as a city voted on it. So yeah, that's it. Good night.
Good night. Next caller.
Christian Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Hi, I know it's been a long night, so I just wanted to say I do support having cannabis available. One of the speakers mentioned of having that one-on-one experience, knowing or the education, getting the education from it, being able to talk to someone and learn, how you're supposed to take it, because it is medicinal for most people. And, I have a mother with cancer who's going through chemo, and it's really important for me to be able to get that for her. And driving 2 towns over, or, not being able to get in a certain amount of time, it's not the same experience. So I do just want to say my personal experience for that. It would be, a life improvement for, I think, a lot of people in Vacaville. I do also want to echo about the funds being allocated to the community. I think it would be very helpful for that to be allocated to the CART program that we're all pushing, that we think is very necessary for the community. And if we have this new revenue stream that we know is going to bring in money, we know is going to do good for the city of Vacaville, then let's do some real good for the city of Vacaville. Thank you.
I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the city council. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess staff had a recommendation slide. I don't know if you can go back to that a couple slides. It was a few back. It was like no more than 5 on the manufacturing, no more than 2 on the
2 slides
commercial.
back.
I don't remember exactly how many, but you said something about a maximum of 5 on the manufacturing and a maximum of 2 on the commercial. Yeah, so this slide. So I'm very excited we're having this discussion. I think Vacaville has voted twice in the last, I think, 3 or 4 years on cannabis, and resoundingly has voted for cannabis both times. At this point, we have dispensaries in Dixon, Davis, Walnut Creek, Antioch, Napa, Rio Vista. Fairfield will have them soon, and so will Winter. So literally every town that Vacaville touches will have a cannabis dispensary. There is absolutely no statistical data that shows any significant crime or blight issues with cannabis in town. And the fact of the matter is, it's here. You can buy it today through delivery, and we are not collecting any of the tax revenue. We're not supporting any local jobs, and it's here. It was interesting. One of the business owners mentioned something about seniors being her most frequent client. When I campaigned a couple of years back, Leisure Town was an area that I spent a lot of time in, and I knocked, I think, probably every door in Leisure Town. And anecdotally, I used to joke about this, and I thought it was kind of funny. Like, the number 2 questions I got always were, what is your stance on the Green Valley Golf Course? And then, when do we get our cannabis? And so I thought it was kind of odd, but that was a very common question by lots of seniors. And I think, her comment sort of validated that kind of anecdotal funny story. I personally was leaning towards one storefront to start. I think a commercial storefront is fine. We have dozens of liquor stores across town. We have vaporiums. We have adult bookstores. Prior to the agenda change this evening, we were going to vote on putting a liquor store literally across the street from a school. I think it would be very hypocritical of us to kind of turn this down now and kind of make that judgment call, especially when literally every city that touches our borders will have storefront retail. I think we're missing out on the revenue. We're missing out on local jobs. And so I personally would like to see at least one storefront retail and maybe one non-storefront retail in town. And then I'm very open to whatever we can fit in the business park when it comes to manufacturing, distribution, micro businesses, testing, et cetera, et cetera. We are uniquely positioned between Mendocino County and Santa Barbara County, where a large portion of marijuana or cannabis or whatever you want to call it is grown. It has to be processed, distributed, shipped to major population centers like Sacramento, the Bay Area, et cetera, et cetera. I think we're primed for that. So I am personally really interested in at least one storefront retail somewhere in town, and then one non-storefront retail. And then I'm sort of open to the maximum of 5 of the other licenses. I don't think that will impact anybody. We have 5 or 6 major pharmaceutical companies in Vacaville already making all kinds of things that are far more addictive and deadly than cannabis, and it doesn't bother anybody. It creates local jobs and revenue. So I'm excited to get this moving. I think it's been
it's taken a really long time, and we need to move on this to miss the June deadline. And lastly, I haven't thought a whole lot about where the funding could be dedicated. I mean, we could just dump it in the general fund, but I know a lot of counties and cities are doing unique things, either with kids or with homeless or with Parks and Rec or with mental health. It'd be interesting to have some ideas brought back from staff on specific targets or research on things that we could fund with the revenue. It is a pretty sizable amount of revenue. I really have a strong local preference for a vendor. I don't want some, for lack of a better word, businessman or woman out of the Bay Area or somewhere else to come in and set up shop. I think this should be some Vacaville owned, a Vacaville centered business of sorts, at least for the storefront retail and non-storefront retail. I do appreciate all of the owners from out of town, bringing their expertise and whatnot, but I'd like to spread the jobs and the love to a Vacaville owned and centered business. So I hope tonight council will join me in kind of this notion, but I think we need to move on this, and I'm very interested in at least one storefront retail shop, one non-storefront retail, and then I'm pretty open on the rest in the industrial park. That's my comments.
Councilmember Wiley.
I just wanted to say I appreciate this great information, and I will say that people are really interested in this, because when I was campaigning, it also came up, when are we going to get a retail store? When can I get my medicinal marijuana? And I did like the specific information, and particularly on the recommendation. If you say a maximum of 2 or a maximum of 5, that gives you some room, and it doesn't say that you're going to start with this number right away. I have, interestingly enough, talked to local Vacaville people who are in the business, and so I know there are people around that are. And one thing that came up with the spending the money, the part of the revenue, some clubs set up an advisory committee, which then decides on how that the money can be helped with local nonprofits. So there is input from the community as well. I do think it needs to be very specific how we would make decisions about which businesses would be allowed, because I think there are going to be a lot of people knocking on our door. So we need to have very specific kind of guidelines and how we're going to make those decisions when it comes to that. So that's just what I wanted to say. I appreciate this information, and we need to have detailed information when we get to that point of choosing what businesses would be allowed. So thank you for the information, and I also think it's time to move on this.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to echo a lot of stuff what Councilmember Sullivan said. It's something that's needed in this area. Yeah, the maximum of 2 for the recommendation is good, which will allow us to start with 1, like Councilmember Wiley mentioned, and then expand to 2 if needed. I did have one question actually a couple questions for the either HDL or Don Burris if he's still on. One thing that wasn't mentioned is the cannabis or cannabinoid biotechnology aspect that's booming on the East Coast right now. Is that something that fall under manufacturing, or could be pushed under the potential biotechnology park that we have coming up in the city?
Good evening, Councilmember Roberts. Thank you for the question. So what may work in our advantage is just about 2 years ago, our federal government did relax the restrictions on research and development for cannabis products. So now our major research universities can actually do some research and development on all of the uses that can come from cannabis. As a matter of fact, once that act was passed, UC Davis has already developed a cannabis research and development department to start doing work with the plant. For those who aren't completely aware of how some of the biotech uses work, and I'll defer to Councilmember Silva on this if he'd like to add some more background, but there are many of our drugs that are derived from plants. So it would not be uncommon for us to do some cannabis research. So that would be one of the type of businesses that we could bring into our industrial park that would be considered a manufacturer. Could be someone that's doing cannabis research or producing medicinal cannabis products.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Don.
Mayor, I still had one additional question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Roberts, go ahead.
No worries. I know the non-storefront retail is a delivery service, but would it be the guidance of the council if the storefront ones were able to do deliveries as well, or how does that aspect work? Because I didn't see it mentioned during the presentation.
Kristen, I can take that if you'd like.
Go for it.
Again, thank you for the question, Councilmember Roberts. One of the reasons we did not make that recommendation is that depending on how robust the delivery service is, they may take up quite a few parking spaces. And we would not want them to be in a traditional retail location with, with 5, 10, 15 delivery vehicles taking up parking spaces in our retail centers. The logic behind that is those vehicles that are parked waiting for deliveries are actually taking spaces of customers that could be coming in to our regular retail centers, making purchases and providing more tax revenue. So it would make more sense for the delivery businesses to be in the industrial park where there is an ample amount of parking. And if they're there for hours on end, it would not affect the potential sales tax revenue that would be generated from the traditional retail centers.
Thank you. That's all the question I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
All right, thank you. So the quick question. So like, for instance, on this particular slide, a maximum of 5 total for manufacturing. How long would it take, let's say if there's a demand for 10 different respective businesses or business license, I guess, interested in taking up, setting up shop here, how long would that turnaround take to accommodate that if the council at that point was interested in doing that?
I'm going to ask David McPherson to answer that question for us. David has a lot of experience with the timing of putting together the ordinance and actually doing the permitting process.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember, for that question. Because always seeing how long it takes a business to get up is always important to get them up and running. If you have a business that's really understands the process and as their confidence level is moving along, that they're going to be issued the permit. We have seen businesses literally a week after being awarded the permit to already have their plans reviewed, drafted, designed, really ready to hand them in to get the process moving from day one and not dragging their feet on it. If that's the case and they moved it parallel to the state, they could be up and, parallel getting their license with the state, probably 5 to 8 weeks. Parallel, depending on what the impacts of, the TI improvements and the things that they have to coordinate with the city, can get up as fast as 6 to 9 months for the retail side. On the industrial side, sometimes it takes a little longer because they have productions and more significant requirements for ventilation, fire inspection requirements, and other things that need to get improvements to a property in order to get up and running. And those typically are somewhere between 18 to 24 months for those. And especially if the city is going to require a CUP process, you still have that process that they have to go through in parallel with that. So to recap, a good operator can get up and running for retail from 6 to 9 months, maybe reach 12, and a good wholesaler up in 12 to 18 months, but could extend out to 24 months.
Okay. And then our ordinance would just be up to us as between the city and the council. I mean, that's a question for Aaron.
I'm sorry, Councilman Silva, can you repeat the question for me?
So let's say you know, all this goes through and we put a max of 5, a year later, there's more interest in, you know, unexpected interest, things are working out. How long would it take for us to update our ordinance? Whether it be any like restrictions or that kind of be on a.
No, and so now we're kind of getting into all the details that would be presented and discussed when we bring back the first ordinance and subsequent resolution to approve this. But the ordinance is going to kind of set the framework, and then the resolution will be used to, you know, provide the framework for how all that's implemented. And so to amend it, we'll probably be able to do that through the resolution process, which is going to be you know, one reading as opposed to multiple readings through the ordinance. But in either case, it would be, you know, an amendment process that would probably have to start with the Planning Commission and then forward it on to the City Council for final action.
All right. Yeah. So the reason why I ask is, you know, to give the feedback of, you know, every time should it be a maximum of 5 versus maybe 10 or whatnot. So I don't know. I think that anyway, so I'm kind of stuck on that. And me kind of maybe leaning towards something higher because I see that something as a different type of business than the commercial one. So just to, I guess, put that, I guess that feedback in there. So as far as the storefronts, you know, I'm not opposed to entertaining or supporting high-end storefronts. You know, I didn't quite think, I got to thank Mr. Burris highlighting about the parking issues and whatnot. You know, as far as distance goes, you know, I'm fine with the 600 feet. One area that I'm a little concerned about is, you know, if there's any way we can limit the advertising. And so I don't, so getting some feedback on that would be appreciated at some point. I know it was I had a different conversation, but just kind of getting some more clarification on advertising. And one big thing is I know we're talking about different numbers. 2 is not a large number, but you know, one thing that I'm very adamant against is concentrating a lot of the you know, certain businesses in a certain area. So you know, and I think putting 2 helps limit that, but I also wouldn't want them in a very like in a much more closer area. So different sides of the freeway is fine. I think that anyways, so I just want to put that out there. It would be interesting to see how we can give preference to locals as far as helping support some of our locals that are interested and possibly ready to do that. And that's basically my majority of my feedback. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes. Does staff have any sort of statistical information on the impacts of retail on crime and public safety, staffing, calls for service, you know, as far as it relates to robberies or burglaries or anything like that?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. We have not received any crime statistics from the local jurisdictions around us. I'm not sure if David McPherson can provide any more details to that, but the local law enforcement officers that we reached out to had no data to share with us. What we do know from the little bit that they were able to share with us is that the crime is property crime, not personal injury crime, meaning that it would be the facilities or the business that would be a subject of the crime. But David, do you have any data that you can provide?
Yes, I think we provided that in the Q&A questions that Council had asked, but it really is, as Don and Christina mentioned, I think statewide in a regulated market, there's been 4 or 5 burglaries due to not businesses being required to do best practices. An example Christina used about putting product away at night, they left it out where someone just drove a car to the front, broke the glass threw everything in bags, and were out of there in 5 minutes. On all those occasions, there's 2 in Sacramento that occurred too. There was 1 in the city of Ojai, 1 in the LA area, and 1 in San Diego. And it was all those scenarios where they did not do best practices or best security by design, kept head requirements, to prevent those types of things happening, which we would recommend that you would be doing in the front end.
So no information about increases in marijuana DUIs or anything like that?
Those are different statistics, and there's studies both from Colorado and from California Public Health that have stuff with that, but since it's a controlled substance, when they put it in a database, it's kind of intermixed with other activities. And since there was no data collected prior to when they started collecting the data, they don't know if it's actually increased or decreased because they didn't have capture that data to begin with. And they're just starting to see data of collecting that. And there are public health reports that are reflecting that information. And the ones that are out there are public and presented once a year from those state agencies, Washington, Oregon, and Colorado to this point.
Okay, and then the other thing that's been brought up by a couple folks has been the preference to locals being able to own and operate these businesses. Is there any sort of liability for the city regarding who gets, or more importantly, who doesn't get selected for any license? And what do we anticipate any sort of legal fees associated with the decision on who gets these licenses and who doesn't?
Thank you for the question, council member. No, we have not actually had that discussion on legal fees. If by chance there would be a cannabis business that was not happy with not being selected, it is what we'd like to do in our selection process. Actually, in a future council meeting, most likely at the May study session, that's when we'd like to be able to address with the council what that selection process would be and what tool we would use to actually select who would get a permit. So at this time, we're kind of not prepared to really have that conversation because we do need to do a little bit more prep work before the May study session. So again, just at this particular meeting, it's whether or not the council actually is interested in entering the cannabis industry. And then our next step will be to try to figure out what that process will be to solicit and approve cannabis businesses to get a permit.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Hey, I just want to swing back and kind of update my recommendation to the staff is, yeah, I still like the general recommendation, the 5 and the 2. I would like to restrict the commercial storefront ones to general commercial sites, not the neighborhood commercial, and not put any restrictions on testing or research-based companies, to not include them in the 5 industrial park areas, because those seem to pose a minimalist risk to the community itself, and it seems to be a general good business for the industry itself as well as medical. So yeah, that's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any more hands up from the council. I would like to move forward with this. I've been pretty vocal in past meetings when we've talked about it. I would like to see 2 locations in our industrial area, maybe the micro licenses and storefronts, but in the industrial area, I'd like to see one on 8-8 side. I'd like to see one on 8-7 side. You know, I think it was Vice Mayor Sullivan that mentioned, you know, everyone's doing it, and I truly wanted a lot of cities to get ahead of us so we can watch them do all their mistakes. So I've watched Dixon fail on a few things. I watched Fairfield fail on a few things. And those are things that we'll be able to capitalize on now and, be able to go and steal ideas and not have to spend so much money trying to put this thing together. So although it seems like we're behind a lot of people, I think we're going to learn a lot more and we're going to be able to do this streamlined. On top of the two, I wouldn't mind a couple, two more maybe of the manufacturing. And then I agree with Councilmember Roberts about not limiting, research and, I don't know if the market's that hot out there, but I wouldn't want to limit any of that. I also would like to see, and I believe it was Vice Mayor Sullivan again, I would only be entertaining people that lived locally, that own businesses locally, business people local only. And I did hear people already from the outside, like sharks ready to come in here and eat up our market. But I want to give it to people that live here that are invested in our community. And I don't want to see where somebody from the outside just comes in and grabs a partner real quick and says, okay, I'm going to do the whole business. I'm just going to use your name like I've seen in other cities happen. So I know it's going to be something we're going to have to really watch and maintain, but I don't mind doing it on a smaller scale now, because I know as the years go on, the other councils that come through are going to amp this thing up. So I think putting one on 8.7, one on 8.8, keeping it in the industrial area, getting it under our belt, learning what the pitfalls are, then down the road, maybe opening up different things. I definitely just don't want to put it in the commercial areas right now until we get it under control. I definitely want it gated. I want heavy security. Unfortunately, I do want some of that money to go to the police department because it's going to bring an element of crime. And there is going to be some money that's going to be needed to be donated either directly to the police department so that we can keep an eye on those locations. But I also would love to see it go to parks. If it's $1 million worth of money coming in per year, I definitely would like to see it go around and get back into the community. So that would be my guidelines. I want to make sure it's safe. And I like the idea of making money on it because it's out there, everybody's doing it. And I think we can capitalize on the mistakes that other cities have made and make sure that we're not making those same mistakes. So I believe we gave you enough information. We're going to move on. Thank you very much for everything. Next item is item 9E. Mr. City Manager, do you want to start us off?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This is your annual audit for fiscal year 2019-2020. Crystal Reams, our account manager, is going to make you a brief presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Council. As the City Manager mentioned, I'm Crystal Reams, the Accounting Manager. Also on the call, we have Ken Matsumiya, Finance Director, and Brandon Young, CPA and Audit Partner with Lance Solon Lungard. The presentation tonight is a brief informational overview of the annual audit process performed by the third-party independent audit and the results of the city's audit. LSL was contracted last year for annual audit services and financial statement preparation, and the fiscal year 2020 audit was the first one performed under that contract. I will now turn it over to Brandon Young, CPA and Audit Partner with LSL.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. At this point, I guess I'll almost say good morning, but thank you for having me. Whoever's doing the slides, you can go to the first slide. Thank you. So what I'm going to do tonight, I'll try to keep it brief. I've given this presentation to the audit subcommittee a couple of times, so a number of you have heard this presentation. I'll briefly go over the audit process overall, and then just some results of the audit for the fiscal year 2020 for the city. As Crystal mentioned, I'm a partner with LSL CPAs out of our Sacramento office. This is our first year auditing the city, and this is our first report that we are presenting to council. So overall, our responsibilities and our process are outlined on this slide. We're performing the financial audit for the city and also assisting in preparing the city's financial statements that you have in front of you, as well as the audit letters. What that entails is testing of account balances that you see in the balance on the financial statements, considering the internal controls specifically surrounding financial reporting for the city. And the definition of those, or part of that bullet point below, is basically policies and procedures that are in place either to detect fraud or error, safeguard assets, and make sure that things are as they should be within the city accounting system. Next slide, please. So the audit overall basically started in July of 2020. Typically the interim audit would go before, but since we're the new auditors, the contract was approved late. So we did interim in July. This is when we're doing our planning, a lot of inquiry and documentation. We are sitting, this year the whole audit was performed remotely, obviously due to COVID. So this year there was a lot of Zoom meetings, sharing screens, basically walking through the city processes on things of how they process cash receipts, how they process cash disbursements, how they're tracking capital asset activity, grant activity, how they process payroll, and making sure that there are basically controls and checks and balances in place that any errors or anything that just didn't pass the smell test would get caught. And then what we do that information is we perform a risk assessment in the summer, and then we come back and our year-end audit also was performed remotely during October and November of 2020. This is when we're actually testing the account balances you're seeing on the financial statements. We're doing things like confirming cash accounts, confirming any loan balances, cutoff procedures to ensure things are reported in the proper period. We're testing pension liabilities, OPEB liabilities, capital asset, additions and deletions, depreciation analytics, really an extensive amount of testing. That's not only just asking questions, it's also verifying documents and substantiating the numbers that you see. And Ken, Crystal, and their staff were very accommodating and forthcoming with all of the emails and Zoom meetings and whatnot. This was an unorthodox year, but we were able to make it through and get through it, as on a fairly regular audit circumstances, considering that we had to do it all remote. The sections that are in the financial statements that you have in front of you are broken out in really what is considered 3 sections. The intro section is the transmittal letter of the document, which is kind of telling the city story of the year, pointing out key initiatives, key projects, key things that are upcoming. The financial section is the opinion letter, management discussion and analysis, which is a good area to look when you're comparing current year to prior year and kind of discussing the variances of why things changed. The statements themselves, and then the required footnote disclosures, and then the back of the document is the stats section, which has a lot of interesting information as far as demographics, key employers, things of that nature, key vendors that maybe people would like to see that would kind of tell a larger story for the city. Next slide, please. So these are just some basically giving you a definition and more of what our responsibilities are. So we are responsible for obtaining reasonable assurance that the financial statements are fairly presented. What that means is that not every transaction that occurs during the fiscal year is tested or audited. There are a lot of procedures that we do, but testing 100% of the transactions would not be feasible. With the technology that's available nowadays, we are able to test quite a few transactions and analyze data on a much quicker basis than we would have in the past, but it's still not every transaction, and we are what the opinion is saying as far as reasonable assurance is based on the questions we've asked, documents we've looked at, and data that we've gathered. The numbers you see in front of you are reasonably accurate and are free from material misstatement based on what we've tested. Next slide, please. This is just an excerpt from one of the required auditing letters. It's called the SAS 114 letter. Essentially, it's just telling you that our responsibility is to express an opinion on the financial statements that are prepared by city management that are fairly presented in all material respects. Next slide, please. You can skip this slide. Next slide, please. We already talked about that. This is another excerpt from the city letters, the SAS 114 letter, basically telling you that as part of government audits, we're required to consider the city's internal controls. We are not giving an opinion on the internal controls that happens in the public company world. We do a deep dive in the city processes to make sure that things are in place. If something were to come up that needed to be risen to the level of city council knowledge that something needed to be done immediately, we would immediately bring it up, and we do give recommendations and feedback when we see things that can be improved, but our audit is not designed to give an opinion on the city internal controls. Next slide, please. As part of our audit, we are required to consider fraud in the financial statement audit. We do that in a variety of ways. What our firm, the approach we've taken is we conduct random interviews every year with different employees as well as council members at the city, and ask them some required questions of things we're asking. And we like to basically interview employees at different levels within the city, to entry level all the way up to executive level, to ask them different questions for the entry level to see what the tone of the top is, if they've ever been if they ever feel they've been forced to do anything unethical or immoral, or pressured to do anything they didn't want to do. And we're asking the executive's relationship with city council, and then we're interviewing city council to see their really their working relationship with the staff, any areas of concern that they have, to see if there is anything that we should look at that maybe we're not considering. Obviously, we consider a lot, look at a lot, but sometimes, and stats have shown that any fraud that usually does occur is uncovered by anonymous tips. So we feel that kind of interviews with different departments, different levels of employees throughout the city is the most effective way to do that. Next slide, please. So results for this year. So the key letter that you will want to look at is the opinion letter. That's the letter that's part of your financial statements. This year, the city received an unmodified opinion. They received that for, from what I can tell, quite some time. This is the opinion you want to receive, meaning that the numbers you see in front of you have been tested, verified, substantiated by supporting documentation that the city has on hand. Nothing needed to be adjusted or was unable to be verified or given an opinion on. Next slide, please. A couple of letters that I believe are part of the packet that you've been given. The first one is called the SAS 115 letter, also referred to as a report on internal controls. If there were any findings or weaknesses in processes or adjustments that we had to make during the audit that had to basically change the initial numbers the city gave us, they will be disclosed here as findings or recommendations. There was nothing reported in this year's audit based on what we tested, so we're happy to report it's a very standard audit language letter. The last letter is called the audit communication letter. This really is a summary letter of the audit overall. If there was any significant transactions in the past, the first year that we implemented the pension liability was disclosed there since it was a drastic change. There was nothing this year that was considered significant enough to disclose in that letter. It was fair. There wasn't any accounting pronouncements since everything was delayed. The second part of the letter that's of substance is the accounting estimates. It discusses your net pension and OPEB liability. What the section of the letter is telling you is that these numbers are estimated and they swing each year kind of back and forth for given a variety of factors. If CalPERS changes the mortality rate, the inflation rate, or if they fall short or exceed their investment rate of return, then it will adjust the pension liability. They haven't exceeded the 7% in quite a few years. This year, I believe they are ahead of it. But basically, there's nothing the city or any government agency in California can do to impact that number. They are using the 7% to estimate the liability, and it will change back and forth kind of depending on their performance. What we do is we are getting actuarial reports from third-party actuaries, verifying that the information that's required to be in there is included in those, and that the liability is recorded and disclosed correctly on the financial statements, but is calculated by third-party actuaries. If there were ever any difficulties encountered in the audit as to where management was not forthcoming with any information we were asking, if they were seeking a second opinion from a different accounting firm, or we couldn't kind of come to a consensus on how to report a transaction, it would be disclosed in this letter. There's nothing of the sort in this letter. This is fairly rare and uncommon, but if there were everything that come up, it would be disclosed here under that section. The last part I'll touch on is kind of upcoming accounting pronouncements. The most significant one affecting all government agencies has to do with leases. For those of you from a finance world or accounting background, in 2 years, the way leases are recorded is going to be changing. There used to be capital and operating leases. That's going to go away, and they're all going to be recorded the same way. And you'll see some new disclosures and line items on the financial statements that will be in effect in fiscal year 2022. So we're already starting to work with all of our clients to make sure that we kind of get ahead of that, analyze them. And I know that Crystal, Ken, and their team actually has already started doing this. Since it was anticipated to be implemented this coming year, it was pushed back a year. So I think the city is well ahead and ready to implement this when the time comes, and we'll be ready to help and assist and answer any questions when that time does come. Next slide, please. For the upcoming year, we do want to get back on track, and the city does as well. This is more of a regular audit schedule, performing interim in June, a year-end audit October, November, and hopefully finalizing these reports by the end of the year in December. The ERP implementation for the city, and as well as COVID kind of just threw things for a loop this year. So we were able to get it done. We want to get it done quicker, and the city does as well. And we're hoping to do that fiscal year 2022. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has about the audit process overall or the financial statements themselves.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to public comment. I have one hand up.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, Alicia Minion. I just want to thank the staff and the auditor for presenting the audit tonight. I think this is, I've lived here for 5 years. I don't remember an auditor coming and presenting the audit ever. And I really appreciate it. I think it's important because you can see the complete picture all in one report. And, but anyway, I wish it was earlier in the day. So that, you know, there would be more people online actually being able to ask questions. But anyway, I have a few questions. And so I was wondering, as part of the audit, did you look at the development impact fee reports? And I was just wondering if there was any tests conducted over any interfund loans or interfund transfers within the different development impact fee funds? That's one question. Another question I had was the city acts as sort of a banker for other joint powers authorities, such as the Solano Transportation Agency. It's my understanding with STA that STA actually, I think, holds funds and they might be commingled with the city of Vacaville funds. And I was just wondering if you looked at controls over the accounting of funds that might be commingled, where the beneficial owner might not be the city, could be a JPA. And then I had another question about, you know, developers are sometimes given credits. And I was just curious how the developer fee credits were valued. And I didn't have a chance to review the whole CAFR, but are they disclosed as a contingent liability? And the last question I had was on the asset side for governmental activities. There's notes and loans of about 45.6 million. And I was wondering if you noted in reviewing those notes or loans, if there were loans where there was no payments made for several years. And if there were no payments made, at what point would you recommend that they be written off?
Sure. Yeah, I'll take a stab at.
Hold on real quick. I'm going to close to public comment and let you answer all her questions. Go ahead.
All right. I'll take a stab at them, and then Ken or Crystal, if they have anything else to add, feel free. So the first one I have written down, I believe you're asking about the development impact funds and the interfund transfers. As far as interfund transfers is always a part of our audit procedures to make sure that they're basically authorized and approved, that there's kind of reasonable business practice. If there's transfers within development impact funds that are reported kind of within the same column in the CAFR, they do get eliminated. So sometimes it does change, but to answer your question, development impact fees and interfund transfers are part of the audit process in a number of areas, not only revenue, but also interfund transfers. So that was that first question. The second question, I forget the second question. I'm jumping around. So your last question about one of them was about developer credits. So developer credits are recorded and tested in a variety of different ways. It depends on kind of the phase of the development's at as when they're recorded. If they are recorded as liabilities or contingent liabilities, they're either recorded in the financial statements of the balance sheet themselves, or they're disclosed in the footnotes as contingent liabilities. So it kind of varies to answer that question. The other questions that, the other two, you have to jog my memory, Crystal or Ken, what the other two questions were.
There was a comment in there about STA and just that for the cash, for STA, we do the accounting for them. We also invest some of their funds, and so some of their cash is it sits in our bank accounts. I think she may be referring to the steps that the auditor takes to kind of verify STA's cash versus the city's, and maybe the cash reconciliation process.
Sure, yeah, thanks for the reminder. So as part of the cash process, we are confirming all bank accounts, and then if there are any intermingled funds, that usually is tested through the bank rec process. We do work with a lot of agencies that are holding cash for JPAs that are either recorded as agency funds on the CAFR or separately audited statements. So as part of our bank rec test work, we are ensuring that the cash reported on the financial statements belongs to the city, and that the cash belonging to any JPA or outside entity that the city is doing the accounting function for is not duplicated and is only separated out either in a separate account or a separate fund within the city statements that's on a separate financial statement. I think there was a fourth question, and I am blanking on what that question
Brandon, I think the final question had to do with the notes receivables and loans. And so at what point would the auditor, if any payments were not made kind of after a certain amount of time, I guess what is the given period of time where the auditors would recommend that the notes maybe have an allowance recorded or written off?
Yes, so basically every year the notes and loans, there is really an extensive process done. First, we are confirming a lot of large balances with whoever the loan is kind of outstanding with. And then as part of the analysis, we're looking through a variety of agreements to see kind of what the payment terms are. There are a number of loans that are considered basically either forgivable loans or loans that will not be repaid. Those wouldn't be reflected in the financials because there would be an allowance that is set up. So typically if there's activity, within the last few years, as far as they are receiving principal payments or even interest payments, the loans do remain at face value on the books as it technically is considered a true asset. There does come a point in time where some of these loans, if they're scheduled to be paid off at a kind of an excessive amount of time, some of them over 50 years, that we will set up an allowance that basically kind of decreases the asset value on the books. It's not misleading to see. It is kind of an extensive process that we do every year, reviewing new loans that are given out and also kind of loans that don't have any activity, in which we would set up an allowance for. So I hope that semi answers all your questions. Sorry, it's getting a little late. So.
Thank you very much. I see no questions from our council, so we'll move on to the next item, item F. And that would be the police canine incident update. I'm just going to call on Chief Smutzler. Are you there, Chief?
I am, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Roulette, Vice Mayor Sullivan, members of the Vacaville City Council, as well as the concerned citizens of Vacaville and beyond who were affected by this incident involving police canine Gus and his former canine handler. This incident occurred on December 28th of 2020 at approximately 12:05 in the afternoon during a training session on Eubanks Court in northern Vacaville, in which a resident used the cell phone to record a video of a canine handler striking the dog in the muzzle after completing what's described by canine trainers as a, quote, alpha roll, unquote. This video, which was very disturbing to watch, was then posted on social media platforms and went viral. Next slide, please. Upon viewing the video, command staff members of the Vacaville Police Department immediately separated the dog from the handler, placing the dog in the care of a contracted trainer. Due to the serious nature of this incident, the department immediately initiated 3 separate investigations, all of which were conducted by independent outside investigators experienced in their fields. The day after the video was viewed by department staff, Gus was examined by a veterinarian and found to be without injury. We retained 3 outside independent experts to conduct a thorough investigation of the incident and the canine unit. Anchor therapy was retained to evaluate Gus for any physical and/or emotional effects from the incident. Bill Lewis was hired to perform a comprehensive review of our entire canine program, including training, operations, and policies and procedures. Finally, Municipal Services Group was retained to perform the internal affairs investigation of the incident and the officer's actions. Next slide. Gus was evaluated by VCA Sacramento, which has a deep experience with evaluating working dogs like Gus. The veterinarian determined that Gus was uninjured from the incident, and he ate, drank, and behaved normally during their evaluation. On this slide, you will see a couple of excerpts from the 2 evaluations done by VCA Sacramento. Even though they cleared Gus to be returned to the Vacaville Canine Unit, we opted to return him to the vendor. And while most dogs that join the police department stay with us, it is not uncommon for an agency to return a dog to the vendor. We understand that Gus is doing very well right now. Next slide. Anchor Therapy was retained to conduct an evaluation of Gus for any physical and mental effects of the incident. There were some conflicts in the evaluations of Gus by VCA Sacramento, the veterinarian, and Anchor Therapy. What's important to note is that VCA Sacramento sees dogs frequently and has specific expertise in evaluating police working dogs. Anchor Therapy was recommended by the former police chief, and realizing how important it was to get Gus evaluated immediately, along with Anchor Therapy having the availability, the former police chief retained them to conduct the evaluation. While Anchor Therapy has other very valuable areas of focus in their practice, we subsequently learned that their area of expertise was not specifically in police canines. This highlights why we conducted multiple evaluations of Gus. Next slide. The city engaged Municipal Resources Group, or MRG, for an independent internal affairs investigation of the incident related to the specific video recorded incident and the conduct of the involved officer. It is important to note the investigator had complete independence during the investigation, with the right to determine the means, manner, and findings related to the investigation. The city allowed MRG full discretion to undertake the investigation and otherwise make findings without influence or interference with the outcome. While I would like to share as much as possible, the details of the administrative investigation, commonly referred to as an internal affairs or an IA investigation, are subject to the Peace Officer Procedural Bill of Rights, or POBAR. Therefore, we are unable to provide specific details related to that investigation. However, we can report that the investigation has been concluded and the appropriate action or actions are being taken. POBAR prohibits an employer from disclosing confidential personnel peace officer information, including disciplinary action. What I can say is that the officer in the video is no longer a canine handler at this time. The investigation, along with the overall program review, did show us that our training of new handlers and their canines needs to be more closely supervised. We are committed to making sure that this happens in the future. Our training will also be focused on correction techniques that do not involve striking a dog and mirror the best practices in the industry. Next slide. I'm now going to turn this over to Bill Lewis. He is the expert the city hired to conduct a thorough review of our entire canine unit. Bill is well known in the industry. He's a 27-year police veteran and owns Training and Consulting Team LLC. Bill is a certifying canine team evaluator for the California Peace Officer Standards and Training, or POST, and the California Narcotic Canine Association, or CNCA. He is a former CNCA board member and patrol dog coordinator. Bill provides expert canine witness work through Thomson Reuters and the Roundtable Group. I'll now turn over the floor to Mr. Lewis. Next slide.
Thank you, Chief, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. When I was asked in early January to conduct this evaluation and agreed to do so, it's done always with two things in mind. One, at the request of an agency to do a thorough and comprehensive review. But me personally, I always look at what I can help provide to make things better at an agency at all times. The evaluation took place from February 23rd through March 29th. I completed my evaluation April 2nd. Various ways that I conducted it, you can see them here on the slide, which also included an observation of a weekly maintenance canine training. At the conclusion of this, I produced 2 products that I used in my evaluation. One was a letter of evaluation highlighting basically main observation, and another one was a template, a evaluation form that I use that also includes observations and recommendations. Next slide. So here's the key sections that I really recommended, and I would just make this comment as well. Overall, you do have a good canine unit, and you are squared away. But one of the things that you need to take a look at, and that recommendation was to adopt a training program that parallels the post certification standards. Post has a set of standards for canine performance, and your policy requires you to follow those guidelines. And you're doing so, but your documentation is a little bit lacking on how it's being done. When I observed the training, I watched these post standards being conducted, but in a documentation form, it needed improvement. The other part here was periodic canine team performance evaluations. You use basically once a year a post certification as a means to certify your canine teams. And while that is a standard for the most part throughout the state, I think it's better from a supervisory standpoint to do more of a periodic or regularly scheduled performance evaluation. So you're monitoring the performance of your canine teams throughout the year instead of once a year. It's not a difficult thing to do, and your canine supervisor has already taken steps to begin this process. As a expert witness, and I do expert witness work, I also come in and I noticed that there was not really a central location for all your canine program files. They were in various spots. You had the documentation, but they were not all located in one spot. And my recommendation, and again, since my visit, I did actually 3-day on-site visit at your place. It's already being coordinated so that as a supervisor or a manager, they can just sit down in one location and review a handler's file. Standardized documentation of canine training. Once again, you have the foundation for this to occur. It just needs to be more formalized and more standardized to, again, meet the post certification standards and comply with those training. Again, it's being done, but it could be done better in a documentation form. Improve process and procedures for the Department of Justice reporting. There was an article that was in the newspaper and online about your reporting of injuries for 10 canine incidents that occurred from 2016 to 2019. The one thing that was concerning to me, that it appeared to be misreporting of the incidents, because a lot of the injuries that were described as abrasions and lacerations, and they were subsequently defined as serious bodily injury. Well, in my experience, abrasions and lacerations are not serious bodily injury. And so I recommended that the department, the canine staff, take a look at the process for their reporting procedure, because I think it's probably a little unfair to you. And it's probably done for the sake of transparency, but I think it was being misreported for those injuries. Review contract with your canine training vendor. One of the things I noticed, you have an open-ended contract, I think, that's been in effect since 2007. My recommendation only was to take a look at your contract as a good business practice and just make sure that the contract meets the needs of the agency to include all training facets. This is a quotation from my report that it, again, in my opinion, your policies, your practices, the training that you're doing, it meets the industry standards. You're doing the right things. You have a good canine unit. But I think with better documentation, with more supervision of what's occurring in a review of some of your procedures, you could be much better. And I believe, unless there's another slide there, that, yeah, that was my report.
All right, thank you so much, Bill. All the reports mentioned in this presentation that you can see on the slide here will be available in the transparency portal after this meeting for anyone who is interested. And you can see the link on the slide as well. Next slide, Crystal. This concludes our presentation, and myself, Mr. Bill Lewis, and the Vacaville Police Department K-9 Unit Supervisor, Sergeant Frank Pirro, are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, I have no questions. I'm going to open it up to public comment. I see a few hands already up.
Caller ending in 893, I'll open your mic.
Hit to clear your side, caller. There you go. Go ahead.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, well, this is not a very satisfactory report for a number of reasons. One, they talked about standards. We meet all the standards. And then for these injuries, it was this individual who made the last presentation, private opinions on what these injuries were significant and not significant. So are there standards or are there not standards? And the other problem with this being unsatisfactory is this investigation was under the auspices of Vacaville PD. They chose who to look at it, and this is very unsatisfactory. This seems part of the continuing obfuscation and not being forward with the public. How about if you ask the U.S. Justice Department to take a look at Vacaville PD, and not just for their canine handling, but for the entire department? Will you ask U.S. Justice Department to audit it? And this idea about the dog was psychologically analyzed and found to not have any trauma. And the other thing, that his injuries were minor, that's only part of it. The other part was how he was treated, the treatment the dog received. You can have battered children and have them analyzed and say, oh yeah, they're psychologically fine, the physical problems are minor, but the treatment that they deliver. And so you've just told Vacaville PD that you can punch a dog out, you can injure him, and that's okay. That's okay. The treatment, it doesn't matter what the treatment, how you treat the dog. It's what we find and what I see to be a biased report here, very biased report. And the other item we got here is you put this so late in the agenda, so far down on the agenda. This seems to be, again, another attempt for Vacaville PD to not be forwardcoming. I suspect that they thought, well, we put it late, we got a big agenda, it's really close to midnight now, so you're not going to get a lot of comments. Very unsatisfactory, Vacaville, the council, the city manager, and your police department. And I hope you will invite U.S. Justice Department in to take a look at this.
Thank you, sir. Next caller, please.
Karen Parks, I'll open your mic.
Yes, good evening. I'm extremely disappointed. That is nothing other than I needed someone to come in and fix my documentation for me. I was really hoping there was going to be some transparency. I do follow these cases. I am very versed in training. Your officer said to me, we train with compulsion. Don't you know what compulsion training is? I said, yeah, I know what it is. I said, but that is not the standard. That's been proven scientifically to cause fear. Fears cause bites, and that's why your bites are so high. And I'm appalled, literally, that every day we take these shepherds that are messed up, these mouths, these Dutches, we work with them because people don't know how to work with them. And that was not an alpha rule. That was nothing even close to an alpha rule. So basically what you did is you went ahead and had someone come through to say, just like if I was in admin for the hospital and I said, oh, you know, we got this legal thing going on, fix it for me. What are we missing here? Big deal. You need to be certified in post. Everybody knows that. But did you change your training practices? I spoke with one of the councilmen trying to talk about having UC Berkeley School of Law professor talk about a trainer that he knows in the Vacaville area that trains not with compulsion. Compulsion training has been proved, as I said, only to cause dogs to bite, and not bite in a good way where they won't out. And the one question I guess I do have, and this is far from over, is who purchased Gus?
Is that the end of your statement, ma'am?
Maybe, well, for now, but who purchased Gus? Who owned Gus? Because I don't think you're telling the truth. If you're going to be transparent, I went through the North Carolina one where they were completely transparent. They even so much came out to say that they had told the officer that he was going to be fired, the canine officer, so he resigned.
Ma'am, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
You're a joke.
Can someone answer
the question? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and run the meeting. Can we have someone answer that question, please?
I think I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor. The funding for the canines is general fund allocations that come into the police department budget, and that's where that purchase is made from.
So the purchase is from a general fund?
That's correct. There's other funds within the canine unit that's raised via fundraisers and some other funding sources that go to the care, feeding, and maintenance of the dogs. But for the most part, the funding of the purchases of the canines are through the general fund. If there's a question about where the dog is now, Gus was returned to the vendor, which was the vendor that we purchased the dog from. That dog has been returned to the vendor, and as I said earlier, all indications that we have is that Gus is doing extremely well.
Okay, thank you. Next caller.
Caller ending in 724, I'll open your mic.
There you go.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, Mayor, this is Roberto Valdez again. I'm still up, calling your meeting. So not everybody's asleep yet in this case. But, you know, I have to admit that I do question the method that are being used to train canine dogs. And I know they're probably used for, I would think I'm assuming they're used for crime prevention, but it seemed very brutal on TV. And I'm abhorrent to that, you know, treating animals like that, whether they're police or not, they are dogs. You know, I'm just as abhorrent to people training dogs for dog fights or other people for roosters for cockfights. And, you know, it's crazy. I'm sorry to say that. Again, I don't, you know, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to your police officers, but I do have another question. So, you know, the question I have is a very simple one. Again, I don't know anything about anchor therapy or all that jargon that's been thrown around, and thank you for putting the website. It would be good for you to put it in the paper so that people who, like myself, I'd like to learn more about that. What is that anchor therapy? You know, put it in the paper and so people know where to look, you know, not necessarily have to go through your 6-hour meeting, whatever it is, at the last minute. But I want to know whether you used any dog psychologists, and if so, how many? What were the results? Did they have the credentials to do that? And if not, why not? That's it. I mean, no, there's dog psychologists who are more than qualified to do impact of, just like people, you know, psychiatrists, whatever you want to call them. They can get into your brain and find out what is or isn't bothering you, or the person, or in this case, the dog. You know, I thought it was very brutal. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, can you answer the question? Somebody?
Yes, we're going to answer the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can
So
someone answer that question?
Absolutely. So anchor therapy was one of the first contractors that we retained via Chief Carley, and that was specifically to look at the aspects that were just brought up by the last caller, the dog's physical and emotional well-being, as well as VCA, the veterinarians that work with these dogs on a very regular basis. VCA Sacramento is a renowned veterinary veterinary clinic that services police working dogs on a very regular basis. And so we looked at their reports as well as anchor therapy's reports in making the determinations about guests.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, please.
Ravante Robinson, I'll open your mic.
So first I want to address the guy who was one of the investigators, how he basically tried to label what he considers a serious bodily injury, like saying, oh, you know, some of those were just lacerations, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, that right there is a prime example of why police culture is so toxic. Like, he is the embodiment of that. And this is why you even have Karen calling mad at y'all. So I'm waiting for the council comments at the end, and I'm sure that Ron's going to give us a pro-police statement like he always does. So really, from that update, it sounds like you guys are not taking any action because you didn't say that he was fired, and that's really what we wanted to hear. So I mean, you know, Ian, that was a terrible statement, and the guy, the private investigator, I'm sure that he has a thin blue line flag in his house, but he is like that. That's not what I would call an independent investigator. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Next caller.
Joshua B., I'll open your mic.
Hi there. I just actually wanted to say that I appreciate the report. I know it's difficult for you guys to look in on yourselves and critique. So I do appreciate the report that came out. I do have one question. Was this third-party auditor were they brought in by the police department or were they brought in by the city? That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have an answer for the gentleman?
I can answer that, Mr. Mayor, and if Melinda would like to chime in as well. The third-party evaluator, Mr. Lewis, was actually retained by the city attorney's office, worked to facilitate that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, please.
Christian Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Hey everyone, it's almost a new day. Come on, let's not all be tired. Nolan, Jason, Jeanette, Mike, even the 3%er over there. You know, come on, let's not fall asleep. We got a lot more discussion to happen, especially if we're gonna have outcomes like this when it comes to, you know, people demanding accountability for their actions. As we see, you guys are not going to be holding people accountable. You're going to be investigating yourselves and clearing yourselves of all harm done and patting yourselves on the back for what a great job you did. This is very disappointing, you guys. I mean, we kind of knew. We already knew that the statement was going to be a pretty much coddling us, a political statement, putting out that, you know, you investigated and nothing was wrong. Where's the dog? I don't know. I guess maybe what I'm grateful for is that people can finally see what we've been saying, that this is a very toxic culture, that you guys aren't doing anything about it. And, you know, I'm going to take a cue from Ravante and wait for the statements at the end. And I really hope we hear something else other than pro-police, because we've given you the alternatives already of where to put that money. And then here goes Ron just talking about giving them more money. Why would they need more money if you have other resources available? You guys don't plan on getting those resources available. And you just told us that tonight.
Thank you. Next caller.
Mike S., I'll open your mic.
Go ahead, Mike. Are you there, Mike? I see the microphone is cleared, but there must be something else. Can we jump to the next person, please?
Marion, I'll open your mic.
Yes, good evening or good morning, as the case may be. I too am disappointed, although I'm glad Gus will no longer be with our canine unit. I'm not sure, though, in returning him to the vendor, if that means he gets to be placed in a home or he gets farmed out to another police agency, which would really be horrific for the dog. In any case, you know, I have to agree with what's already been said. It's disappointing. We wanted a truly independent investigation. And while, yes, police activities and canine programs have some uniqueness in that there are police activities, using a former policeman is not independent or unbiased. Come on. I'm sure the guy's a fine man. It sounded like he had great qualifications. Certainly doesn't meet our standards of an independent investigation. I'm also glad the officer will no longer be a canine officer. I don't know what the outcome should have been in that case, but I have great concerns because, as many of us know, sociopaths start out by killing animals or torturing animals, and then they move on to people, you know, in a progression. It bothers me that we have an officer who would treat a dog that way, because I wonder how he treats people. I think should be watched at the very least. And I too, I'm really upset that you let this go to this late hour. It's after midnight. You know, as long as we've waited 4 months, if you really couldn't put it any earlier in the agenda, then you should have moved it to the next meeting. I have to think that this agenda placement is on purpose because there were many people wanting to speak. And frankly, I'm kind of surprised we got as many as we did due to the lateness of the hour. Thanks.
Thank you. Next caller, actually Bradley would be the next caller.
Bradley Larson, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to say, I hope you guys really take example and take what the community is saying to you right now to heart, because this is not the way to build trust within your community. You're saying that you want to build trust with between the police and the people of the community when the police of this community have already frequently been deployed wearing riot gear when they citizens are trying to help houseless individuals. Citizens are trying to do things that the city won't even do for these houseless individuals, and police in riot gear get deployed on them. And then when you make a statement about this dog getting beaten by this officer, you push it all the way to the end of the council meeting? Like, what is the point of that, dude? We all know the point of that. It's because you don't want public comment. You don't want people to voice their opinions of how BS this investigation was, because let's face it, this investigation was BS. And, you know, you're saying that you want to build transparency and build trust. You want people to trust the police in their community, right? Like, if you don't have any transparency and we have people literally recording an officer beating the hell out of an animal, like a previous caller said, sociopathic behavior, that, you know, how are we supposed to trust these officers? And then you come in and you cover it up and you don't even fire the guy, and it's all well and dandy. And it's fine, guys. Don't even worry about it. You know, it's just, you guys need to take accountability for your actions. You need to take accountability for sure. And you need to acknowledge the fact that the community is scared of VVPD as an entity. The community is scared of you. You are not protecting us. We are frightened of you. You guys need to get your shit together. Excuse my language. And like, reform isn't even possible at this point, because we have, by this, you've shown us that you're entirely corrupt. We can't reform you whatsoever. So we're going to have to dismantle you somehow. And we're going to have our own community guidance, because there's no oversight here. You guys are ruining my community. Thank you very much. I don't appreciate it whatsoever.
Next caller, Mike.
Mike S., I'll open your mic.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
there you are.
Mr. Mayor, council members, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the episode involving the beating of the canine officers obviously struck a deep chord in this community. Not only the potential injuries to the dog, but also the police department's response that placed most, if not all, the blame on the dog, stating that Gus's prior behavior drove the event. We don't blame battered spouses who have been punched in the head. We don't say the victim's prior behavior drove the event. And we've all seen this video. It wasn't right for the police to blame Gus in their press releases. There are very few times that you've seen this many constituents concerned enough about something to attend a council meeting in the numbers that you see here tonight. Excuse me. You all know that this was important to us, and it was something that drew national attention, and you knew there would be great interest in this meeting tonight. And it's now almost midnight. The outrage over this incident was expressed by all members of this community, from old to young, male, female. It seemed to cross all political lines. People who own pets, those who do not own pets. And to bury it this deeply in the agenda beyond budget audits and cannabis regulation proposal extensions, it seems as if your intention was to shake the attendance and reduce the number of people that could stay up for this long at this meeting to hear and comment. And yes, I understand for you as custodians of the city to hear how upset we are, and I understand that, but you could have moved this agenda item up and you chose not to.
And that's an insult to those who wanted to learn about what was discovered during the investigation and to participate in this small corner of our democracy, to speak up and to let you, our representatives, hear our pain and anger. People have to work tomorrow. They have school. Seniors turn into bed earlier than this. And I believe you owe the community an apology for not moving this important item up the agenda. It's insulting that it's almost midnight and it's now just being presented. You can blame city staff for procedural rules about item scheduling, but as mayor and council, there could have been a motion to move this item up and allow all the members of our community that wanted to participate and take the opportunity to listen and make their voices heard. Instead, it seems you hope to wait the crowd out to let them tire and log off, and perhaps it worked. But just because those community members had to leave this meeting because the item was buried until almost midnight, it doesn't mean that they're not just as upset and angry. It just means you took away their ability to participate and comment publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Lorraine B., I'll open your mic.
Hello all. Like others have reiterated, almost, good morning. The more I come to these meetings, I see that, things are pushed through really quickly and aren't given the city doesn't give us enough time. People do have lives and, we've been on this since, this evening, it's already, midnight. There's something very seriously wrong when you see a lot of violence from the people that are supposed to protect you. Law enforcement has wonderful things that they do for our community, but when they wield so much power and the culture has been situated a certain way for so long, until we look at inwards at ourselves, as a community and atone for the things that we've done for the past and move forward in a positive light with our community. That means canines, children, disabled, the elderly, people with disabilities, the disenfranchised, roofless, people that have drug addiction. Right now, there's no beds for help for drug and alcohol. Only 2 for our area. There's a lack of resources for the mental health. Instead of sending a
No, ma'am, I'm going to try to redirect you to the item at hand.
I'm just saying an overall, because we've had, several hours of all kinds of different things. So if you gave me my 3 minutes, I'm just speaking of something that can deal with as a whole. And I was going back to the canine situation. But you keep on doing this to people as well. And it's very disconcerting when I'm just getting my 3 minutes and then talking about stuff that we've been hearing for hours. I don't understand that. You guys have a good night. Thank you.
Next caller.
Beatrice, I'll open your mic.
Hi, everyone, again. So first, I'd like to say that this was to put this item on the agenda so far is a strategy of Ron, who's the mayor, and the city manager. As I've learned, both of you have the power to organize the agenda. So community out there, the city of Vacaville, people of Vacaville, know that this was, definitely intentional, and it was definitely a strategy to, silence the community or to censor the community. And, it's a strategy that politicians use, to silence the community. So it's midnight, past midnight now. So I'm sure there are a lot of people who probably want to stay up, haven't because, you know, they have jobs and I have a job too, but you know, whatever, there's coffee. Anyways, this is pretty comical, to be honest. I find it really comical that we have a whole PowerPoint presentation on police brutality toward the dog. Don't get me wrong, I love dogs, but just saying all the other police brutality that the PD, you know, the other cases that we've seen on people, on our community, on our Vacaville residents during the protest in June. Like, why hasn't there been third-party investigations then? Once again, I mean, this was just comical. It was comical because the report in itself didn't really say anything, and it's comical because I can't believe that there was a whole PowerPoint and report and third-party investigation for a dog. But you know, I've never seen this type of response when the community is, you know, telling you that there's been police brutality against them or, you know, harassment, and you know, there's never been anything like this, at least not to my knowledge. So yeah, I just find it comical. And you know, I also find it comical that, you know, there was just in this same meeting, one of the items was the peace, the proclamation of peace, or I'm forgetting the name because it's so late. And here we are, you know, talking about this issue with the dog, with the canine, and you know, police brutality. And these are the types of actions that the city needs to take. You know, these are the type of actions that you guys should take, right, to stop this. That police person should have been fired. Like, I don't understand. Like, he's a danger to our community. If he's willing to beat a dog, he's gonna beat people. You know, if you're gonna, this is how you back up proclamation.
3 minutes are up. Next caller, please.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi. I just have a couple questions. I wasn't clear if the investigation, the scope of the investigation, did it include ascertaining to what extent the Gus had been hit and any other prior incident, and whether any other dog was hit by an officer. So I wasn't clear whether striking the dog was just sort of a routine way of correcting the dog. You know, when we were talking during public comment regarding the most recent incident where an autistic boy was struck by an officer, on TV, the public information officer indicated that striking the child was considered a distraction strike. So I was just wondering, with regard to this particular canine incident, was the strike by the officer, was that considered a distraction strike? And again, is that just a tactic that's used through the canine unit? And as a result of this investigation, is that type of correction, is that being eliminated? And again, I just really want to be clear to the public, did the scope of the investigation ascertain whether Gus was hit and prior to this incident or any other dog? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment and ask for the answer on those questions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can provide some clarity to those. As far as hitting the dog, our handlers are trained to utilize a variety of correction techniques, and there are some very rare occasions when the safety of a person, including the handler, is threatened, and in order to prevent injury, striking the dog could be used as a correction technique. But I need to emphasize that that's only to avoid serious injury to a person, including the handler. And based on what we learned from this incident, our training will be focused on correction techniques that to answer another part of the question, do not involve striking the dog, a dog. As far as any prior strikes to Gus, that is part of the internal investigation that took place on the officer's actions prior to, during, and after the video recorded incident. So that is part of that investigation and would be taken into consideration when it comes to the appropriate actions that needed to be taken afterward.
Okay, thank you. I have multiple hands up. I have Vice Mayor Sullivan. Go ahead, sir.
So as everyone's mentioned, it's getting really late. My brain is not adequately working, but I'm going to do my best to form some cohesive thoughts. The first is I'm not an expert in law enforcement. I'm not I have very little experience with these matters. I mean no disservice to the staff or the consultants that worked on this report. But to be completely honest, if someone came up to me tomorrow and said, "What did the report say?" It was vague enough that I couldn't tell them. And so I am not completely satisfied with the response either. I do appreciate staff's time, but I do feel like this was sort of an anticlimactic event, and I'm really not. I'm not even sure what was resolved tonight, to be frank. And granted, it's late, and there's a variety of other issues. Several callers at the start of the call tonight mentioned, a variety of incidents. I've been on the council now for 3 years. In the last 6 months, there has been a pattern, a pattern of issues with our public safety department, and these are serious issues. And at some point in time, a pattern is not coincidence, and it leads you to believe that there's larger issues. I know it's really easy to be, at home right now on a phone or behind a keyboard on Facebook and being very angry and saying the city's not doing anything and we don't care and we're idiots and whatever. But in the world of government, things don't move that fast. There's contracts and there's consultants and there's studies and there's laws and there's things that you have to do. And I can assure you personally, I can't speak for the rest of the council. We are performing a full scope audit of our police department. We have some major personnel changes in our police department. We're looking at some serious things here, and I know people aren't necessarily satisfied and they're alarmed by some recent events. I'm alarmed too. Does that mean I think our police are terrible? No, but I think over the last 6 months we've had some things that have been very alarming and at a rate at which makes me very uncomfortable. And so I can assure you from my vantage point, I'm comfortable with the direction the city's heading. I think right now we have leadership in place that is trying to dig in and figure out why these incidences keep occurring. And I'm confident in the direction we're heading, but it takes time. Nothing moves fast in government. And the last point, granted, I understand what you're saying about shifting, the comments forward. We all have day jobs too. I mean, this city council is not a paid gig. This is not a job for us. So I've got to get my kids for school tomorrow. I've got to go to work too, and so does every other council member. We listened patiently to 3.5 hours of public comment tonight, and that's what we're here for. So unfortunately, it runs to 12:30. I do feel bad that it's late. I'm not saying that we couldn't rearrange things, but that is the gig. And so just like you, we have kids, we have day jobs, we have things we have to take care of tomorrow. So I just wanted to put that out there because I think sometimes people think we're these machines or these paid employees that sit here in this hall and listen to things. We're not. We're just your neighbors. We're just like you. We're exhausted. It's 12:30. We've got 2 more items, and then we've got closed session ourselves. So we're doing our best here, and we're equally concerned. And I apologize if this is incoherent or rambling. I'm wiped, but we have a crisis of public trust right now in Vacaville. And we need to seriously address that crisis. We have a pattern of aggressive events over the last 6 months that alarms me. I don't know enough to know what's going on with that pattern, but it's something we need to look into, and I'm confident the police audit will, but something is going on, and we as a council need to take this seriously. I appreciate the staff's time, I appreciate the consultants' time, and I appreciate the public's comments tonight, and we'll leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you. Just had a couple of comments and concerns about the presentation. I know it was mentioned that there's some discrepancies between one of the investigators, anchor therapy, and I understand there's always going to be discrepancies when you have multiple parties investigating something, but none of the discrepancies were actually pointed out. As somebody that does intelligence collection analyst professionally and have done it for just about 14 years now, not having the information is a serious drawback to drawing any types of conclusions on our part, as well as the city's. And then the other aspect is the other investigator was not present during this PowerPoint presentation, so we literally only got to hear one side or one opinion on this issue. While we can all reach out to anchor therapy, I highly doubt he wants every individual to reach out to him individually. And we could go read the reports on transparency. I was hoping that they'd be attached, both those reports would be attached to the agenda as part of the staff report, considering they're already posted on a website. Would have just made it easier for people to access. On that, would it be possible to invite the person who conducted the study from anchor therapy to a later city council meeting to present what his findings were, even though they were technically discrepancies, but we don't know what those discrepancies are?
If that's a question I can answer, absolutely. That would be something that we would be happy to do. Again, dialogue, communication, being able to discuss these things, it inevitably leads to better conclusions. So if that's something that the council wants to do, decides to do, city management decides to do, then absolutely we can have some type of forum in which questions can be asked. And once the reports as posted to the transparency portal are reviewed, if there are specific questions that are asked, then I see no issue with inviting anyone to come in and discuss those.
And on that aspect, did they take part in the evaluation of the program as well, or just evaluation of the canine?
From what I understand, the scope of work was brokered prior to my taking this position. So from what I understood, the specific scope of work for anchor therapy was to look at the physical and emotional well-being of the dog. It wasn't necessarily to evaluate the canine program.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Wiley.
Sometimes when you wait for things, you have expectations how they're going to turn out, and then it doesn't turn out like you expect, and you feel really disappointed. You know, this happened in December. People have been waiting. At our last city council meeting, we said, you know, the reports would be coming up, and then to have it be so late, I totally understand the frustration of people when you get the report that's not what you expected. And I also knew going in, this was going to be a very long agenda. And then we've had opportunity on each item for the public to call in. And I'm glad we've had people here involved and interested and calling in, but all that takes time and accounts for a very long meeting. So I do, there's no excuse for what happened in December. There's just no excuse. I do want to say that myself and several other council members have had the opportunity to attend some training with the police dogs in the last couple of months just to see what was going on. And I can say what I saw was officers dedicated to their dogs and dedicated to the program, and not anything that's going to repeat what we did have in December. So like I said, there's no excuse, but I feel like we're moving forward in a new direction. And people are hearing what the public comments are, and we need to know that we have got to do what's right by people, dogs, autistic children, and everyone, and just be very aware of actions and safety. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Stockton.
Thank you for the presentation. So I've been in law enforcement for 15 years, and I could say that having somebody from Post come to investigate your police agency is about one of the most serious, scary things if it's not going well as possible, because there are some pretty significant repercussions for having somebody from the governing agency at the state level for the police officer standards and trainings in your department evaluating your program. So I do appreciate that the city staff was able to get somebody from Post to come down here and conduct this investigation. I am glad that they were able to confirm that the dog is okay and is doing well with the vendor. But I'm also glad that they were able to have the entire program investigated as well. I know the video is difficult to watch. I had a hard time watching it too, but I do take some comfort in knowing that when it came to getting someone to investigate it, you took it to the highest level within police departments standards and trainings that actually would have had some repercussions if it was worse than it was with the program. So I want to thank staff for doing that. I also wanted to mention, I know it's a long meeting too. I've been up late as well. I actually had an agenda item that I had asked to be put on the agenda last time, and it was removed because we didn't have time to have it on there, and staff is already working on it. So I want to thank the public that did stick around to give their comments and to address and voice your concerns. And I look forward to seeing our K9 program and the training, and hopefully we can take some steps to make sure that we're doing the best practices available to make sure that our program remains with us and is in a safe way. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. So just is Vacaville, is our department accredited by Post? Or how does that relationship work?
So essentially, yes. Yes, each department, I believe there's in excess of 400 municipal police departments and obviously 58 sheriff's departments in the state of California. Each one of those departments has to be in compliance with Post on a number of different metrics, usually related to perishable skills such as driving, defensive tactics, tactical communication, firearms, those types of things. So yes, there is not so much accreditation, but there is a certification process that has to take place through Post. And as Councilmember Stockton commented, that was one of the priorities and the hopes that we had in investigating this situation, is to have somebody who is a certified Post certifier, a canine certifier, somebody that actually works with Post and has the authority based on that state agency to provide that certification. And it doesn't come easy. I've seen the requirements, and I've seen what it takes to pass a Post certification for canine handlers and for the dogs themselves. So in that regards, yes, there's a lot of certification that has to take place through Post, and believe me, if there's any specific area that any agency is out of compliance with Post in, you know about it, because they're all over you to make sure that certification comes back into compliance immediately.
Thank you for clarifying, Chief. So, I did have the opportunity to witness the training of our K9 units. I think it was, they're a cool crew, from what I saw there. I didn't ask anything pertinent or related to this incident because I'm really trying to respect the process and see how it all plays out. But with that said, I think it was kind of clarified, but kind of trying to understand in the audit, or just in general, do we have any policy on respect to, I think it was referred to the alpha role, or what situations is that appropriate? Is there any type of written policy that describes that? Just trying to wrap my head around that.
So I think I can answer that for you, Councilmember Silva. Our current policies require that our handlers be trained and certified to meet those post standards that I spoke about earlier. The California Peace Officers Standards and Training Guidelines associated with canines. Our Vacaville PD policy and our canine field training manual, they speak directly to the training requirements to meet these standards, but they do not address specific correction techniques to be used with our handlers. That is taken care of on the part of our training vendor, Law Dogs. Again, we learned a lot from this incident and the thorough review of the program done by Mr. Lewis. And we're definitely committed to implementing the recommendations that he made in the document that you can find on the transparency portal to ensure that our program is continuously improving and in line with industry best practices.
So I imagine the question is, will those type of actions, for whatever reasons, be acceptable? I'm thinking that's maybe one of the common questions that may be out there. Definitely one that I have.
Yeah, and again, in looking at training tactics, and this is something that was pointed out to us by Bill Lewis. There are different schools of thought when it comes to canine training. There are different philosophies. Some might be considered more old school or sort of pseudo traditional, and some are more innovative and are looking at different approaches to actually doing canine training without having the physical aspects that might have been at play in more traditional or sort of old school training. That is something that we're actively looking to implement. Again, looking at the industry best standards, what's best for the dogs, what's best for the program moving forward. So it's our goal and our intention to not have an incident like this happen again in Vacaville.
Okay, thank you. And so the disciplinary action, as a system, is there any system? What system do we have in place that ensures that there's appropriate disciplinary action?
So in terms of the internal process.
Sorry, just to be clear. Sorry, Chief. Just to be clear, council has no direct authority over that. So I just want to be, I'm trying to make sure I draw that line there. I totally understand that. But I'm just trying to see what systems we have in place that ensure that there's appropriate disciplinary action.
So there's a number of things that take place when it comes to any disciplinary action, whether it's canine or use of force or what have you. And that involves obviously the investigation into what took place, identification of policies that potentially have been violated, a review of those policies and the actions that took place during the incident to confirm whether or not those are sustained, not sustained, exonerated, or justified. So once that determination is made, then there's always a conference that takes place between internal police department, Office of Professional Standards staff, human resources staff, the city attorney's staff. So there's several different departments that are involved in that process to ensure that the appropriate level of discipline is adhered to in order to accomplish what we're really looking to do, which is a change in behavior based on a policy violation, accountability, and ultimately, depending on the type of case, reassignment, and all the way up to termination. So that involves several high-level management level folks within the city, including, again, human resources, the city attorney's office, and command staff members of the Office of Professional Standards within the team.
Okay, and so just to, I guess, clarify, that's not only depending on the level of the case, it's not only something that's only internal. It's something, there's someone else within the city that's involved in that process. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Any formal administrative investigation is going to include those other departments in the decision making, especially when it comes to proposed discipline.
Okay, and then my last request, again, this is all of our first time hearing this tonight. Is that report, the written report, going to be available, or can that be provided to council members?
Yes, that report is available on the transparency portal, which there was a link on one of the slides, but I'd be happy to provide those direct contacts to those reports to the city manager, who could then forward them to the council with no problem whatsoever.
All right, thank you.
Certainly.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts again.
My apologies. I know it's late. I just had some of the comments from other council members stirred up other questions I had. So last week, Councilmember Wiley and I had the privilege of watching the K-9 training here in Vacaville, and had an opportunity to meet the K-9 officers. They're all great guys. I also had the opportunity to meet the training vendor that was on site that day. For Chief, I know you guys offer the opportunity to ride-alongs. Does that same opportunity extend out to view the K-9 training as well?
Let me make sure I'm not on mute. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Again, these are dogs that we're very proud of. This is a program that we're proud of. And again, we want to make better each and every opportunity we have to. So yes, if there are members of the public that want to come out and observe a K-9 training, absolutely. We also do exhibitions with our K-9 teams on occasion. Sergeant Frank Pirro, who's the unit supervisor, in fact, a couple of years ago when he and his dog Roscoe were crowned the Western States champions in terms of their performance as a K-9 team. He ended up bringing that competition here to Vacaville. So there was an entire day over at Eleanor Nelson Park that was devoted to K-9 teams and being able to demonstrate what they do to the public here in Vacaville. And it was a really big success. But in terms of specific training, absolutely. I see no issue with making our K-9 trainings available to members of the public, to members of the council, anyone who wants to see it.
And if somebody was interested, what would be the process for them to do that?
The best way to do that would be to email or call Sergeant Pirro, and that's Frank.Pirro, P-I-R-O, at cityofvacaville.com, and he would be able to handle taking care of scheduling that observation, that, I guess, run along or something along those lines.
Okay, and my last question is, I know it was brought up during Mr. Lewis's presentation as a recommendation, and is also brought up for standards and training and techniques, is I know the current trainer has held a contract for quite a long time with the city, and it's an open-ended contract. Is there any plans of bringing that back to be a competitive process, like renewing it every couple of years, or doing a fixed contract and then bringing in competition? Because I mean, competition makes for better business.
Sure. No, that's an excellent question, and that is absolutely something that that we have been discussing internally. We did recognize the fact that, and Bill Lewis in his evaluation pointed out that this has been a 12-year contract, and you're exactly right. Competitive processes do yield benefits for the agency, so that is something that that we're definitely looking to explore, and making sure, one, that we're in compliance with whatever we need to be in terms of the competitive process with government contracts, and two, that we're also, again, maintaining the best practices when it comes to law enforcement. We've had a very strong relationship with our current vendor, but at the same time, it's again, the competition yields the best results. So that's something we're definitely going to do.
Thank you, Chief.
Certainly.
Okay, no other hands are up. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you very much. We'll move to Chief Conception on item G for COVID update.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm not going to take much of your time. Open the present. There it is. Next slide, please, Crystal. As we start with the numbers, you can see California is a little over 3.6 million cases. The key there is these numbers keep dropping, and so they're moving in the right direction as far as California is concerned. Solano County, unfortunately, is a little bit different story. We're staying steady, and we're still in the red tier at 32,313 cases. According to the state, our 7-day positivity rate is at 2.2%, but according to the Solano County website, we're at 5%. So that's way above what the entire state is. And then the city of Vacaville, 8,434 cases. Next slide, please. As far as California is concerned, the big news in California is that the vaccine's available to everyone 16 and older. About 28.7 million Californians have been vaccinated thus far. In Solano County, as I mentioned, we're still in the red tier. Most other counties are either in the orange tier and approaching the yellow tier, but we are still firmly stuck in the red tier. Our number of people in the county who have received at least one dose is 53% of the population in Solano County, and 35% or 119,000 people have been fully vaccinated. So that is good news. So hopefully we'll start seeing a drop in the number of cases. Tomorrow, or actually later today now, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Vaca High, Solano County is holding their largest thus far vaccine clinic, and they're hoping to vaccinate 2,300 people at Vaca High with the Pfizer vaccine. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Seeing no public comment, I'll close it. I see no hands from the council. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. We'll move to item 10, reports of city manager. City manager, do you have anything tonight?
No, I do not.
All right. We'll move to item 11, reports of city council. I'm going to start off by asking this council if I can close tonight's meeting in memory of Joseph Lopez Sr., better known as Barber Joe. And typically as mayor, I go through a little background on the gentleman. Everyone knows Barber Joe. He was an icon in Vacaville, but I would like Vice Mayor Sullivan to jump in here, and I'm going to give him the opportunity to kind of close for someone that he is related to. So Vice Mayor Sullivan, I know I'm not putting you on the spot, but would you like to jump in there and help me close this in remembrance of Barber Joe?
Absolutely. So Barber Joe is my wife's grandfather, and he is sort of the patriarch of the family. He was just an amazingly warm man. And I think everyone that knew him, I think everyone that was downtown knew him. And he just had a warm smile. I don't think he had a single enemy in the whole world. And he worked until he was 90. So he literally was cutting hair up until the age of 90 downtown in Vacaville. It was pretty cute. He'd have his regulars who'd been coming for 40 or 50 or 60 years. And they literally had like 3 hairs on their head, and they'd cut the 3 hairs. And it was the social aspect, and it was the community aspect there. So it's been a rough couple weeks for our family. He was sort of the end of an era for us. And so my wife and her family have been kind of mourning in their own special way. And he just, you know, they broke the mold with Barbara Joe, and I really appreciate you allowing us to close the meeting in his honor. And, you know, he is, if not the oldest operating business in Vacaville, he's up there in the top 3 or 4. And so again, he's sort of a Vacaville legend. So thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to close in his honor.
Absolutely, and thank you for helping me with that. You know, Barbara Joe was in business for 61 years. 61 years, that's amazing. So I will have the certificate come up at the end of the meeting and just acknowledge that we're adjourning in memory of Joseph Lopez Sr. I do see a few more hands up. Councilmember Stockton and Vice Mayor, I'll come back to you if you have something more, but I'll go to Councilmember Stockton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the pleasure of getting a couple haircuts from Barbara Joe too. So very sorry for your loss, Vice Mayor, and your family's loss, and Vacaville's loss as well. But what a legacy to leave. I just wanted to reiterate from a comment earlier, the last city council meeting, the council supported me in addressing a regionalized effort to look at funding for some homeless issues. That was dropped from the agenda today. I did have the opportunity to talk with the city manager and have been made aware that staff is currently working on that regionalized effort to see whether or not it's viable for Vacaville, and we'll report on that to the city council at a later date. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do see Councilmember Wiley.
This is another example of someone helping in Vacaville. Since I've been on council, I've become aware of a young gentleman, Hassan Sabag, who works with the Nature of Sound, who is working with people across Solana County to provide support, shelter, and service for victims of human trafficking. And I just want to encourage people to look at Nature of Sound. And we are also working now with Ruby's Place, which is more active in the Bay Area, to try to get some grant and some funding. So I really appreciate the work of all who are involved. There's people from each city, police officers in Vacaville, as well as council members, and like Hassan and other people who are working for victims of human trafficking.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick, and it's kind of similar to Councilmember Stockton's update. There's a local program that has been started sort of at a grassroots level, and it essentially came out of the Homeless Roundtable that's sort of been postponed. It is called the Vacaville Clean Streets Program, and essentially it is a pilot program in the city of Vacaville that we're hopefully using to someday kind of use case improve the validity of a downtown streets program, a larger program. The group has been completely volunteer funded. They've been working with 5 to 10 homeless individuals downtown. I've got some really great statistics and pictures and images. They're going out 3 days a week. Essentially what we're doing is compensating homeless residents to clean up downtown. They have several routes now. They have 2 really amazing team leads that are Caltrans trained, and they're both veterans themselves. They have sort of exhausted their donation funding. They'll be out of funding in about 2 weeks, and the group has asked if the city can contribute in any sort of way. I did call over to our housing team, our homeless team this morning, and said, hey, you know, if council motioned, would it be out of the realm of possibility for you to come up with a couple ideas to bring back to council next council meeting? Emily said that was possible, and I kind of briefly ran it by the city manager. So what I'm hoping is I'll get some support from the other council members to have housing staff bring back some ideas on funding, ideally maybe up to $10,000 to support the local Clean Streets program through summer. to really give us a good use case and a really good test. The program's really, really working well, but again, it's been all donation funded so far, and they run out of donations in about 2.5 weeks. So hoping you guys would be okay with me asking to have a quick item added to the next agenda where staff could research some possibilities for that 10,000.
And it's Mayor Roulette. I don't mind. I'm not going to stop that. I just, when we're putting a 2x2 together that I sat in and actually going to let Roy sit in it from here on in, excuse me, Councilmember Stockton. And I just don't want to, we started down that road, Vice Mayor Sullivan, with the 2x2 trying to get the county on board. And I understand what you're trying to do. So I'm not going to hold it up. I just want to respect that 2x2 and make sure that it's, that we're all working on the same page so they don't think we're just veering off at our own leisure. So I will support it if you need a second for the motion. But I just want to keep in mind that, we did put that together so we can work together with the county.
That would be great, Mayor, and I totally appreciate that. And honestly, I wouldn't even brought this up tonight if they weren't going to run out of funding in 2 weeks. But I totally understand what you're saying, and if the timing is the tricky wicket. So I appreciate that, and I totally am not trying to circumvent that at all. It's just they're going to run out of funding before the next meeting.
So I'll take that as a motion, and I'll second that. So we'll roll call vote to bring that back to another meeting.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Say yes, and I don't know if that was Stockton or Silva that yawned, but that was awesome.
Mayor
why you gotta put it on me, man?
That's a yes, so it's unanimous. Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. Then we'll move to item 12, closed session. We're not done yet, folks, so let's move to closed session. If we have anything that we'll report out after closed session. If not, good night, Vacaville.